everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Starting from Prototype to Immortality, Chapter 151 to 207, Chapter 152, Tornado Breaks Free 1116 words Chapter 152, Tornado Breaks Free. Phoenixman saw that Chang Wei still maintained his indifferent attitude. More importantly, none of his attacks had any effect on him. From the start of the battle until now, Phoenixman hadn't managed to harm Chang Wei at all. He gradually realized that the gap between them was far too vast. Was this man truly someone he could defeat? Phoenixman furiously threw punch after punch, but his fists only slammed against something impossibly hard. An invisible barrier, seemingly indestructible. What was this? Judging from Homeless Emperor and Vaccine Man, divine power should have its limits. But Garu, he seems to have mutated. Chang Wei observed Phoenixman closely. You want to steal what I've set my sights on and use it as your own sacrifice. How greedy. The next moment, Chang Wei appeared behind Phoenixman. Excuse me. Phoenixman's body shattered into countless fragments, collapsing onto the ground before vanishing into thin air. Chang Wei had no interest in dragging out the fight, only for Phoenixman to be reclaimed by the so-called god. That entity could even strip away a being's very life essence. So instead, he directly absorbed Phoenixman. Of course, Phoenixman's strength did little to enhance Chang Wei. Even his seemingly endless evolution, akin to a phoenix's rebirth, paled in comparison to the adaptive capabilities of the divine light virus after it had assimilated all existing pathogens. Nonetheless, the virus still extracted and absorbed the most useful traits from Phoenixman. Monster King Orochi, since Saitama isn't here, I'll help you evolve instead. Chang Wei had originally been interested in gradually pushing Phoenixman's evolution further, but the intervention of the god had interrupted his plans. Now, he just wanted to end things quickly. Deep underground, Monster King Orochi was awaiting challengers when he suddenly noticed that Joro had left. Using Tornado's psychic power, Chang Wei tricked Joro into thinking there was an opportunity. Tornado seemed unable to move. But the moment she got close, she would have to face a fully unleashed, twice as powerful version of her strongest form, Terrible Tornado. Chang Wei wasn't worried that Joro would be killed. Her main body was still underground. If she sensed danger or found herself outmatched, she would likely seek to merge with Monster King Orochi. The strongest hero, Chang Wei. Monster King Orochi recognized him immediately. Joro had shown him footage of Chang Wei's battle with Boros, explaining that understanding an opponent's attack patterns was key to victory. However, once Chang Wei and Boros started fighting at full speed, all they could see were massive explosions both on the surface and in space. The sheer energy levels involved made it impossible to analyze any useful details. You are the Monster King. Chang Wei gazed at him calmly. I am Monster King Orochi, ruler of the Monster Association and all monsters. We finally meet. Monster King Orochi was thrilled. After his most recent evolution, he had concluded that the only being on this planet capable of challenging him was the man standing before him. Pleasure to meet you. Chang Wei nodded. Enough talk. Let's fight. Monster King Orochi attacked without hesitation. His dragon-like hair surged forward, spewing energy beams at Chang Wei. Each beam was powerful enough to obliterate a dragon-level monster with ease, even evaporating large portions of water stream, if it were hit directly. Chang Wei stood motionless. Explosions roared as the surrounding area was reduced to ashes. But the space around him remained untouched, his posture unchanged, not even a single hair out of place. As expected, that won't work on you. But it was just a greeting. Now, I'll get serious. Monster King Orochi's excitement grew. Even he couldn't completely ignore his own attacks, he would at least suffer some damage. But Chang Wei? Completely unaffected. This is perfect. The stronger Chang Wei appeared, the more excited Orochi became. Finally, the ultimate evolution. The sacrifice for the gods has arrived. Opening his mouth wide, Orochi revealed several nested jaws within, like a Russian nesting doll. He then unleashed a single blast containing the power of hundreds of energy cannons directly at Chang Wei. Chang Wei's psychic power shielded him, effortlessly deflecting the energy blast. The shockwave from the deflection tore through the surrounding area, shaking the entire Monster Association base. What's going on? In the depths of the base, Joro, true form, Psychos, was startled by the violent tremors. She had just found Tornado when suddenly, something happened on Monster King Orochi's end. Such immense energy. When did Orochi become this strong? She was surprised. But for Orochi to unleash such power, his opponent had to be the strongest hero, Chang Wei. He's already this deep underground. This was bad. Having Chang Wei fight Monster King Orochi now was completely outside of her plans. At the same time, Terrible Tornado had broken free. She wasn't sure why, but the force that had restrained her suddenly vanished. Bastard! Terrible Tornado was furious. And at that moment, Joro had conveniently walked right into her path. A monster. So you're the leader of the Monster Association. TCH, such weak psychic power. With a sneer, Terrible Tornado seized control of Joro with her overwhelming psychic force. Terrible Tornado is this strong. Joro was in shock. She had enhanced her psychic power multiple times using the energy gathered by Evil Eye, yet she was still helpless against Terrible Tornado. Her power was like an aircraft carrier, massive and formidable. But Terrible Tornado's power was an entire ocean. No matter how advanced an aircraft carrier might be, it would always be at the mercy of a raging sea. Who taught you to use psychic power like this? What a disgrace! Terrible Tornado raised her index finger, and Joro body twisted into a spiral, as if crushed into a pillar. I enhanced my psychic clones so many times, yet she destroyed them effortlessly. Psychos couldn't believe it. This was bad. Terrible Tornado's strength exceeded her expectations, and now Monster King Orochi was engaged in battle with Chang Wei. She didn't even have the chance to merge with Orochi to fight back. Why had everything gone so wrong? Forget it. I need to merge with Orochi immediately. Deep underground, Monster King Orochi stared at Chang Wei completely unscathed, his clothes pristine. For the first time, he sensed trouble. And beneath the calm exterior of this man, he could feel a terrifying abyss lurking within. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 152, Chapter 153, Ultimate Orochi 1119 words. Chapter 153, Ultimate Orochi, the strongest hero, Chang Wei. The Monster King, Orochi, chuckled. Chang Wei, however, remained expressionless, his face as lifeless as a dead fish, showing not the slightest ripple of emotion. If this level of attack isn't enough to make you take me seriously, then I have no choice but to go all out. Orochi suddenly withdrew his smile, realizing how awkward it was to be laughing alone. I've been waiting for your performance. Chang Wei replied. Orochi stood up, his massive body rapidly shrinking, or rather compressing. In the end, he condensed into a small giant over 2 meters tall. His appearance and art style underwent a drastic change. This was the power he had gained after evolving once more by absorbing the supercell solution. Be careful not to die. In this form, I have no idea how strong I really am, but I'm certain I can hurt you. In an instant, Orochi vanished from sight. Not bad. The next moment, Orochi closed in on Chang Wei, launching a lightning-fast, forceful straight punch. Chang Wei opened his mouth as if about to speak, but his attack was even faster. Orochi only saw a flash of light before he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Only after that did Chang Wei's words and the piercing, shrill shockwave reach him. Even without entering that state, he still possesses such terrifying speed, power, and reflexes. Orochi freed himself from the rubble and exploded forward with even greater speed. This time, his hands formed the stance of the water stream rock-smashing fist midair. A monster using martial techniques. Are you scared? Chang Wei chuckled. Facing Orochi's incoming flowing strikes, he considered something for a moment and decided not to use his psychic powers to maintain an untouchable defense. Though it was indeed invincible even if Boros in his meteoric burst form were here, Chang Wei's psychic powers could still block his attacks. Thinking about it like this, wasn't he a bit too overpowered? But against that bald demon king, Saitama, psychic power probably wouldn't hold up to a single punch. Normal punch. Chang Wei decided to follow the local customs. Besides, Saitama's move names had an undeniable sense of style if only the guy himself weren't such a clueless goofball. As his fist swung forward, the friction with the air turned it from a glowing red to a blinding white hot. Chang Wei deliberately refrained from using psychic power to isolate air friction, wanting to remind Orochi of how terrifying this punch was. Normal punch. What kind of move name is that? Orochi felt mocked. Was this meant to insult him? I'll deflect your fist. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a massive dent appeared in his body. That punch was still so far away. Yet just the shockwave alone had almost pierced through him. Orochi blasted through the Monster Association's walls, soaring above ground before finally slamming into the psychic barrier Chang Wei had set up. He opened his mouth, vomiting fragments of his own organs. The invisible force of the punch had nearly torn through him, and his insides had turned to mush. However, Orochi's recovery was absurdly fast. This level of damage wouldn't affect his life or combat ability. Psychos was stunned by the battle between Orochi and Chang Wei. The surveillance eyeballs she had dispatched had witnessed Orochi's unexpected transformation into a new form. If it weren't for his unchanged brainwave signals, she wouldn't have recognized him. Yet this vastly stronger Orochi was still so helpless before Chang Wei. Chang Wei, after sending Orochi flying, didn't bother following up. Instead, he turned his attention to Psychos, sensing her hesitation about whether to approach. Of course, he had to give Psychos an opportunity. With telepathic guidance, he nudged Psychos toward making her move. This is your chance, seize it. Psychos, already on the verge of madness from her visions and prophecies, unhesitatingly grasped at the opening. Orochi waited for a while but saw no sign of Chang Wei. That bastard, does he think I'm dead? Orochi was furious. That punch had been terrifying, but there was no way it had killed him in one hit. Especially since it was just a normal punch. Then, he saw Psychos. Psychos. Orochi. The moment their eyes met, they understood each other's intentions. Orochi acted without hesitation. His body retained the abilities of his previous form. Trying to resist me? Dream on, you'll always be mine. Psychos didn't resist as Orochi's tendrils wrapped around her. Their battle transitioned into a mental clash, while their physical bodies began merging. However, this fusion wouldn't cause drastic changes unless, like in the redraw version, Psychos came into contact with God's power. That might allow her to break past the dragon level in one go. That planet-slicing energy cannon had been calculated to be more than 10 times stronger than Boros' collapsing star-roaring cannon. And yet, even that absurdly powerful ultimate Orochi was instantly shredded into dried-up snake skin once an unrestrained Tatsumaki went all out. Mind you, that was injured Tatsumaki. Could Tatsumaki actually stomp Boros? The redraw's logic was completely broken. The power scaling made no sense. Tatsumaki pursued Psycho's true body, only to run into Chang Wei. You again. Tatsumaki immediately got riled up. Want to be sealed away again? Chang Wei mused, 3rd time's the charm. If Tatsumaki tried jumping at him again, he'd just lock her in the Earth's core forever. His patience had its limits. He had destroyed countless worlds already. Good or evil, in his eyes, they were all the same. The only reason he even acknowledged them was due to their designated roles. Don't get cocky. One day, I will. Before Tatsumaki could finish, Chong Wei had already vanished. Damn it, that bastard. Tatsumaki fumed. How dare he leave before she finished talking. Chong Wei left, not just out of impatience with Tatsumaki, but also because he had suddenly sensed a strong energy presence. It was insignificant compared to him, but among the beings he had encountered so far, this one was top tier. Then, he saw it: a gigantic, white-colored psychos. So this is power. I've surpassed even monsters. Psychos gazed at her own massive body in awe. Then, she noticed Chong Wei. How much power does God even have? Damn shame I can't find his real body, maybe I should check the moon. Seeing her transformation, Chong Wei knew she had accepted God's power. He couldn't help but drool at the thought of that mysterious entity handing out power like candy. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones. 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 153, Chapter 154, Infernal Peerless Explosive Heat Wave 1148 words. Chapter 154, Infernal Peerless Explosive Heat Wave. Psychos had obtained the power of the gods, transforming into Sai-Orochi, surpassing even the realm of dragons. Previously, the final form of Phoenixman, which had been devoured by Chong Wei, granted him an unimaginably massive amount of genetic points. Boros had 100 million genetic points, while Phoenix Man's last form contributed over 80 million genetic points. Now, as Chong Wei analyzed the molecular data of Sai-Orochi before him, the comparison suggested that this entity might be even stronger than Boros. Your Majesty Chong Wei, we've completed the molecular analysis of Sai-Orochi. Comparing it to the data from Boros, it appears that while Boros in his meteoric burst state surpasses Sai-Orochi, his normal state, and even his collapsing star roaring cannon form, are vastly inferior to the target. The researchers in River of Death promptly relayed their findings to Chong Wei. However, before Sai-Orochi, driven by the lingering resentment of the monster king Orochi, could launch an attack on Chong Wei, Terrible Tornado arrived on the scene. He actually got this big. Seeing Sai-Orochi's massive size, Terrible Tornado was mildly surprised. But to her, size was merely a larger target. At her peak, she had never considered anyone a real threat. Now, having broken through her limits and attaining Super Terrible Tornado, with more than double her original psychic power, she feared no enemy except, of course, Chong Wei, who could effortlessly suppress her with a mere flip of his hand. Chong Wei, you bastard! Terrible Tornado caught sight of Chong Wei, but paid him no further attention. She planned to deal with Sai-Orochi first before turning her sights on him. Seeing her arrival, Chong Wei realized he could simply sit back and watch. A Terrible Tornado with double her original psychic power, she was most likely at a solid god-level disaster level by now. At the same time, deep underground, Garu was undergoing his own evolution. His clothes were now fused with the tissue of various monsters' remnants from his brutal battles, stained with their blood and flesh, which he hadn't bothered to clean. It seemed he was rapidly approaching his final form from the original storyline, that completely jet-black transformation. Chong Wei monitored the targets he was most interested in, Sai-Orochi, Garu. At this moment, however, King seemed to be in trouble. Evil natural water was proving to be an insurmountable obstacle for him. Unable to launch energy waves, King was racking his brain trying to figure out how to deal with this nearly invincible, liquid-based foe. This is absurd. It has some kind of locked HP mechanic, and it's made of liquid. Physical attacks are useless. Neither Cosmic Mirage, Earthquake Impact, nor Instant Hell Murder will work. King frowned at evil natural water. While he was in his so-called game mindset mode, the creature wouldn't attack him. But the moment he exited this state, it would launch a relentless assault. Was it detecting hostility? Or some kind of aggro mechanism? After all, in game mindset, King had completely abandoned any intention of attacking. It was purely about executing perfect, uninterrupted combos. With such a simple and pure focus, evil natural water wasn't triggered to attack. Should I try that move? King pondered. It wasn't as though he had no power-ups. For some reason, after King successfully defeated his first monster in combat, he had the urge to formally train. In other words, he wanted to refine his skills properly. Unfortunately, most dojos dismissed him immediately upon hearing he was the strongest man alive, assuming he had come to challenge them. Some even suggested that he should just break their signboards himself. This left King both anxious and exasperated. Then, one day, a mysterious martial arts manual simply appeared in his room. And with it, King developed a whole host of game-like skills. That manual was none other than Explosive Heart Release Fist, a technique paired with a special breathing method and utterly destructive forbidden martial art. When used, the user's fists would generate explosive shockwaves, causing their own heartbeat to create violent tremors. Even if the opponent avoided the direct impact, they would still be affected by the resulting shockwaves. Essentially, it was akin to the possessing spirit, or advanced techniques from Kengan Ashure's state-boosting ability. When Chong Wei learned that King had sought martial arts training, he thought for a moment, then broke open Bang's safe and retrieved Explosive Heart Release Fist. To Chong Wei, this technique seemed tailor-made for King. After all, what ordinary person's heart could beat with such sheer force that it sounded like an engine revving at full throttle? That alone was already a form of wave energy and shockwave emission. If King mastered Explosive Heart Release Fist, just how strong could he become? And now, Chong Wei was witnessing it firsthand. Explosive Heart Release Fist Explosion. King was clearly treating the technique's breathing method as a power-up skill. In this state, all his attributes surged to their limits. The tremors of his King engine became even more powerful. Visible shockwaves erupted around him, forming a 5-meter-wide ring of air bursts. The ground beneath King's feet cracked apart, forming an extensive network of spiderweb-like fissures. His exposed skin, his face, hands, and other uncovered areas became imprinted with dense, dark red markings that emitted a faint crimson glow. The very space around him visibly distorted. The searing heat radiating from him made it abundantly clear King's chi and blood had reached an unfathomable level. Then, Chong Wei observed something even more astonishing. The already terrifying thermal radiation surrounding King, which extended over 100 meters, suddenly skyrocketed. His aura intensified, breaking past a threshold. His body became engulfed in an illusory red flame. He even began to levitate slightly, his hair and clothes billowing. For the first time, evil natural water, despite King's game mindset, experienced fear. It immediately retaliated, unleashing a high-pressure water jet at King. King gazed at it calmly. As the high-pressure stream approached, it was instantly dissipated by the sheer vibrations of his King engine. The residual heat alone evaporated the water before it could even reach him. Evil natural water felt the impending threat of death. In this state, maybe I can finally use that technique. King pressed his hands together, channeling the energy of Explosive Heart Release Fist. Had someone been monitoring his body temperature at that moment, they would have noticed something horrifying. All of the heat in his body vanished, concentrating entirely within his hands. This outright defied the laws of thermodynamics, but Chong Wei barely batted an eye. If he got shocked by every impossibility across all these worlds, he'd never stop being surprised. King-style martial arts ultimate technique Infernal Peerless Explosive Heat Wave. King gathered an immense amount of energy in his hands, yet, for some reason, he found himself unable to release it. Chapter 154, Chapter 155, Willpower Surpasses the Flesh. 1187 words. Chapter 155, Willpower surpasses the flesh. Generally speaking, unless a creature evolves some special organ, it is impossible to release energy. So, it was completely normal that King couldn't unleash the Infernal Peerless Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. But at this point, how could he accept failure? As Chong Wei's eyes widened in shock, King's life force suddenly exploded to an entirely new level. It felt as if a previously flat line had abruptly shot straight up at a 90-degree angle. Did he break through his limiter? Chong Wei observed carefully but found no new special organ forming inside King's body. And then the miracle happened. In King's hands, a scorching mass of plasma rapidly took shape. The dazzling blue glow filled him with excitement. He had done it. Moreover, he had this inexplicable feeling that from now on, he would always be able to unleash energy blasts. But none of that mattered right now. What mattered most was finally being able to shout dash cannon. A deep blue, radiant beam erupted from King's hands, instantly engulfing everything before him. Evil natural water attempted to escape, trying to slip through any available crevice, but it was too late. The beam swallowed it whole. Under this attack, carrying plasma at tens of thousands of degrees, evil natural water was vaporized in an instant. I've grown even stronger. King was ecstatic. He felt as if he had gained some special ability, one that let him absorb experience points, or the residual energy of monsters upon their death to grow stronger. Otherwise, how else could he explain why both gaming and fighting monsters made him stronger? And I successfully unleashed the infernal peerless explosive heat wave cannon. Looking down at his own hands, King realized he was now a man who could fire energy blasts. This would make fighting monsters much easier. He could stay hidden, sniping them from a safe distance and gradually whittling down their health bars. Breaking the limiter doesn't require experiencing life and death. Just an overwhelming will. Chong Wei gazed at King, deep in thought. This was a rare and valuable case study. He wondered if he pitted King against Führer Ugly, would King be able to break through his limiter even further? And yet, there was another person who possessed a powerful will. The C-Class Rank 1 Hero Mumin Rider. Though he had failed the Hero Association's superhero exam, he never abandoned his heroic ideals. He was a man of pure conviction. However, he had never broken through his limiter. Even when he fought the Deep Sea King, who was only at demon-level strength in his Wet Sea King form, Mumin Rider had given his all, displaying an extreme performance in every aspect. Yet, whether due to one's intentions or something unique about Mumin Rider himself, he had never managed to break through his limiter. Could it be that breaking the limiter wasn't so simple after all? Otherwise, considering Mumin Rider had faced death, had been on the verge of dying, and had thrown everything into that one desperate punch, he should have unlocked his limiter. I need to keep an eye on Mumin Rider, but if I inject him with supercells, will he even survive? Maybe evolution elixir would be a better choice. Chong Wei made up his mind. But before he could go looking for Mumin Rider in the future, he realized the man had already arrived. Even the threat of a dragon-level disaster didn't scare him off. Chong Wei had noticed that, apart from a few select heroes, no C-Class or B-Class heroes from the Hero Association had come. Ever since the Tank Top Army disbanded, it was even less likely for any lower-ranked heroes to show up. Dragon-level disasters in this timeline were nothing like the Monster Association's dragon-level threats from the original storyline. Especially after Chong Wei had live-streamed the Dark Matter Thieves Battle, a pre-dragon-level disaster, many people had come to understand just how terrifying dragon-level threats truly were. Those with even a shred of self-awareness knew better than to throw their lives away. So Chong Wei couldn't understand Mumin Rider. He was weak. Why had he come? He served no purpose and would only need others to protect him. But Mumin Rider wasn't thinking about being protected, he just wanted to do what a hero should do. That was the difference between their perspectives. In the world of One Punch Man, heroes were needed to fight monsters. From a young age, people were influenced by the idea of heroism, as was evident from Garu's childhood. But a world that needs heroes was a tragic one. If you're not afraid of death, then I'll grant your wish. Without him noticing, Chong Wei injected Mumin Rider with evolution elixir. Mumin Rider instinctively slapped the back of his neck. A mosquito. He thought something had bitten him, but he didn't pay it much mind. Instead, he continued forward. A hero never fears sacrifice. And yet, was it just his imagination, or was his body feeling stronger? Is this the power of my conviction? Chong Wei, having slipped back to his original position unnoticed, carefully selected two opponents for Mumin Rider. The ones that Garu would have originally killed, Royal Ripper and Bug God. After being fed super monster cells by Joro, these two had grown from demon level to peak demon level threats. And Mumin Rider? He was merely a C-class hero, pitting him against two peak demon level monsters. It was clear that Chang Wei had no intention of holding back. If Mumin Rider couldn't break through his limiter, then he would simply die here. After all, with his way of thinking, he was bound to get himself killed sooner or later. Might as well let him die in a battle with a worthy backdrop. Mumin Rider soon encountered Royal Ripper and Bug God, both subtly influenced by Chang Wei's control. Even so, he allowed them to retain their independent thoughts. A hero, huh? Royal Ripper sneered at Mumin Rider. Heroes from the Hero League aren't easy to deal with. Be careful, Bug God added. They usually hunted isolated heroes, teaming up to take down superheroes who strayed too far from their group. And now they had encountered another isolated hero. Monsters. Mumin Rider immediately assumed a fighting stance. Because of Chang Wei's Hero League, he had never experienced the original Timeline's battle with the Deep Sea King. And so, in an instant, Bug God's fist sent him flying, smashing him through a wall. What the hell? This hero is so weak. Bug God and Royal Ripper were both confused. Mumin Rider felt like every bone in his body had shattered. From head to toe, there wasn't a single part of him that didn't ache. The gap between them was far too great. Was this where he would die? Ken still. Gritting his teeth, Mumin Rider forced himself to stand. At that moment, his willpower surpassed his flesh. This guy, he didn't rely on the evolution elixir. He stood up on his own. Chang Wei had witnessed many miracles before. Yet, even now, he couldn't believe it. Big guy, your entire skeleton is shattered. How the hell are you standing? Chapter 155, Chapter 156, The Martyrdom Power 1170 words. Chapter 156, The Martyrdom Power Up of Mumin Rider. Mumin Rider stood up. Maybe in the original story, the Deep Sea King was merely toying with him rather than aiming to kill. Maybe it was because he wasn't on the brink of death, so he never transcended mortality to break his limiter. But that punch from Bug God, he should have died from it. Yet he stood up. Even though he was staggering, as if a mere gust of wind could knock him over. At this moment, the evolution elixir took effect, instantly repairing and enhancing Mumin Rider's shattered bones. So when he stood up, it might have been sheer willpower and a single breath keeping him going, but in the blink of an eye, he was brimming with strength, renewed and revitalized. This guy, is he actually not weak? Bug God had been certain that his punch had shattered every bone in the man's body. He had even heard that delightful sound of bones breaking. Was it just his imagination? It doesn't matter if he's strong or not, just kill him. Royal Ripper charged forward, his twin blade swinging down toward Mumin Rider. Mumin Rider felt his entire body surging with power. He could even see the attack clearly. At this speed, it seemed like he could actually dodge. He tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the strike. As the top-ranked C-class hero, one who had even qualified for promotion to B-class, but refused because he felt unworthy, he was no stranger to combat. At the very least, a C-class hero should be capable of subduing criminals and handling wolf-level monsters. With a swift counterpunch, he struck Royal Ripper, sending him stumbling back several steps. Still too weak. Strange, with the evolution elixir's potency, he shouldn't be this mediocre. Chang Wei pondered. He could clearly see what was happening inside Mumin Rider's body. He had absorbed the evolution elixir, yet his displayed strength remained unimpressive. Royal Ripper was only momentarily hurt, which only enraged him further. Seeing Royal Ripper get knocked back, Bug God lunged at Mumin Rider. Among monsters, he carried himself as a big brother figure, and he had long been partners with Royal Ripper. A powerful, heavy punch hurtled toward him. Mumin Rider chose not to meet it head-on. He had already realized from his exchange with Royal Ripper that his strength was still lacking compared to these two monsters. His only option was to evade, wear them down, and accumulate damage on them. So he dodged Bug God's fists with all his might, like a boxer slipping punches, striking back whenever possible. If he could deal enough damage over time, he might be able to bring them down. But when his punches landed on Bug God, who didn't even attempt to dodge, they had no effect. Bug God didn't even flinch. "Your fists are too weak, hero," Bug God said coldly. In the next instant, a large blade struck from an unexpected angle, slashing across Mumin Rider's abdomen. Mumin Rider let out a scream. His hero suit was no different from tofu before that blade. It was effortlessly sliced open, leaving a horrifying gash in his stomach, nearly spilling his guts. Royal Ripper knew that no matter how strong human heroes were, wounds like this meant only one thing: death. He swung both blades down. Mumin Rider barely managed to roll away, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Something's off. Chong Wei, observing the battle, noticed something before even Royal Ripper and Bug God did. Mumin Rider's wound was already starting to heal. Granted, it was only a preliminary regeneration, just enough to seal the wound and prevent blood loss or organ spillage. Mumin Rider could no longer feel the pain, but he knew that if he let his guard down, he would die. So he didn't dwell on it. Under the combined assault of Royal Ripper and Bug God, he kept dodging, and when evasion was impossible, he let the attacks hit non-vital areas. His cell strength has improved. So that's how it works. The evolution elixir is being used this way. Chong Wei clicked his tongue in amazement. If King had been developed into a leveling up system that even Chong Wei couldn't comprehend through the supercell solution, then Mumin Rider's case was something else entirely. Chong Wei dubbed it the martyrdom power-up. Getting stronger by taking hits. If it were like Doomsday, where injuries triggered adaptation and evolution, that would be one thing. But Mumin Rider's ability was bizarre. It only strengthened cells that had been damaged or died and then regenerated. The rest of his body remained unchanged. If he wanted to grow stronger, he would have to push himself to the brink of death every single day, covered in wounds and scars. The good news: his metabolism and cell regeneration speed had increased, so he wouldn't have to worry about his recovery lagging behind. The bad news: this method of evolution was sheer torture. If it were Chong Wei, he wouldn't be able to accept it. The term martyrdom power-up was more fitting than ever. He might also end up becoming a massive eater in the future. By now, Royal Ripper and Bug God had also realized something was wrong with Mumin Rider. No matter how much they hit him, he refused to stay down. His body was covered in wounds, yet he remained full of energy, fierce and relentless. Bug God even felt that the punches landing on him were growing stronger. "What's going on? This guy is getting stronger," Bug God muttered in surprise. "My blades. I can't cut through his bones anymore," Royal Ripper added. Just moments ago, he had taken a serious shot at Mumin Rider's spine, aiming to sever it and cripple him. But after the strike, while Mumin Rider screamed in pain, and his flesh was sliced open, his bones remained unscathed. His evolution speed might not have been astonishing overall, but when the same body part was attacked repeatedly, its resilience skyrocketed. Watching Mumin Rider persist like an unkillable cockroach, Bug God grew impatient. He immediately activated his second transformation. In the original timeline, Bug God's second form was likely only at the peak of demon level, or the lowest tier of dragon level, hence why he couldn't harm Superalloy Darkshine. He was certainly no match for Ashura Kabuto, a mid-tier dragon level threat. But now, after being enhanced with super monster cells, his second form had been amplified fourfold, placing him solidly between low and mid-tier dragon level. His body grew larger, and he sprouted 4 additional arms, now boasting 6 in total, resembling an Ashura. With a single punch, he obliterated Mumin Rider's upper body, leaving only 2 legs standing in place. With this kind of power, how can heroes possibly resist? Bug God declared confidently. Then, he and Royal Ripper left to hunt for other heroes. The gap is just too massive, but Mumin Rider is still regenerating. Chong Wei gazed at Mumin Rider's head, embedded in a wall, with only 2 legs left standing. Chapter 156, Chapter 157, The Growth of Mumin Rider 1059 words Chapter 157, The Growth of Mumin Rider Bug God had only blown apart the upper body of Mumin Rider, sending his head flying. It probably thought Mumin Rider was dead. But he was still alive, he just couldn't regenerate a new body using his remaining energy. Without Chong Wei's help, he might have only regrown a neck before dying. Let me give you a hand. Chong Wei found Mumin Rider's transformation from weak to strong very much to his taste. So he acted directly, using electromagnetic force to pull together Mumin's shattered cellular tissues and reconstruct his body. Although his body had been blown apart, those cells were still alive, and had even regenerated into stronger ones. As for electromagnetic force, despite receiving hands-on lessons from researchers, the only thing Chong Wei had mastered was its application in manipulating cells. This left the researchers frustrated. They had hoped to create a scientific god, modifying DNA, manipulating atoms, and rearranging fundamental particles. They even wanted to use electromagnetic force as a lever to pry into matter, energy, and space-time. But alas, Chong Wei couldn't grasp all those formulas. Even if he wasn't exactly bad at academics before, this kind of rapid advancement was like asking a newly enrolled history or law major to master advanced mathematics, high-energy physics, and nuclear science. Understanding it all so quickly. Impossible. He was just an ordinary person, not some genius like Tony Stark. Even with his brain enhanced, that didn't change. This kind of steady, step-by-step growth is really nice, Chong Wei said, looking at Mumin Rider. Unlike me, where a move I just came up with gets dismissed as inefficient and pointless in the blink of an eye. Then he left. Although Mumin Rider could grow stronger through training and constant injury, it was still too slow for Chong Wei's expectations. As for injecting him with the supercell solution to speed things up, that might strip away his unique method of growth, which wouldn't be good. Pain and hardship weren't they the best way to temper one's will? If Mumin Rider could persevere and grow stronger, this world would gain an ultimate hero with both unshakable strength and willpower. About 10 minutes later, Mumin Rider woke up. What's going on? I remember. I ran into 2 monsters. He was a bit dazed at first, but since his brain was intact, he quickly recalled everything. He had been blown apart by that insect-like monster. But now, not only was his body completely healed, he felt full of power. What happened to me? He quickly put aside his confusion. He had to go help the other heroes. Meanwhile, Garu had encountered Superalloy Darkshine. In the original timeline, Superalloy Darkshine had the upper hand at first, but Garu gradually surpassed him. But things were different now. Garu had been accelerated by Chong Wei, perfectly absorbing the supercell solution. His monstrous transformation was now irreversible, making him far stronger than he was at this point in the original story. As a result, the fight started with Superalloy Darkshine in a dire struggle. The moment Garu saw a hero, his battle instinct kicked in, his previously weary expression bursting into fiery determination. Despite his many injuries, the supercell solution and his monsterization had turned his severe wounds into catalysts for growth. What the hell? This monster. Superalloy Darkshine couldn't believe he was being overwhelmed. He had no room to counterattack. With Garu's relentless, berserk punches raining down like a storm, he began to feel pain. Don't underestimate me. Superalloy Rocket Punch. Superalloy Darkshine swung both fists, forcing Garu back. But Garu immediately closed the distance again, moving so fast that Darkshine's pupils shrank in shock. Then came a barrage of seamless, breathless strikes like a never-ending chain of attacks. Superalloy Darkshine was driven back step by step. The moment doubt crept into his mind, he could no longer fight at full power. After winning so many battles through sheer strength, he had forgotten how to fight an even match, let alone an opponent stronger than himself. Could he even win? These suffocating, storm-like punches. They hurt. They hurt. They hurt. They hurt. He was actually feeling pain just like when he was bullied as a child. This guy. I absolutely can't beat him. Super Alloy Darkshine started doubting himself. Garu, still attacking, suddenly noticed the fear on his opponent's face. That expression. It looked like he was being bullied. TCH, what's with this guy? Garu keenly sensed that Darkshine's mental state wasn't what he expected from a hero. Or rather, he didn't meet Garu's standards as a worthy opponent. So, after giving Darkshine a glare, Garu simply walked away. Super Alloy Darkshine had no idea why this monster had spared him, but he didn't have the guts to chase after him, either. His confidence and fighting spirit were completely shattered. Even if another monster appeared now, he wouldn't have the courage to fight back. He simply sat there, hugging his knees. Chang Wei glanced indifferently at the self-isolating child, and focused on Garu instead. As for the battle between Sai Orochi and Terrible Tornado, there was nothing to say. Sai Orochi was on the verge of being crushed to death. With Terrible Tornado's psychokinesis boosted to more than twice its original strength, she was an absolute powerhouse. Even though Sai Orochi had seemingly obtained more divine power than in the original timeline, it was still effortlessly ravaged by Terrible Tornado. After all, unlike the original timeline, there were no hostages restricting Terrible Tornado's actions. Had it not been for her frustration over Chang Wei, and her concern about damaging the Hero Association's containment barrier around the Monster Association, she would have ended it even faster. But Sai Orochi broke that barrier herself with a full-power energy blast. Chang Wei's psychic barrier was only designed to withstand mid-dragon level attacks, so it wasn't surprising that it shattered. The moment the barrier fell, Terrible Tornado exploded with fury. She blamed herself for letting her guard down. So she went all out. Her psychokinesis compressed Sai Orochi into a ball, reducing it to an utterly lifeless lump of flesh. At that moment, Chang Wei had a sudden thought: what if he fed this lump of Orochi flesh to Garu? Sure, he might lose out on a considerable amount of genetic points. But once a wild idea like that took root, it wasn't so easy to ignore. Chapter 157, Chapter 158, The Monster Garu. 1095 words. Chapter 158, The Monster Garu. Chang Wei used electromagnetic force to pull the Orochi ball over. Terrible Tornado had no interest in a defeated target. She was looking for Chang Wei. Along the way, any monsters she encountered met a miserable end, as she vented her anger on them. Even though Garu, after fully monsterizing, had reached peak dragon level strength, he was still nothing to Chang Wei. If he wanted to knock him out, he could do so effortlessly. I've given you so many good things, you better repay me properly. Chang Wei held the Orochi ball, which had been reduced from the size of a basketball to something as small as a speck of dust using the green baby's shrinking ability. Then, he flicked it into the unconscious Garu's mouth. The reason he didn't use psychokinesis to compress it further was that he worried additional compression would destroy Orochi's remaining vitality. The thing was still alive barely. Now, with the Orochi ball inside Garu's body, it immediately took root, drawing nutrients from him to restore itself. Worried that Garu might lose control over himself if he remained unconscious for too long, Chang Wei slapped him across the face after feeding him the sphere. Garu jolted awake. The surroundings were empty. He touched his stinging cheek in a daze. Someone just slap him. Impossible. He had become this strong, who could possibly slap him without him noticing? And besides, how had he even passed out? Why did he have no memory of it at all? This is getting stranger and stranger. Garu furrowed his brows, confused. But he quickly put it aside. There were still plenty of heroes to take care of. At that moment, Terrible Tornado, still unable to find Chang Wei, lost her patience. If you won't come out, then I'll force you out. With her psychokinesis barrier already broken, she had no reason to hold back. It was the perfect chance to eliminate all the remaining monsters at once. As for the heroes inside the Monster Association, Terrible Tornado now wrapped them in her psychic power and forcibly pulled them out of the ruins. Garu felt the ground tremble as if an earthquake had struck. What the hell is going on? An earthquake? With a single movement, Garou broke through to the surface, only to witness a shocking sight. The entire monster association had been uprooted by terrible tornado. It floated midair, compressing into a massive sphere, its sheer mass generating enough gravitational force to pull everything around it inward. This was a technique terrible tornado had learned from observing Chang Wei, far more efficient than her previous uses of psychokinesis, and exponentially more powerful. She really is a trembling tornado. Garou stared at the scene. If he hadn't escaped in time, would he have been crushed as well? Impossible. He was the perfect monster, Garou. There was no way that could happen. But now, the only ones left alive were the heroes. Even the dragon-level monsters of the association, despite their enhanced strength from the supermonster cells, couldn't withstand terrible tornado's power. This is why I say I'm enough on my own. The rest of you are just getting in the way. Now, where's that bastard Chang Wei? Terrible tornado crossed her arms and floated in midair, exuding disdain. This is getting out of hand. Chang Wei shook his head. If a certain bald guy came back and found his home gone, turned into a bottomless crater, who knew how he'd react? Then again, it wasn't surprising. Compared to the cheat he had given the Monster Association, Terrible Tornado's enhancement was even bigger. Her current psychokinesis was over twice as powerful as before. At this point, she might not even lose against Boras in a one-on-one fight. Only Meteoric Burst Boras had a real chance of taking her down. Heroes, extermination. Garou, unfazed, charged toward Terrible Tornado like an iron-headed lunatic. There's actually a monster still alive. Terrible Tornado noticed him instantly. Without hesitation, she bound him with invisible psychokinetic force. Psychic powers. But I've already adapted. Garou, trapped midair by Terrible Tornado's telekinesis, began moving again. His joints creaked, his body grinding against the invisible force restraining him. The sheer strength of his struggle stirred the air into shockwaves, sending weaker heroes flying. Impossible. Terrible Tornado was surprised her casual use of psychokinesis should have easily immobilized this guy. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary monster, his body a fusion of blood, fur, clothing, and skin, covered in a pitch-black shell with a pair of horn-like protrusions. I'm taking you down. Garou broke free from the psychic restraint, stepping on thin air as his fists shot out like lightning. With his fists moving too fast for the eye to follow, the air was filled with countless afterimages. Explosions rang out in front of Terrible Tornado, as if thousands of cannons had fired at once, shaking the earth itself. Any ordinary person caught in the area would have been torn apart by the shockwaves alone. Terrible Tornado felt her psychic barrier shattering. If not for her automatic defenses, she might not have reacted in time. Those fists were too fast and too powerful. This feeling. My punches are getting faster and stronger. My entire body is overflowing with power. Even after monsterizing, I'm still getting stronger. Garou couldn't feel his limits. Each punch was stronger than the last, yet none of them required any effort. Terrible Tornado went all out. Interesting. Then I'll tear you apart. She increased her psychokinetic output, once again restraining Garou. Not enough. I need to become even stronger. Garou felt the immense invisible force crushing him once again, but this time, it was even stronger than before. With a furious roar, he vanished like a flicker of light, tearing through Terrible Tornado's psychic restraint in an instant. The next moment, he appeared right in front of her. His terrifying, monstrous face stared straight into Terrible Tornado's shocked eyes. Impossible. How did he break free from her psychokinesis again? A black shockwave trailed behind Garou's fist as it slammed into Terrible Tornado. Even though her psychokinetic defenses absorbed some of the impact, she was still sent flying. She got careless. Right now, Garou has already surpassed dragon level. And in battles beyond dragon level, underestimating your opponent is no longer an option. Chang Wei watched, unsurprised. If Terrible Tornado took the fight seriously, she might still be able to fight on par with Garou. But if she let her guard down, she'd end up getting hurt. Chapter 158, Chapter 159, God 1071 words. Chapter 159, God-level monster. Garou. Chang Wei didn't jump in immediately. Since someone else had taken over the task of advancing Garou's evolution, he was more than happy to enjoy the moment of peace. After being sent flying by a single punch from Garou, Terrible Tornado instantly realized that this Garou was on a completely different level than Sai Orochi, whom she had previously fought. You bastard, could it be that you're actually the monster king of this monster association? Terrible Tornado narrowed her eyes as she looked at Garou and asked. Monster King? Garou let out a chuckle. The so-called Monster King wouldn't even be a match for me. I am the strongest monster. It was as if Tornado's words had provoked something in Garou. His aura began to rise steadily. The pitch-black substance covering his body also started changing, responding to the surge in his spirit. It began to spread, radiating outward from Garou's body. This made Garou look even more monstrous. His hair, previously styled like ram's horns, was now curled and twisted like bull horns. What nonsense are you rambling about? Terrible Tornado found his words incomprehensible. I am the one and only monster, the true monster, Garou. With a roar, Garou vanished from sight. By now, Tornado was no longer underestimating him. Humph, over there. She instantly pinpointed the location where Garou had reappeared, but Garou unexpectedly showed up behind her instead. With a sinister grin, Garou thought to himself, psychics are powerful, but they rely too much on their abilities. That dependency makes their senses and reactions easier to deceive, just like now. He had manipulated his aura to mislead Tornado's perception, making her believe he was in one place when he had already moved elsewhere. God Slayer. Flash strike. Garou's twin fists tore through the air, smashing toward Tornado's back. Empty. But right after, Garou realized what he'd struck was just a pile of rocks. He was in disbelief. She saw through it. All that sneaking around with your aura, did you really think you could fool my telekinesis? Tornado scoffed. Her psychic powers had been honed to the point where they functioned almost like her own eyes, nose, and ears. She'd only been caught off guard at the start by Garou's speed. But once she sensed Garou, she understood what was happening. So she immediately replaced herself with a stone decoy using her telekinesis. Tornado raised a boulder, compressed to the size of a car from parts of the Monster Association's base, and brought it crashing down on Garou from above. A stone compressed to this degree had unimaginable density. Garou couldn't break it in an instant. On the contrary, this blow injured him. But then boom! The ground nearby exploded open, and Garou emerged from below. Incredible strength. Garou had suffered significant injuries. The black substance formed from his blood, skin, keratin, and hair had large portions shredded and torn. Tornado's overwhelming power had put immense pressure on him. It wasn't just brute force. Her counterattack, after seeing through his tactics, showed her exceptional battlefield awareness and strategy, completely catching him off guard. Quit the chatter. Seeing how quickly Garou was recovering, Tornado knew this would turn into a drawn-out fight, and more importantly, she realized the depth of his power. Try this, then. Terrible Tornado used her psychic powers to mimic Chang Wei manipulating electromagnetic forces. She actually learned my move. I thought you couldn't do it without the proper formulas and data. Chang Wei, watching the battle, was stunned as the move appeared right in front of him. Your Majesty, it's different. One of the River of Death researchers quickly jumped in to explain. Tornado is a pure psychic. She does everything by instinct. Besides, her version is a mess. The success rate should be practically zero. We calculated formulas, data, and this planet's magnetic field to determine the most efficient, optimal method. If you're going to waste tons of energy for a tiny effect, you might as well just use plain old telekinesis. Just then, they saw Tornado successfully manipulate the electromagnetic force. Psychic work can't really be quantified, but it's definitely taxing. The researchers quickly added. And sure enough, Tornado was clearly straining. She hadn't expected manipulating the planet's magnetic field to be so terrifying. Normally she could lift or throw things with ease. Now her bones were trembling under the exertion. But the results were immediate. Garu's body began to break down. Garu felt it was similar to telekinesis, but he'd already developed resistance to psychic attacks. They shouldn't work on him anymore. But now his body was visibly dented, the black armor-like substance unable to shield him. His bones had suffered severe trauma. By all logic, he should be incapable of fighting. And yet, Garu still stood up. That's impossible. Even Tornado couldn't believe it. How could Garu do something she herself couldn't? This is what happens when humans live carefree, lives under your protection. Without the threat of monsters, discrimination, bullying, war, all of it intensifies. Greed, arrogance, jealousy, lust, these deep-rooted flaws begin to fester in their souls, spawning even greater evil. Your hero association is no exception. As the centerpiece under the protective umbrella, it'll be the first to rot. Only in the face of absolute terror and equal fear will humanity purge these dark impulses. Only then will they unite and struggle to survive. I who fight for world peace will never be defeated by your so-called justice. I am Garu, a god-level monster. Roaring his convictions, Garu's body underwent yet another transformation. The pitch-black substance, triggered by his surging emotions, expanded and restructured itself. His body grew larger, his muscle mass and proportions optimized, his physical capabilities evolved in a geometric leap. Inside Garu, Sai Orochi awakened only to be instantly devoured by the black substance coursing through Garu's body. Just like how they had once devoured others, now they had no power to resist being absorbed by this force. It became Garu's new nourishment, helping him adapt to the electromagnetic constraints. At that point, Tornado could no longer hold her ground. Garu blasted her away. Her psychic barrier shattered, and the backlash left her brain foggy and spinning. I can't. Tornado forced herself to remain upright. That's enough. I'll take it from here. At that moment, Chong Wei finally stepped forward to face the now fully stabilized god-level threat Garu. The strongest hero. Chong Wei. Garu stared directly at him. Chapter 159, Chapter 160, What's Yours is Mine. 1090 for words. Chapter 160, What's Yours is Mine. Chong Wei hadn't expected Garu to surpass Tatsumaki so quickly. However, being able to break free from a celestial body's gravitational field, this level of strength, was barely enough to warrant his attention. If he didn't step in, things could get troublesome if that bald guy showed up. From today onward, heroes need not exist. There is only me, Garu. Garu was exhilarated to the extreme because he had already glimpsed his goal, the moment when his obsession would be realized. As long as he defeated this hero, recognized by all of humanity, people would panic. They would understand his strength. The next moment, Garu struck, unleashing a straight punch with unparalleled speed, no tricks, just pure force. So confident in your own strength. Choosing a clash of power and speed over technique right from the start. Chong Wei understood. He had already grasped Garu's current mindset. That all too familiar, resounding slap sent Garu flying. His head buzzed. Where am I? And why does this slap feel so damn familiar? Tathagata Divine Palm Buddha's Mercy. Garu, are you awake now? Chong Wei asked calmly. Compared to a punch, he felt that a slap inflicted far greater damage both physically and psychologically. You bastard! Garu erupted in fury, his rage soaring to the heavens, to the point where he seemed to be literally set ablaze. Materialized fighting spirit. Chong Wei knew this wasn't just a visual effect or an illusion. Garu's mental strength had broken through a threshold, manifesting as tangible fighting will. In the martial arts system of the Celestial Empire, this would be equivalent to achieving martial Dao true intent, controlling the world's energy, splitting mountains, and parting seas with a single strike. I see now. Then, just as suddenly, the flames disappeared. Garou regained his composure. Chang Wei had expected Garou to charge at him recklessly, which would have allowed him to push Garou's evolution further. But Garou's sudden calmness took him by surprise. You possess overwhelming strength, so you act nonchalantly, not even taking me seriously. This battle, which feels more like child's play to you, doesn't excite you, does it, Chang Wei? Garou took a deep breath. He had almost let his anger cloud his judgment. But now, he recalled that Chang Wei's slap had been too fast to perceive, and his strength had easily repelled him. Rushing in blindly would likely result in instant defeat now that Chang Wei had gauged his abilities. Boy, your overactive imagination is truly unnecessary. Chang Wei mused as he observed Garou's thoughts. I've calmed down now. And you probably don't know this, but my specialty is fighting heroes like you. Monsters have a variety of abilities, making it hard to counter them all. But heroes? Against heroes I am invincible. Garou charged forward, unleashing a torrent of martial techniques: water stream, rock smashing fist, whirlwind iron cutting fist, exploding heart release fist stolen from Bang, and dozens more. But to Garou's shock, Chang Wei simply grabbed both his wrists with ease. Then, in one smooth motion, he flipped him over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground. It wasn't over yet. Chang Wei's lips curled into a grin. Hulk's Heaven Reversal. Green Hell Ecstasy Drop. Garou was slammed repeatedly, his vision spinning. He tried to counterattack, but it felt as if Chang Wei was an immovable object. His whirlwind and flowing water techniques had zero effect. Only when Chang Wei finally flung him away did Garou break free. However, he crashed hard into the ground. Garou spat out a large chunk of his own internal organs but forced himself to stand. You can still move. Chang Wei's voice remained calm, but Garou detected an undertone of impatience. That arrogance. It just makes me look forward to the moment when I defeat you and see your expression. Garou's entire body wriggled once more. He was evolving again. Not just that, but his hands formed a strange stance. Your attacks. I've already seen through them all. Garou declared confidently. Have completed my evolution. I am no longer just water stream rock smashing fist, nor whirlwind iron cutting fist, nor lake breaking ice river fist, nor fool's path mountain range fist, nor pressure point killer fist, nor purgatory abyss fist, nor lone fist of prosperity. Through battle, I have fused them all together. Because my disaster level is God, I call this style monster Calamity God Slayer Fist. The name alone sounded imposing. Could Chang Wei handle it? As Garou and Chang Wei faced off, King stood by, watching silently. So this is the battle between a top hero and a top monster. None of his in-game skills seemed capable of matching them. There had to be something stronger, some ultimate move. Great universal warfare. Lushan rising dragon blow. Heaven overpowering sky-shattering strike. Ultra supreme martial god slash. Tengen Toppa. Maybe he hadn't played enough games yet. He needed to accumulate more gaming experience to get stronger. God-slaying instant strike. Garou attacked swiftly. Chang Wei took a single glance. God-slaying thousand instant strike. Before Garou could even process what had happened, his own move had been completely countered. In that instant, an overwhelming force flowing like water yet as relentless as a whirlwind enveloped him entirely. Boom 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 boom. In midair, Garou's monstrous body was battered repeatedly, deep fist imprints covering him in mere moments. Like a ragdoll caught in an unstoppable storm, he was on the verge of being torn apart. Garou crashed into the ground, carving two deep trenches as he skidded across the battlefield. In the distance, an entire mountain vanished. That was just the aftershock of Chang Wei's punches. Technique. Garou stood in disbelief. God-slaying 1,000 instant strike. Chang Wei had thrown the exact same move at him but with even greater speed, power, and unpredictability. He had been completely overwhelmed. Don't overthink it. As long as you have enough strength, speed, and perception, copying techniques is easy. Chang Wei said flatly. He could read the molecular information around him with perfect clarity. No matter how Garou changed, even if his structure no longer resembled a human, Chang Wei could still perfectly replicate everything. Unless it was something purely metaphysical, something beyond understanding, there was nothing Garou could do that Chang Wei couldn't copy. Garou didn't believe it. How could such an ability exist? Can you copy this? Unwilling to accept it, Garou modified his move once more. God-slaying. 1,000-layered. Instant strike. Chang Wei responded instantly. God-slaying. 10,000-fold. Instant strike. Chapter 160, Chapter 161, God Garou 1061 words. Chapter 161, God Garou. Chang Wei hadn't expected Garou to evolve to this extent. I am destined to become the absolute evil, the executor of wickedness. Garou roared. God-slaying. 10,000,000-fold. 1,000 instant strikes. Chang Wei's punches were no longer mere afterimages. Every strike landed solidly against Garou's fists. Garou's God-slaying 1,000 instant strikes were instantly overwhelmed by the sheer force of Chang Wei's assault. Chang Wei pummeled Garou into dust. Garou's pupils contracted as his entire body exploded into pieces. However, his flesh and blood latched onto the dirt and gravel, and the freshly disturbed earth began to wriggle as if alive. It then reassembled, transforming into a demonic version of Garou with 4 arms, 2 wings, and massive horns. He evolved again. His evolution speed is way faster than in the original story. Is it because of what I gave him? Chang Wei reread Garou's molecular data, and transmitted it to his river of death. I will not stop, not until I make all of humanity experience the pain and despair I once endured. Garou's voice now rumbled like thunder, deafening all who heard it. His speed had increased as well, moving like a living storm, leaving white shockwaves in his wake. Speed, strength, technique, defense. None of it works. How the hell am I supposed to defeat this guy? Monster Garou unleashed a flurry of punches at Chang Wei. You've given up on that god-slaying technique of yours. Chang Wei blocked all of Monster Garou's attacks with one hand. Even though each punch was now strong enough to disrupt Earth's magnetic field and gravity, causing planes to plummet from the sky and electronic devices to explode, it was still meaningless against him. At this level, Garou had already surpassed what a planet could sustain. Simply existing on a celestial body disrupted its gravitational and magnetic balance, triggering catastrophic disasters. If Chang Wei were to release the psychic restraints on himself, the destruction he'd cause would dwarf even Garou's rampage. You bastard! Even now, you're still toying with me. Garou's fury exploded. His punches grew even wilder, completely abandoning any form or technique. Chang Wei's fist suddenly plunged deep into Garou's body. The impact blasted Garou right out of his demonic shell. The dirt-fused flesh that formed his monstrous body shattered apart. Despair crept into Garou's heart. How was he supposed to defeat this guy? On the parallel ground, the air friction from Chang Wei's stray punches superheated the earth into molten lava. Within the atmosphere of a planet, every move he made carried the power of world-ending destruction. In other words, his normal attacks were on par with Boros's collapsing star-roaring cannon, or Cosmic Garou's apple-slicing hand. The punch that shattered Monster Garou had only been slightly amplified, with most of its force absorbed by Garou himself. Yet even so, millions of square kilometers of land were reduced to molten rock. The heroes from the Hero Association barely escaped death, but Chang Wei used his psychic power to shield them, tossing them far away from the battlefield. Come on, Garou. Enter your Cosmic Garou mode. Chang Wei was hoping for the remake version of Garou. Even if the remake's story was trash, at least the power scaling was solid. Just now, he had deliberately loosened up, causing enough destruction to distort both the magnetic field and gravity, secretly using his psychic abilities to manipulate electromagnetic and gravitational forces, subtly affecting space itself. If that so-called god still managed to escape Blast's ceiling formation, then maybe he wasn't as strong as Chang Wei had imagined. And if that were the case, then his plan to have Saitama track down God with Blast and kill him while he reaped the benefits might actually work. But for that to happen, he first needed to grow stronger. In the sky, strange clouds began forming, layered like massive, uneven disks. Spatial fluctuations. Get me the coordinates of this space. I need to pay God a visit in the future. Chang Wei immediately closed in on the strange clouds while commanding his River of Death's team of scientists. He recorded every molecular fluctuation, attempting to calculate each atom's data. His psychic control over electromagnetic and gravitational forces allowed him to perceive their effects on space. The countless gravitational threads and waves crisscrossing the sky and land, Chang Wei could now see them all. Meanwhile, his team of scientists utilized his brain's hypercomputational power, thousands of times more advanced than a supercomputer, to frantically analyze the incoming data. Through conditioned reflex training and deep learning, Chang Wei's superbrain had evolved into something akin to a biological quantum computer. Tracking Blast to reach God was just one of his contingency plans. He never relied on just one option. His preference: to master the method himself. Suddenly, an enormous foot stepped onto the ground. So you broke through Blast's team seal, huh, God? Chang Wei had the urge to charge in and fight immediately, but now wasn't the time. He merely observed and avoided direct contact. He still didn't know what this entity truly was. Until he did, avoidance was the best strategy. The anomaly only lasted for a minute before disappearing, replaced by Garu, reborn once more. At this moment, Garu had taken on the form from Chang Wei's memories, the remake version. His body channeled cosmic rays, seamlessly merging with the energy flow of the universe itself, becoming Cosmic Garu. I have now mastered your power. Cosmic Garu stared at Chang Wei. His cosmic, star-like appearance was undeniably cool. Murata's storytelling might have been bad, but his artwork was undeniably top-tier. If this monster had been anyone but Garu, the story wouldn't have been so disastrous because it completely contradicted Garu's original character arc. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Chang Wei smirked. The next moment, Cosmic Garu charged at him, throwing a punch just like their very first battle, a simple, straightforward fist strike. Sensing something different, Chang Wei responded with a punch of his own. At that exact moment, a spatial vortex erupted, and from within it emerged Blast, clad in a suit resembling high-tech armor. This is bad. If that attack lands on Earth, the planet's finished. Blast had rushed over the moment he sensed that God had escaped their seal, but he hadn't expected to stumble upon this. We have to relocate them immediately. Blast clenched his fists together, preparing for action. Chapter 161, Chapter 162, Chang Wei Mode. 1130 words. Chapter 162, Chang Wei Mode. Nuclear fission. Garu and Chang Wei's fists clashed head-on before Blast teleported them to a remote, uninhabited corner of the galaxy. Chang Wei actually felt that teleportation was unnecessary. With Green Baby's ability, he could infinitely shrink both himself and Garu down to the size of particles, limiting the destruction to just continental level at most. Mushroom clouds rose from the ground one after another. Garu, now in his cosmic form, was convinced that his punch would at least injure Chang Wei in some way. But then a fist tore through the mushroom cloud. Even the violent shockwaves from the explosion were shredded apart and dissipated into nothingness by that very punch. Chang Wei's fist landed squarely on Garu's face, sending him flying. Nuclear fission, huh? I haven't played with that in ages. Chang Wei still looked exactly the same, standing at the heart of the nuclear explosion with his hairstyle intact, and not a speck of dust on his clothes. Your attacks can only kick up some dust. Then, he followed up with a dramatic line. Garu's pupils contracted. Someone who could withstand a nuclear blast without the slightest damage. What was he? Was he even human? No matter what you are, I'll show you my strongest technique, all-life eradication fist. To fight Chang Wei, Garu needed even greater power. Without hesitation, he tapped into the flow of cosmic energy and converted it into his own strength. Gamma ray burst. A gamma ray burst is the most powerful known explosive event in the universe. It theoretically occurs when a massive star collapses upon exhausting its fuel, or when two dense celestial bodies such as black holes or neutron stars merge. A gamma ray burst can last from milliseconds to several hours, releasing an enormous amount of energy in a short time. Compared to the Sun, a gamma ray burst releases energy in just a few minutes that exceeds the Sun's total output over 1 trillion years. Its emitted photons carry hundreds of thousands of times more energy than typical sunlight. Chang Wei didn't dodge. He took Garu's gamma ray burst head-on. His body was seemingly washed over by a violent cosmic torrent, but he remained completely unscathed. He walked out of the gamma ray storm as if parting raging rapids, untouched by the destruction. Impossible. Garu was in utter disbelief. Why is it impossible? In truth, Chang Wei's body, while absurdly strong, wasn't inherently indestructible. After all, everything people and matter alike experiences wear and tear. Nothing is truly impervious. The reason he seemed like an unbreakable object was because he used telekinesis to lock his molecular structure in place. Rather than tanking Garu's attack, he simply let it slide off him. The gamma ray burst didn't harm him, it slipped away from his body. Of course, if it had been a real gamma ray burst, even he would have taken damage. That kind of force can tear apart atoms themselves. He was currently learning to lock down each of his atoms using telekinesis. Once he mastered it, he'd reach a state close to absolute rigidity, far surpassing the water droplet weapon from the three-body problem. Compared to using the 4 fundamental forces, telekinesis was just more efficient. Among the 4 fundamental forces, the strongest is the strong nuclear force, followed by electromagnetism, then the weak nuclear force, and finally gravity. Magnetism and gravity act over long distances, while the strong and weak forces act only at short ranges. At the atomic level, the weak and strong nuclear forces are negligible. Since atoms as a whole don't exhibit a net charge, electromagnetic interactions between them also cancel out. Between adjacent atoms, chemical bonds can cause attraction or repulsion. Gravity, however, is always attractive. In short, at the atomic level, none of the 4 fundamental forces play a major role in maintaining macroscopic integrity. By using telekinesis, Chang Wei could neutralize his own electric charge, eliminating electromagnetic interactions with regular matter. At that point, he would be truly indestructible. You should read more books. Chang Wei commented, feeling pleased that all the scientific knowledge he had absorbed was finally proving useful. It seems I can't beat you with ordinary techniques. Garu had calmed down. So you're going to use that? Chang Wei was intrigued. Did you know? In martial arts, there's a principle where fighters mimic the movements of other creatures to draw upon the power of nature. This principle is called borrowing strength. To make it sound cooler, I call it borrowed strength. Chang Wei mode. Suddenly, Garu's starry, cosmic face transformed. He now bore Chang Wei's face. You actually care about that? Chang Wei smirked. He knew that this version of Garu could finally let him go all out without holding back his intelligence. If he did use his full intelligence, he could just manipulate the electromagnetic forces between Garu's molecules, ripping him apart at a subatomic level. That would instantly erase him from existence. The more I think about it, the more terrifying scientists seem. You can copy my strength, speed, and technique, but can you replicate the inspiration and intellect of the scientific community that supports me? Chang Wei made a mental note. He needed to keep studying. He wouldn't become like Garu, relying solely on brute force without understanding how to develop his abilities properly. His team of scientists had already devised over 10 battle strategies against cosmic Garu, and with the ongoing collection of molecular data, they were calculating even more. But for now, he just wanted a good old-fashioned, no-holds-barred fight. A battle of raw strength, no tactics, no calculations. Just pure, unfiltered brawling. Garu struck first, throwing a punch as fast as lightning. This time, it really was as fast as lightning. Now that he had become Chong Wei, he finally understood just how strong Chong Wei truly was. Chong Wei also threw a punch. This was probably close to his full power, though he hadn't activated Meteoric Burst, let alone its advanced version, Supernova Burst. The moment their fists collided, the planet beneath them, one with an atmosphere, potentially capable of supporting life, had its entire atmosphere blown away. The surface was ripped apart by the sheer force of the shockwave. Even under gravity several times that of Earth's, the impact was so overwhelming that debris was blasted off into space. Garu's arm cracked open, and he was sent flying thousands of kilometers before he managed to stop himself. "I'll adjust the planet's magnetic field and gravity using telekinesis. Let's make it heavier. Otherwise, it'll break too easily." Chong Wei modified the celestial body's properties. Immediately, Garu felt a sudden increase in weight pressing down on him. The planet's gravity changed. With his current awareness of cosmic forces, Garu could sense the shifts in energy flow. Chong Wei's actions did not go unnoticed. Chapter 162, Chapter 163, The High 1141 Words. Chapter 163, The High-Speed Battle. "You still have the energy to do something like this while fighting me?" Cosmic Garu quickly adapted to the intense hypergravity, and was furious. Under 10 times Earth's gravity, the planet itself was affected, beginning to compress and collapse. But for two starbusting monsters, this kind of extreme environment didn't hinder their battle at all. Even in this supergravity, Cosmic Garu burst forth with incredible speed. "He's getting even faster." Chong Wei noticed Garu's rapid growth. Their fists clashed violently, and even the slightest graze caused the entire planet to tremble. A direct impact would trigger a catastrophic planetary earthquake. The ground beneath them grew increasingly solid, yet it felt as if they were skating across it. Their thought speed and movement speed had surpassed time itself. To an observer, they appeared as streaks of light, stretching a single second into eternity, exchanging hundreds of blows in an instant. Then, as their battle raged on, the energy compressed to its absolute limit finally erupted in an uncontrollable explosion. The shockwave shattered the atmosphere. The planet's upper layers were blown away, and from space, one could see a single bright flash expanding tens of thousands of times in an instant. A small black figure was launched from the explosion at a terrifying speed, skipping across the surface of the planet like a stone across water, bouncing dozens of times before coming to a stop. That figure was, of course, Cosmic Garu. Meanwhile, Chong Wei remained standing in place. Even amidst such a violent energy burst, he hadn't been forced back a single step. But he could tell Cosmic Garu's strength and speed had already surpassed his own. He had only been sent flying due to the sheer force of the impact. "You're no longer my match." Cosmic Garu charged back, but in the next instant, he saw Chong Wei unleash an overwhelming surge of energy. It felt as if his power had skyrocketed hundreds of times in an instant. Meteoric Burst. Chong Wei threw a light punch, careful not to kill Garu outright. After all, his Meteoric Burst far outclassed Boros's. Given that his base form was already stronger than Boros, even though Cosmic Garu had surpassed his base state, the difference in their ultimate power was clear. His Meteoric Burst could easily obliterate his normal self. Cosmic Garu's pupils shrank as the unavoidable punch struck him. In the next moment, he was launched off the planet, flying so fast that even 10 times Earth's gravity couldn't pull him back. Chong Wei pursued. With his energy reserves, traveling through space for a while was no problem. Moreover, he had memorized Earth's spatial coordinates. When Blast had teleported them, he had recorded the molecular data of the spatial jump, and the science division had already analyzed and calculated the technology behind the dimensional portal. Cosmic Garu had mastered it through his instinctive cosmic mode, while Chong Wei approached it from a scientific perspective. However, different universes had subtle variations in their parameters, so a teleportation method that worked in One Punch Man's world might not necessarily work elsewhere. It would require recalculations. But returning to Earth wouldn't be an issue. In the vast cosmos, Chang Wei used energy propulsion to move and chase after Garu. Unexpectedly, Cosmic Garu quickly grasped the concept of meteoric burst. With this technique, I've grown even stronger. With a sudden burst of power, Garu propelled himself forward, charging at Chang Wei. He mastered meteoric burst this fast. Chang Wei had expected it. In this state, Cosmic Garu was constantly evolving. In the original story, he couldn't keep up with Saitama's growth, but compared to Chang Wei, his improvement speed was frightening. At their current velocity, the concepts of up and down were meaningless. Even if they flipped upside down, they moved as if they were on solid ground. They didn't need to rely on physical force. Pure energy propulsion was far superior to any technique of exerting strength. Garu flickered into existence above Chang Wei, executing a battle axe kick straight down. Chang Wei remained expressionless. With a nearly horizontal posture, he countered with a rapid upward kick. There was no sound. Only an explosion of blinding light, outshining even nearby stars. The flash was visible deep in the cosmos. After taking the hit, Garu retreated, forcibly stabilizing himself by expelling energy, then immediately launched another attack. His movements became so fast that space itself seemed to tear apart, leaving behind radiant afterimages. Garu had realized something. Chang Wei's body was unnatural. No matter how much raw power he poured into his attacks, every clash sent him flying backward while Chang Wei remained unmoving. More importantly, despite having equal physical stats, Chang Wei was overwhelming him. No matter how intricate his martial arts were, Chang Wei learned them instantly, optimized them, and even elevated them beyond their original form. Even though Garu was now stronger than Chang Wei, the battle was still dead even. Their fists and kicks intertwined. The light from their speed stretched into a vast web of radiant threads. Two cosmic-level forces clashed, generating terrifying energy storms. Each impact sent tremors through the otherwise stable void. Distant planets affected by the distorted gravity were knocked off their orbits. "I'm faster than you." Cosmic Garu roared silently, unleashing a punch straight into Chang Wei's face. This time his fist broke through Chang Wei's unshakable defenses. He saw it clearly. Chang Wei's face contorted under the force of his punch. That moment electrified Garu. Finally, this damn guy got hurt. You finally managed to shake my molecular structure. Chang Wei was sent flying. His psychokinesis had been breached, and even his molecular stability was disrupted. Though he instantly realigned his molecular bonds, if this continued, Garu would soon break through his defenses entirely. Garu pressed his advantage, delivering an unrelenting barrage of explosive cosmic-powered punches and kicks. Each strike dented Chang Wei's body, creating deep imprints on his surface. But his recovery speed was beyond comprehension. Between the Divine Light virus, which specialized in regeneration, the Boros bloodline, which granted limitless energy and indestructible flesh, and his psychokinesis, which reconstructed every molecular disturbance, Chang Wei's body repaired itself instantly. Even at their meteoric burst-level hyperspeed, his healing was so rapid that Garu almost believed his attacks were useless. Which one of us is the real monster here? Chang Wei smirked. Can you keep up with this? And then supernova burst. A higher-tier state beyond meteoric burst. Like the leap from Super Saiyan to beyond Super Saiyan. Because when it comes to speed, even the smallest advantage makes all the difference. Supernova burst was the scientifically optimized version of meteoric burst, enhanced by the Divine Light virus and Chang Wei's body modifications, a temporary ultimate transformation. Chapter 163, Chapter 164, Cosmic Mode Acquired. 1096 words. Chapter 164, Cosmic Mode Acquired. The meteoric burst had already been optimized by the scientists within Chang Wei's body, but it could only reach a speed of a little over 100,000 kilometers per second. However, with a supernova burst, Chang Wei's speed was propelled to a terrifying limit surpassing 200,000 kilometers per second. At such speeds, even with Chang Wei's near-immortal, indestructible, and unbreakable body, it was difficult to withstand the strain. Cosmic Garu's heart tightened. Through his ability to sense all energy in the universe, he could clearly feel that Chang Wei's very cells were glowing, unleashing an astronomical level of terrifying energy. Blazing golden energy erupted wildly, brimming with light and scorching heat, an overwhelming power that instilled fear. Ayaha! Even Chang Wei himself found the experience unbearable. But in the next instant, it was Cosmic Garu's turn to suffer. He had almost no time to react. He couldn't even raise his guard before Chang Wei forcefully broke through his defenses and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Every punch landed with raw force. Cosmic Garu was utterly pulverized, unable to keep up. The difference between moving at over 100,000 kilometers per second and exceeding 200,000 kilometers per second seemed minor, but in reality, it was the difference between being able to react and being utterly overwhelmed. At this moment, Chang Wei's speed was so extreme that everything around him appeared frozen. Even Cosmic Garu seemed to be stuck in a state of suspended time, completely motionless, reduced to nothing more than a punching bag. Every punch weakened the very fabric of space, black cracks of distorted void amplifying the devastation. And yet, this was Chang Wei holding back. He didn't want to accidentally kill Cosmic Garu. With no strength left to fight back, Cosmic Garu endured tens of thousands of punches before finally falling silent. That's it. Chang Wei looked at Cosmic Garu in surprise. Didn't you boast about your rapid growth? And now, after just a few thousand punches, you're done. Then, he noticed Garu's chest heaving slightly, an ominous sign. In the next moment, an explosion of terrifying light and heat erupted from within Garu's body. Chang Wei casually swung his hand in a knife strike, splitting the energy storm in half. You bastard! Cosmic Garu looked battered, but he had survived and grown stronger again. Borrowed strength. Chang Wei mode. Once more he activated this mode, updating it to reflect Chang Wei's latest evolution. Against Saitama, he had never needed to refresh his mode. Saitama was simply strong, fast, and indestructible. That was all. And of course, Saitama had unlimited growth potential due to his broken limiter. But Chang Wei was different. He kept breaking past limits over and over again. That forced Cosmic Garu to continuously update his mode. And this time, he directly mastered Supernova Burst. Even that can be copied. Not bad, not bad. The reason Chang Wei hadn't immediately devoured Cosmic Garu was that he was curious just how far could Garu push his growth. That ability to grasp and harness all the universe's energy was simply too overpowered. It could even replicate Saitama's limitless growth, though it couldn't keep up with Saitama's rate of getting stronger, which led to Garu still getting crushed in battle. But now, even his supernova burst had been copied. This truly excited Chang Wei. Why didn't he let Cosmic Garu fight Saitama first, copy his limiter removal, and then absorb him? Because doing that in front of Saitama. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Besides, now that he had obtained Cosmic Mode, he could just copy Saitama himself. What's so funny? Cosmic Garu didn't understand why Chang Wei was smiling. I just copied your supernova burst. My chance to surpass you is right in front of me. Why aren't you panicking? I'm supposed to be a terrifying monster bringing fear to humanity. Cosmic Garu instantly appeared in front of Chang Wei, replicating the same rapid-fire punches from earlier. You're too late, Garu. Behind Chang Wei, the fully evolved celestial made in China, Requiem manifested. Time stop. This was his trump card for completely controlling Garu. The unstoppable power of time stop. The entire world instantly froze. Chang Wei casually walked up to Cosmic Garu, weaving through his frozen barrage of punches. While speed could theoretically surpass time, neither he nor Garu had reached that level yet. Then, Chang Wei's body enveloped Cosmic Garu. Under the power of time stop, Garou had no ability to resist. He was completely absorbed and devoured by Chang Wei. So this is cosmic mode. Chang Wei's body now bore the same cosmic patterns as Garou, as if he had become a reflection of the universe itself. He could sense and comprehend the flow of universal energy. And when the divine light virus absorbed this power, Chang Wei once again saw God. I will confiscate. God reached out its hand, but then it realized something was wrong. Chang Wei's power was not being taken back. The divine light virus, now merged with the stand virus, had evolved to an even higher level. Anything it consumed became its own. Unless God's existence surpassed that of the stand virus itself. But the problem was stand viruses could interfere with parallel universes. They were undeniably a multiversal concept. God, on the other hand, merely granted Garou the ability to perceive the flow of the universe's energy. At best, it might be beyond universal, but still far from truly multiversal. And this time, God failed to reclaim its divine power. But it did not leave. It simply stared at Chang Wei. After all, even though Garou had only briefly touched its hand and received minimal divine power, it was still far more than what had been given to Vaccineman, Homeless Emperor, or Orochi. Now, all that power had been absorbed by Chang Wei. God would not let this go so easily. Before, I might not have been able to deal with you. But now, with cosmic mode, Chang Wei had finally grasped everything he had been unable to control before, including analyzing spatial coordinates and refining his techniques. Beyond science, he now wielded powers that defied reason. Just like how cosmic Garou had, in the end, achieved a form of martial arts that allowed him to traverse time and reverse the future martial arts. That was nonsense. It was just divine power, presented in a way Garou could comprehend and execute. Even Garou himself hadn't fully mastered that ability. It only worked because Saitama's strength was immeasurable. Faced with such omnipotent, absurd divine power, Chang Wei had no hesitation. He fed it all to the divine light virus. Chapter 164, Chapter 165, Defense. 1092 words. Chapter 165, Defense. Breaking cat and dodging mosquito. The divine light virus absorbed divine power and evolved once again. Both stand virus and divine power were immensely beneficial to it. However, the stand virus hadn't been fully digested yet. As a virus on a multiversal conceptual level, the divine light virus would require a long time to completely assimilate it. On the other hand, it quickly finished absorbing the divine power and evolved according to Chang Wei's will. Chang Wei's wish was for it to enhance its devouring ability. Gods were troublesome entities, and it was difficult to fully understand what they even were. Although the divine light virus devouring ability already covered the mystical domain, the scope of the mystical domain was as vast as the scientific domain. Anything could fall within it. Could the divine light virus truly devour everything? The virus was still growing. Chang Wei's goal was simple: keep feeding it everything and let it grow. He didn't yet understand how to make the divine light virus reach the level of a single universe entity. Wouldn't that require reaching the scale of infinity? The problem was that no matter how much it devoured, numbers were still just numbers. They weren't infinity. Devouring an entire universe. That was nothing more than a pipe dream. God, since you've delivered yourself to me, I won't be polite. Behind Chang Wei, the divine light virus predatory organ flickered between fog-like and shadow-like forms, striking directly at the deity. God initially didn't believe Chang Wei could do anything to it. This was just an avatar projection. Its true body and power were sealed away by Blast and his group, making it impossible to break through. But when the divine light virus predatory organ touched the projection, the connection was severed instantly. It actually devoured my projection. God was in disbelief, even feeling a deep sense of threat. Compared to Blast's team, which only restricted its actions and was constantly exhausted while dealing with the countless avatars it created. Compared to that strange, bald human who could kill its avatars. Chang Wei inspired real fear and danger, almost as if he could actually devour it. This was different from simply being killed. As a being embodying concepts and universal laws, even if it died, it could resurrect. But if it were devoured, could it still revive? What kind of entity is this? It can consume concepts, rules, and even my power. Yet, Chang Wei felt as if he hadn't devoured anything. Still, God's projection had indeed disappeared. Not understanding why, Chang Wei decided to stop overthinking it. He had a more important task at hand: Saitama. I can finally set my sights on Saitama. First step, transform into a cat and a mosquito to obtain Saitama's blood. Let's see if I can use it to replicate his limiter removal. Chang Wei was deeply envious of Saitama's limitless growth. By design, Saitama should be able to defeat his past self from the previous day with a single punch. All living beings had limits. Take muscle training, for example. Progress was obvious at first but would eventually plateau, allowing only maintenance rather than further growth. But after removing his limiter, Saitama's training was like an endless +1, +1, +1. No matter how simple or absurd his regimen seemed, it maintained the same initial growth effect. Every day, he continued growing at the same rate. Fighting monsters even accelerated his growth. And yet, despite this, his body shape and mass remained unchanged. Logically speaking, if he had no limiter, his size and volume should expand indefinitely. Dimensional teleportation. Having obtained Blast's teleportation data, along with cosmic mode and divine power, Chang Wei now found teleportation as effortless as breathing. Unlike Garu, who needed to see his destination to teleport, Chang Wei could move anywhere as long as he had coordinates or a mental image. Returning to Earth, Chang Wei sighed in relief. The Monster Association battle had ended. They had fought fiercely, and thanks to Chang Wei's intervention, Saitama had left the battlefield just in time to clean out a supermarket sale. Truly a win-win situation. With his main objectives accomplished, Chang Wei no longer cared about the Hero Association or the others. What the hell? Where's my house? Back in District 11, Saitama found the entire area missing, replaced by an enormous, bottomless crater. The bald demon king let out a soul-wrenching scream. Afterward, as a disaster victim, he was given a new house, mostly because Chang Wei still needed to carry out his plan. If Saitama were homeless, he might stay overly alert, making it harder to proceed. Originally, Chang Wei planned to use a medical checkup as an excuse to get a sample of Saitama's blood. However, the needle couldn't penetrate Saitama's skin. This left Chang Wei speechless. Saitama could be scratched by a cat, but a needle couldn't break his skin. Can you automatically adjust your body's durability, you freak? If Plan A won't work, then I'll have to go with Plan B. Transforming into a mosquito or a cat myself is too risky. I might get swatted to death. Instead, I'll have the Divine Light virus create a mosquito and a cat to test things out. Chang Wei's eyes gleamed as he watched the sleeping Saitama. A mosquito flapped its wings and landed on Saitama's forehead. Saitama's hand struck like lightning, but the mosquito dodged effortlessly. Why are there mosquitoes in my new house? Annoyed, Saitama got up and furiously swatted at the mosquito, chasing it around. Chang Wei was stunned. Mosquitoes were slow. How was it dodging Saitama's attacks? Unbelievable. Could it be that Saitama was simply incapable of killing mosquitoes? But getting close to him wasn't easy either. Saitama's alertness was surprisingly high. At Chang Wei's command, the mosquito retreated. Once Saitama settled back down, a cat stealthily crept toward him. Saitama appeared completely defenseless until the cat unsheathed its claws. Ayahawk! Saitama screamed in pain as claw marks appeared on his face. Damn stray cat! Spotting the feline, he chased after it. But in the end, he only shooed it away and left it at that. Just like that, Chang Wei successfully obtained Saitama's genetic material, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something about this situation was off. Still, what did it matter? Obtaining Saitama's genes was a victory. The Divine Light virus absorbed the genetic material, reclaiming the entire cat. However, to Chang Wei's disappointment, absorbing Saitama's genes didn't cause any changes. This doesn't make sense. It's not a conceptual ability, why can't I obtain it? Chapter 165, Chapter 166, Straight to the Fight. 1181 words. Chapter 166, Straight to the Fight. Even if it's a conceptual type ability, with the current power of the divine light virus, it shouldn't be completely ineffective. After all, the virus had already assimilated all the divine abilities it had acquired and evolved further. So I can only borrow power through the cosmic mode. Chang Wei sighed helplessly. In that case, he'd fight Saitama first, then push him past his current limits until he reached the level where he effortlessly crushed Cosmic Garou in the original story. That would be the best time to borrow his strength. Who are you? Saitama scratched the back of his head as he looked at the unexpected visitor. Right now, he didn't even have Genos as a disciple, and his social circle was practically non-existent. Naturally, he didn't think he'd know Chang Wei. But before he could react, Chang Wei landed a direct punch, sending him flying straight into a teleportation portal. The next moment, they arrived at the modified supergravity planet where Chang Wei had previously battled Cosmic Garou. At this point, the planet had already collapsed, its volume significantly reduced, but its density and mass had become terrifying. Not only that, but this time, Chang Wei even utilized the green baby's infinite shrinking ability. Celestial made in China, Requiem now allowed him to use any stand ability he had seen before, though only the ones he had personally witnessed. Saitama hadn't realized he had been shrunk. Right now, he was simply furious at Chang Wei's ambush. Don't die on me, Saitama. If it's you, I'd be more than happy to go all out. Chang Wei had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Cosmic Garou had given him a brief thrill, but only briefly. Back then, he had been afraid that Garou might surpass him and take him down before he even had the chance to activate Time Stop. But now, things were different. Saitama wouldn't kill a fellow human. This was the perfect opportunity. What do you mean? You know me. This isn't Earth, is it? Saitama quickly covered his nose, then realized that he could still breathe. Chang Wei was speechless. Both he and Garou had been able to talk in space, so maybe the One Punch Man universe was like the One Piece universe. Maybe there really was oxygen or air in space. Otherwise, how were they able to speak and communicate? Saitama didn't even need oxygen or air, but he still thought of himself as a regular human. In this regard, Chang Wei couldn't be as pure as him. Come on, the guy could blow up planets and still thought he was human. Was it sheer conviction? Or just a lack of intelligence? Supernova burst plus cosmic mode. This is the Big Bang technique I developed. Now that he had cosmic mode, Chang Wei could pull off all sorts of insane tricks like mimicking the annihilation effect of matter and antimatter colliding to unleash a planet-shattering force and speed. He liked borrowing ideas from others, but this technique was something he had personally optimized and refined, making it utterly ridiculous. A certain muscle-bound gorilla used true energy and magic power clashing within his body to generate annihilation reactions, producing immense energy. That technique, however, was uncontrollable. Once activated, it would inevitably spiral out of balance. But cosmic mode could stabilize it. This mode reminded Chang Wei of the fifth stage gene lock, where saints could perfectly control energy. Not only did the divine light virus allow him to achieve fourth stage gene lock levels of control over his own genes, but now, cosmic mode let him manage energy as well. His Big Bang technique was essentially using annihilation reactions within his own cells to generate vast amounts of energy. He didn't even dare to test this on Earth. Just the residual shockwaves from activating the move might destroy the entire planet. Of course, he'd be fine. Cosmic mode lets me harness my internal energy without losing control, making it as stable as controlled nuclear fusion, no, even more stable. Honestly, using it for martial arts feels like a waste of its potential. As Chang Wei pondered, the annihilation reaction at the cellular level had already begun. Matter and antimatter collided in perfect opposition, triggering a chain reaction of energy bursts. Now, however, the energy generated by just one of his cells far exceeded his previous controlled nuclear fusion technique, possibly surpassing his entire previous self. Saitama's pupils shrank. His expression shifted from his usual blank stare to one of slight surprise, the same look he had when he first saw Boros activate Meteoric Burst. It was like watching a still image suddenly start moving. Or like a film that had been playing at 100 times slow motion, and now, for the first time, someone was moving at normal speed. Boros had reshaped Saitama's worldview, the first opponent who had been fast enough to be recognized as moving. Maybe that was why he found Genos and other people annoying, because, in his eyes, their speech was like 100 times slow-motion playback. That must have been agonizing. But now, Saitama was finally struggling to see someone clearly: Chang Wei. The world crumbled. Despite being shrunken down to the size of insects, when Chang Wei entered Big Bang mode, an enormous energy bubble instantly formed on the planet's surface, large enough to be seen with the naked eye. Its destructive range was already comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Saitama was blasted away. What is this? Saitama was startled and intrigued. It looked cool as hell. Chang Wei was already in pursuit. Aura, 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 aura. Chang Wei unleashed a flurry of punches, each one tearing through space, leaving behind momentary black streaks, wrinkles in the very fabric of reality. The sheer destructive force was overwhelming. Saitama's clothes were shredded by the shockwaves, and when Chang Wei's fists landed, his body visibly deformed from the impact. For the first time in ages, Saitama felt pain. That long-forgotten sensation made his gaze turn serious. Normal punch. Even though his opponent was insanely strong, Saitama still held back. After all, the guy was human. So he threw a test punch. Chang Wei didn't dodge. He met the punch head-on. The air pressure detonated instantly, the ground quaked violently. For the first time ever, someone had countered Saitama's normal punch and returned it to him. Saitama skidded across the ground, dragged along for quite a distance before finally coming to a stop. Ah! My clothes. Saitama was broke, so he always dodged attacks if it meant saving his clothes. Now, seeing his tattered outfit, he was both heartbroken and pissed off. Even without borrowing his strength, is the gap between us still this huge? Chang Wei was deep in thought. That entire combo, if landed on Cosmic Garu, would have killed him before he even felt the aftershocks. Yet Saitama was still completely fine, just a little hurt. Could it be that even a pre-growth Saitama was already beyond absurd? If that's the case, this is gonna be tough. Chang Wei stared at Saitama's overly simplistic art style. Chapter 166, Chapter 167, The Divine Light Virus Begins to Evolve. 1237 words. Chapter 167, The Divine Light Virus Begins to Evolve. Then, Saitama declared that he was going to beat the crap out of Chang Wei, literally, since his clothes had been ruined. Chang Wei saw Saitama's sketchy, rough-drawn expression suddenly shift into a high-definition serious face. The next moment, his body blurred and vanished from where he stood. That speed. Chang Wei was in disbelief. He couldn't precisely measure how fast his Big Bang mode had become, but it was undoubtedly faster than a supernova burst. Yet even at that speed, Saitama was still faster than him. Are you even human? One had mentioned before that while other characters were at level dozens, Boros was at level 100, but Saitama was at level 500. The problem wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? If Chang Wei's current power were to be measured using that scale, he was at least equivalent to Boros at level 1000 or higher. A massive fist suddenly appeared before Chang Wei's eyes, and at that moment, he felt like he saw the word death. What kind of joke is this? I'm not Genos. Chang Wei unleashed a fierce punch of his own, shattering that looming death in front of him. Saitama was even more thrilled now. If his punch could be broken like that, then he didn't need to hold back anymore. After all, the punch he had just taken actually hurt a little. But Saitama wasn't sure how durable Chang Wei really was, so he didn't dare go all out yet. What if Chang Wei's offensive power was several times greater than his own defense? He didn't want to accidentally kill someone. Chang Wei's follow-up kick missed, and molecular information told him that it was only Saitama's afterimage. The real fist had already landed on Chang Wei's body. But the one who got blasted away was Saitama. Chang Wei had entered his Big Bang mode, his entire body covered in high-energy armor, similar to reactive armor on a tank. So strong. Saitama was getting excited. This was the first time he'd seen someone take a normal punch head-on, without flinching and even counterattack, sending him flying. Am I just too fast? Saitama noticed that Chang Wei had attacked his afterimage. He scratched his shiny head, looking a bit confused. Where are you looking? A voice suddenly rang out behind him. Saitama's usual dead fish eyes widened in shock. This was beyond his expectations. He hurriedly tried to turn around, but before he could react, an elbow strike slammed into the back of his head. That blow sent Saitama crashing into the ground. An entire football field-sized area of land was upturned and shattered. These two minuscule beings were causing destruction on an apocalyptic scale. And this wasn't just ordinary ground, it was a planet surface compressed under 10 times Earth's gravity, hundreds of times harder than steel. Ow ow ow. Saitama clutched the back of his head. Sure, Bang had once made his head turn red with a hammer strike, but even when Boros' meteoric burst had rained countless punches on his skull, his head remained shiny and unscathed. But now there was actually a big lump forming on his head. Saitama threw a punch. Consecutive normal punches. His fists moved so fast they ignited the air, the red gloves on his hands now resembling a barrage of miniature suns hurtling toward Chang Wei. They were faster and stronger than before. This is seriously just normal punches. It looks more like a serious beatdown. Chang Wei noticed that these punches were at an entirely different power level than before. But he wasn't sure if Saitama was actively growing stronger, or if the power gap between his normal punches was simply this absurd. Chang Wei didn't dodge. This was a battle that had everything: the right opponent, the perfect environment, and the thrill of pure combat. If he avoided it, what was the point? He might as well have just hidden from the start. I want a real, fist-to-fist fight. The two exchanged a flurry of punches, shaking the planet itself. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by the sheer force of their battle. More importantly, the frequency and density of spatial distortions around them were increasing. Anyone who even slightly touched those distortions would be shredded at the atomic level. It wasn't as terrifying as a black hole's ability to tear matter into quarks, but it was still something even Chang Wei couldn't ignore. However, neither he nor Saitama paid any attention to these distortions. Chang Wei could maneuver through them with his combat mode, predicting and avoiding where they would form. That bald freak simply didn't care. Saitama was now completely serious: no more normal punches or serious punches. He was just fighting with his full strength. Chang Wei realized that he could no longer suppress Saitama. At best, they were now evenly matched. Countless afterimages blurred across the battlefield, accompanied by blinding white shockwaves. Wherever they passed, mountains split, oceans parted, and the very land itself was torn asunder. The entire planet was reverberating with the sharp howls of their punches cutting through the air, and the terrifying shockwaves generated by their collisions. The debris sent flying from their attacks hit the ground and distant mountains like artillery shells, blasting out massive craters large enough to bury entire cities. But it wasn't just Saitama getting stronger. Chang Wei could feel himself evolving as well. The divine light virus had absorbed so many powerful sources, each with untapped potential. Chang Wei simply hadn't had the time to fully process and utilize them. But now, in this battle against Saitama, the virus was finally beginning to reveal its true, terrifying potential. Especially in terms of adaptability, it was catching up to Doomsday, with an insane speed of evolution. His cells were still getting faster, stronger. Shattered cells unleashed even greater and more explosive energy. Chang Wei didn't need to worry about exhaustion or running out of stamina. All he had to do was throw every punch with his full power. Saitama's pupils shrank. His fist had been caught. Even after entering his super serious state, he still couldn't outmatch Chang Wei. I caught your fist. Chang Wei then unleashed a devastating punch of his own, smashing into Saitama's face. Saitama's cheek distorted from the impact, and a tooth flew out. Holy sh*t, he actually knocked out Saitama's tooth. Chang Wei's expression shifted. Everyone knew that when Saitama lost his cavity-ridden tooth to a monster, his art style suddenly changed, and he became absolutely unstoppable. Was that cavity his limiter? Too bad he couldn't study it now. Maybe that dragon-level monster gums had actually been Saitama's old cavity. Saitama retaliated with a savage punch, now fully fired up, maybe even angry. His fist crashed into Chang Wei's face. The terrifying shockwave shattered everything around them into dust. But Chang Wei didn't budge an inch. His face didn't even shift like Batman tanking a punch from Superman. Instead, Saitama's own glove tore apart, revealing something shocking: blood. Chang Wei saw Saitama's blood seeping from his exposed knuckles. You're not my match anymore, Saitama. Chang Wei launched a powerful upward kick, striking Saitama's chin. For the first time in his life, Saitama felt it an unmovable force. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 167, Chapter 168, Frenzied Evolution 1184 words. Chapter 168, Frenzied Evolution. However, Saitama was still sent flying high into the sky with a single kick. At this moment, his entire body was ablaze. That long-lost sense of tension, that breathtaking battle intent. Saitama had only ever felt this way in his dreams. For the first time since becoming invincible, he had once again stepped into the realm of the weak. Ah, you're really strong. What's your name? Saitama genuinely didn't recognize the opponent in front of him. He also had no idea why this person had attacked him the moment they met, nor how he knew his name. Chang Wei. Chang Wei responded, now eagerly anticipating how far Saitama, the bald demon king, could push the limits of the divine light virus. From the very beginning, the black light virus had already displayed this ability to adapt and evolve. The divine light virus was simply its ultimate manifestation. Saitama threw a punch. He got stronger again. Chang Wei was in disbelief. You've gotta be kidding me. Forget it. Their clash shattered the ground, sending shockwaves across millions of square kilometers. Even though they were no bigger than insects in comparison, their battle was enough to devastate an entire continent. If they were at normal proportions, they probably would have already destroyed the planet, though, of course, this wasn't Earth. Azura mode. With a furious roar, Chang Wei sprouted additional arms from his shoulders and underarms. Feel the wrath of my punches. Aura, 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 aura. With a sudden surge in attack frequency, Saitama was instantly pummeled deep into the earth. But Chang Wei didn't let up, relentlessly hammering him down with punches stronger than modern tunnel-boring machines, while Saitama's body was even tougher than any drill. Each strike drove him dozens of meters deeper. This is cheating. Saitama finally adapted to Chang Wei's sudden increase in attack speed. He countered with a single punch, blasting Chang Wei through the earth in the opposite direction, carving out a tunnel with his body. Chang Wei was sent flying, his body grinding violently against layers of rock. But he remained unscathed instead, his path left behind a wide-open passage. Spitting out bits of metal ore, Chang Wei's divine light virus surged within him, tearing apart his old cells and generating new, stronger ones. This evolution was a complete and total enhancement. After all, it was outright replacing his cellular structure. The discarded cells were devoured and recycled by the virus, so on the surface, he appeared unchanged. But internally, his transformation was nothing short of drastic. Ordinary opponents might have been overtaken by Chang Wei in a prolonged fight, but Saitama's growth was too rapid, even the divine light virus struggled to keep up. Saitama clawed his way out from the rubble, charging forward. "You okay?" Saitama was genuinely worried that his punch had killed Chang Wei. "I'm fine." Taking a deep breath, Chang Wei gathered an explosive energy in his hands. Lightning speed punch. 6 arms launched a barrage of energy-infused punches. The attacks formed beams of light, layering into an intricate web of destruction. Saitama's eyes widened. Consecutive normal punches. To Chang Wei's surprise, Saitama blocked everything with just one hand, shattering all 6 of his arms in the process. "Are you okay?" Saitama was startled. Had he just crippled him? Chang Wei felt stifled. He knew Saitama wasn't showing off, but with that blank expression, rough art style, and casual tone, it really seemed like he was mocking him. "I'm fine." His arms regenerated instantly, and he lunged back into battle. Chang Wei's strategy was simple: exhaust the potential of the divine light virus, then replicate Saitama's mode. Saitama sensed Chang Wei growing stronger again, and that delighted him. But he also held back, careful not to go overboard and accidentally kill him. Chang Wei caught Saitama's punch and it felt like the entire sky had collapsed onto him. His whole body sank abruptly, his arms trembling under the force. The bald demon king had powered up again, as if he had no limits. Chang Wei abandoned all advanced combat techniques. He was here to evolve and grow stronger. Any flashy attacks would only push Saitama further ahead, widening the gap between them. Thus, he committed to pure, unrelenting hand-to-hand combat. Deep underground, the clash of their fists rang like metal striking metal. In just a few breaths, Chang Wei had grown stronger by an unknown magnitude. Saitama, excited, threw a punch, one that was exponentially stronger than before. Suddenly, a distant rumbling echoed through the cosmos. It was as if the entire planet trembled in that instant. Chang Wei staggered backward under the shockwave. Even though he had locked his molecular structure in place to resist energy transmission, essentially making himself indestructible, it was pointless. Even vibranium could be shattered. What chance did his simulated vibranium structure have? A powerful shockwave erupted from Chang Wei, distorting space itself and turning the battlefield into a chaotic maelstrom of destruction. The underground cavern, once narrow, was now a vast hollow spanning nearly 100 kilometers, a massive rift running from south to north. The residual tremors cracked Chang Wei's body open, but the divine light virus healed him almost instantly, replacing his cells with even stronger ones. He had once thought the underdog power-up trope, like what happened with Mumen Rider, was pure suffering. But now he realized he wasn't much different. Locking onto Saitama, Chang Wei threw a punch from a distance. At their level, distance was meaningless. Gravity had become the best medium for transmitting power, amplifying it several-fold, even dozens of times over. Like a cosmic giant's fist crashing down, the immense pressure swept forward like a tidal wave, as if the entire galaxy were collapsing. Saitama's eyes lit up. He threw a punch in response, one so powerful that it made the world tremble. The bedrock above them instantly disintegrated into dust. Saitama's fist surged like an ocean, generating tsunamis of power that rebounded off the earth. Each successive wave of force pressed down on Chang Wei. He was forced backward continuously. The land within 100 miles shook violently. It felt just like standing before the vast ocean as an ordinary person. No, even worse. It was like trying to stop a raging tsunami with his bare hands. And it wasn't over yet. Just as Chang Wei was still fending off the relentless pressure, a dark blur tore through the air and appeared before him in an instant. Saitama's punch was like a divine thunderclap, its sheer force utterly unstoppable. Chang Wei's body spiraled uncontrollably, piercing through the earth like a cannonball before bursting out the other side of the planet's surface. The ground crumbled and space itself seemed to collapse. The divine light virus evolved once more, but this time, Chang Wei felt his energy depleting. If before his energy was an infinite blue bar, no matter how much he used. Now, for the first time, he could see it running out. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 168, Chapter 169, Saitama Mode. 1161 words. Chapter 169, Saitama Mode. Right now, he was in a state akin to a cosmic Big Bang, with the cells in his body continuously generating annihilation reactions. The terrifying energy he produced was still just a fraction, an infinitesimal fraction of what could power humanity from the Stone Age to the present day. Yet now, a significant portion of that energy had been consumed for evolution. Am I already reaching my limit? Chang Wei took a deep breath. Hey, watch out! Saitama came charging in, leaping down from the sky and throwing a punch. Chang Wei couldn't be bothered to question why Saitama's voice reached his ears faster than his actual attack. He didn't dodge. Instead, he stood up and swung his fist toward the sky. The instant their fists collided, it was as if the heavens and earth clashed. Even the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs wouldn't have made such a commotion. Their power had ascended beyond multiple levels. Even two tiny beings could unleash energy capable of recreating a cosmic catastrophe. At that moment, the ground became a stormy sea of upheaval. The shockwaves spread outward, visible even from the planet's surface, reaching the horizon. A red-hot shockwave of extreme temperatures expanded outward, reducing everything in its path to plasma and molten rock. Chang Wei's expression changed drastically as he realized Saitama's punch had not lost any momentum, it was still pressing down on him. He remained standing with his legs straight, refusing to kneel. Not a chance. The consequence of that choice. The sheer force of Saitama's punch shattered the ground beneath his feet, sending both of them plunging deeper underground. Supergravity punch. Tapping into his Big Bang mode, Chang Wei manipulated gravity, infusing his punch with an immense gravitational force, making it equivalent to the mass of a planet. Saitama was caught off guard and sent flying. Or rather, the sheer force of the punch exceeded even his expectations. It was like having an entire planet smashed into his face. And since the attack was condensed into the size of a fist, with added acceleration, the destructive force was even more terrifying. Finally given a brief respite, Chang Wei's complexion turned waxy, his body emaciated and withered. His energy output could no longer keep up with his evolution.
Is this? He struggled to support himself. Compared to when the battle had first started, his strength had increased 100-fold. Every action, every move, every slight genetic adjustment he made in battle resulted in an astonishing leap in power. Chang Wei was not a mere viral organism, he had absorbed countless genes, allowing him to modify and optimize them for even greater potential, especially during combat. What's wrong?
Can't keep going. Saitama charged toward him, excited at first. But seeing Chang Wei's weakened state, he looked disappointed. It's not over yet. Chang Wei's entire body transformed, taking on a cosmic starfield-like pattern. This is... Saitama was startled. He was changing outfits this quickly. Borrowed strength Saitama mode. On Chang Wei's cosmic-like face, Saitama's own face appeared. Saitama nearly jumped in shock. What the hell? Why did his face appear on this guy? Then, Chang Wei let out a deep, satisfied sigh. So this is Saitama's power. Power borrowing wasn't something that could be used so casually. But if Saitama's strength could be mimicked, then logically, the Divine Light virus should also be able to replicate it. It made no sense, but at this point, it didn't matter anymore. Damn it. I pushed my evolution to the extreme, nearly drained myself dry, and yet, just borrowing Saitama's power is this much stronger. Saitama still looked skeptical. The next moment, Chang Wei punched him and sent him flying. A tiny speck blasted through the sky, turning into the brightest shooting star on the horizon. At this level, fighting Saitama in this form doesn't make sense anymore. Do I have to shrink down to the size of molecules? Or even enter the quantum realm? Chang Wei pondered for a moment but dismissed the idea. Because Saitama was already coming back. Saitama, now completely fired up, let out a battle cry. Moments ago, seeing Chang Wei in such a weak state, he had worried that he had gone too far, maybe even committed excessive self-defense, or worse, assault. He was already thinking about whether he'd have to pay for medical expenses. But that punch from Chang Wei just now, he actually felt pain. Consecutive normal punches. Consecutive normal punches. Both fighters attacked at the same time. This time, the entire planet split apart. Neither of them held back. Their clash completely shattered the celestial body beneath them. I'm still growing, my growth speed is surpassing even the divine light virus. When Cosmic Mode Garu copied Saitama, his growth rate still couldn't keep up. Even though he could evolve infinitely, Saitama ultimately overwhelmed him with ease. Yet now, Chang Wei's growth speed was surpassing the viral evolution he had undergone earlier in the fight. More shockingly, his energy reserves remained nearly untouched. Has this guy already broken the laws of energy conservation? Or is he tapping into vacuum zero-point energy? Or perhaps even dark matter energy? Unlike Scions, who could blow up planets just by eating food, Saitama's normal appetite didn't explain his boundless destructive output. Meanwhile, the shattered planet, under its own immense gravity, began reforming, pulling its fragments back together. But neither Chang Wei nor Saitama stopped fighting. Even as the planet's gravitational field became chaotic, sometimes intensifying, sometimes weakening, even reversing entirely, it made no difference to them. At their level, they had already adapted. No matter how chaotic the gravitational shifts became, it wouldn't affect their battle. And if anyone doubted whether gravity could still influence fighters moving at near light speed, well, gravity distorts light, and gravity waves travel at light speed too. Serious beating. Chang Wei unleashed his full power first. Serious beating. Saitama followed suit, throwing his own punch. With that final clash, the planet exploded into countless fragments scattering in all directions. Chang Wei was sent flying, smashing through a small asteroid. Saitama fared similarly. But since there was no asteroid in his path to stop him, he just kept flying. Chang Wei shook off his injuries. His hand had almost split open from that last exchange. But thanks to the divine light virus combined with Saitama mode's limiter-breaking evolution, he had already grown stronger in the blink of an eye. If they clashed again, he could definitely blow off Saitama's arm. The problem was, Saitama's growth rate was undoubtedly faster. And his potential, undoubtedly greater. Chang Wei opened a portal and tracked Saitama down. The moment Saitama saw him, he started flailing and shouting excitedly. He was genuinely worried that he might keep flying forever without stopping. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 169, Chapter 170, Saitama loses interest. 1194 words. Chapter 170, Saitama loses interest. Chang Wei watched Saitama flailing his arms and legs. This guy really had no aura of a true powerhouse at all. Chang Wei refused to become someone with such a goofy and slapdash art style like Saitama. Saitama, make yourself capable of adapting to this environment. His voice was transmitted directly into Saitama's mind via telepathy, and then he immediately cut off the connection to avoid receiving a flood of nonsensical thoughts from Saitama. After all, Professor X once tried peeking into Deadpool's mind, and ended up going insane. Chang Wei figured he should be careful too. Saitama desperately wanted to say something, but Chang Wei wasn't listening. Instead, he threw a punch at Saitama's chest, sending him flying far into the distance. Honestly, Chang Wei could keep playing with Saitama indefinitely. After all, ever since arriving in the One Punch Man world, Saitama was the only one he found interesting. Well, maybe the so-called God too. But God was too much of an enigma, and Chang Wei wasn't willing to take risks. Even though he seemed immortal and indestructible, he still preferred to avoid the unknown. His style was always based on things he understood. Take Garou for example. Once he confirmed that Garou could copy his supernova burst, he immediately stopped playing around. From that point onward, things became unpredictable. But with Saitama, Chang Wei had a clear grasp of his personality, which was why he dared to play like this. He was really curious, could Saitama evolve to the point where he could move freely in a vacuum? Saitama felt doomed, endlessly flying through space with nothing to push off of. Then, suddenly, an idea struck him. He took a deep breath and then exhaled with all his might. Miraculously, his body came to a stop and even started moving backward. Chang Wei had remained in place after launching Saitama, but less than a minute later, Saitama had already returned. Though his posture looked a bit. Wait a minute, isn't that Godzilla's jet propulsion flight? Chang Wei's expression turned odd. The next moment, he saw Saitama's face light up with joy. Found you. Saitama lunged at him. Consecutive serious punches. Chang Wei unleashed hundreds of serious punches, and Saitama matched him blow for blow. With their terrifyingly powerful strikes colliding, neither of them budged an inch. Chang Wei was using energy recoil to keep himself firmly in place. As for Saitama, well, he just stood there. Chang Wei's pupils shrank. It wasn't surprising after all, this guy had already grabbed and kicked teleportation portals before. But still, this was way too weird. Could it be that Saitama was actually some kind of higher dimensional projection? Or did he ascend to a higher plane after breaking his limiter? Now that Saitama had found solid ground to stand on, he felt much more confident in dealing with Chang Wei. His biggest fear had been that sensation of being unable to gain traction. With Saitama now having footing, Chang Wei was in serious trouble. He could no longer take advantage of the terrain to kite Saitama around. Worse still, Saitama seemed to be gradually figuring out his limits. Every punch landed just slightly stronger than Chang Wei's growth rate, enough to critically injure him, but not kill him. This level of precise control over his strength shocked Chang Wei. Though at the same time, it made perfect sense. Still, for Saitama to accurately gauge his power fluctuations like this, had his senses evolved into some kind of super-perception. The two of them had been brawling across the cosmos for an indeterminate amount of time, grinding levels like a pair of RPG characters. At this point, Chang Wei felt that Saitama had become unfathomably powerful. A casual punch from him could probably obliterate him now. If his assumption was correct, Saitama had leveled up way beyond him. That meant he'd probably lose interest in this fight soon. After all, Saitama's progression was exponential. First, he gained 1 level, then 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. Meanwhile, Chang Wei was leveling up 1 or 2 at a time. No matter how fast he progressed, the gap between them was widening at an absurd rate. That's enough, don't you think? Sure enough, Saitama suddenly spoke. His expression shifted from intense focus back to his usual laid-back, doodle-like appearance. You're bored already? Chang Wei wasn't about to waste breath talking in a vacuum. He used telepathy instead. You're strong, but I'm stronger. Saitama looked at his own fist. His tone seemed like he was trying to show off, but in reality, he was full of frustration. He had grown too fast. As a result, he barely got to experience the thrill of battle before it was already over. Now, looking at Chang Wei's punches, he felt like an Adeptus Astartes watching a lowly nurgling flailing at him. No, even worse than that. At least nurglings were fast. Chang Wei's punches looked like they were moving in slow motion. With things like this, how was he supposed to enjoy himself? Take me home, Saitama said calmly. Step into that, and you'll be back. Chang Wei snapped his fingers, opening an interdimensional portal beside Saitama. What about you? You're not coming back? Saitama asked, a little curious. After all, Chang Wei was the closest thing to an equal he had found. Despite his usual indifference, Saitama felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways. Next time I come looking for you, I hope you'll have gotten even stronger. Chang Wei shook his head. If he went to a world like Dragon Ball or DC Comics, he had to get his hands on some Scion or Kryptonian genes. Then, when he returned, he'd see just how limitless Saitama's growth truly was. Kryptonians and Scions both had insane potential and clear power ceilings. If he combined them with the Divine Light Virus's ability to optimize genetic structures. Even with just ordinary Kryptonian or Scion genes, Chang Wei was confident he could reach the same broken power levels as those freaks in the original series. I'm looking forward to it. Saitama replied with a calm expression. Then, without hesitation, he stepped through the portal. Chang Wei shook his head. He had originally considered convincing Saitama to go fight God, but ultimately, he abandoned that plan. If things went south, Saitama would probably be fine. But he might not be so lucky. Who knew what kind of tricks God had? What if it had the ability to control or possess him? Judging by Blast and the others' attitude towards God, it was probably some kind of mimetic hazard or reality-warping entity. Now I should be able to handle this thing. Chang Wei took out a canister. A Schrodinger's can. No wait, not a canned cat. A Schrodinger's power. After absorbing Stand Virus and Divine Power, the Divine Light Virus had expanded its influence over mystical forces. Chang Wei figured he could finally lay claim to the contents of this can. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 170, Chapter 171, A New World. 1125 words. Chapter 171, A New World. Back then, he hadn't absorbed it, partly because he lacked the ability, and partly because doing so required Chang Wei to be able to observe himself. Self-observation was crucial. If Chang Wei wasn't the only one, he would end up like Alucard, lost in an extra-dimensional space, unable to perceive himself. This ability was passive and uncontrollable. Even Alucard couldn't control it. His final solution was to kill all the other versions of himself, leaving only the last me. Only then was he able to return successfully. Alucard spent years slaughtering millions. If it had been Chang Wei, he would have broken down. Unseal it, then absorb. The setup Chang Wei had arranged back then couldn't even be cracked by a nuclear bomb. But for him now, it was as easy as eating a snack. The Divine Light Virus swiftly absorbed Schrodinger's ability, and once again, Chang Wei entered that strange state. The sensation of observing himself from multiple perspectives, first person, second person, even a god's eye view, was bizarre. It gave him an intense sense of disconnection. I am everywhere, existing in all places, yet nowhere at the same time. As long as I can maintain self-observation, and as long as no higher dimensional observer collapses my death into reality, then I am the immortal cat. Chang Wei quickly adapted to this state. The next moment, he appeared back on Earth. Far more convenient than interdimensional portals. With this ability, I might even reach the gods. This will be my method of returning in the future. Chang Wei made up his mind. He also went to see Saitama, but this time, he appeared directly in Saitama's mind space, the realm of his conscious thoughts. Saitama was startled by Chang Wei's sudden intrusion. This guy, so he really left, huh? Scared me for a second. But seriously, what kind of weird ability is this now? Saitama muttered a complaint, yet deep down, he felt reluctant to see Chang Wei go. Even though he didn't really know Chang Wei, and even though their first interaction was a punch to the face, Saitama felt an inexplicable bond with him. After all, Chang Wei was the one who reignited his battle spirit, if only for a moment. And to Saitama, that meant more than any long speech or any game. Originally, Chang Wei had planned to check if King and the Mumen rider had reached dragon-level combat strength. But after sensing the immense power within himself, he shook his head. Now, even in his normal state without using Big Bang mode, he had surpassed God-level strength. The idea of dragon-level warriors no longer interested him. In the end, this world had only two true outliers, Saitama and God. It was time for him to leave. There was nothing more for him to do in this world. Let's go, system. Chang Wei spoke to the system. Would you like to spend 1 billion gene points to travel to a new world? 1 billion gene points consumed. Initiating world traversal. Traversal successful. Would you like to anchor the One Punch Man world? Anchoring the One Punch Man world requires 100 billion gene points. Once anchored, returning will cost 100 billion gene points. Proceed with anchoring. Wait a second. Chang Wei's eyes widened. 100 billion gene points. Was this some kind of joke? Even JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, with its multiversal concepts, didn't cost this much. This world only had two outlier combatants, Saitama and God. Why the hell did it require 100 billion? He suddenly felt the burden of managing resources. He had fought so hard, hunted so many monsters, just to scrape together these points. System explanation in progress. The system began its explanation in response to Chang Wei's doubts. The outlier entity known as Saitama has been elevated in strength due to host intervention. It is speculated that this universe has begun to ascend in dimensional level. The system explained that by manually pushing Saitama to greater heights, the entire universe had also been affected, raising its status. And with God as a looming background presence, this world wasn't like JoJo, where the multiverse was merely a concept. God had demonstrated feats that aligned with a true multiversal entity. This resulted in two outlier beings making universe anchoring exponentially harder. Chang Wei was speechless. So, this was his own doing. He had caused this situation. But was it really his fault? All he did was use his ability to copy Saitama's limiter-breaking state. Now he had obtained a weakened version of Saitama's limitless growth, whereas Saitama's growth was exponential. His was linear, simple addition rather than multiplication. The good news, there was no upper limit. The bad news, the growth rate was slow, and conventional methods wouldn't help him get stronger. Still, it was enough. Now that he had absorbed Schrödinger's ability, his immortality had received another upgrade. He could confidently say if you couldn't kill him in one go, he would only get stronger. Wait a second. Doesn't this make me a super-nerfed version of Doomsday? Damn, I really hope I can crack Saitama's ability someday. It's way more broken than Doomsday's. Reluctantly, Chang Wei paid the 100 billion gene points for anchoring. No way he was letting go of this world, not when Saitama's infinite growth outclassed 99% of all universes. Totally worth the price. And now onto a new world. Hope it won't disappoint me. Chang Wei was filled with anticipation. The next moment he vanished. The heroes from Hero League, the ones he had created, all disappeared with him. If he hadn't reclaimed them, he wouldn't have had enough gene points. A new world. Chang Wei found himself in a remote area. The data checks out, but some parameters are different. This suggests a parallel Earth. The scientists in the River of Death quickly gathered data. Every world's information was invaluable to them. Even as souls, researchers couldn't suppress their thirst for knowledge. But Chang Wei was even faster. He intercepted human electromagnetic signals and analyzed them. Godzilla. Defeated. Oxygen Destroyer. King Ghidorah, beep beep beep. Godzilla to become. Godzilla's, beep beep beep. Godzilla's world. Chang Wei was surprised. But it didn't seem like the Planet of the Monsters version written by Gen Urobuchi. He had been curious about that version's Planet Eater Ghidorah, hyped as a multiversal threat, but actually only operating on a universal level. Of course, Chong Wei was a firm Daimajin fan. What could he say? Daimajin had the best design, cool, stylish, and with the most visually stunning abilities. As for Godzilla, he only really liked the Planet of the Monsters version. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 171, Chapter 172, If Humanity Can't Kill Gods, Let the Demons Do It. 1177 words. Chapter 172, If Humanity Can't Kill Gods, Let the Demons Do It. In the past, Chong Wei had always found it hard to believe that a stubby-armed, chubby creature like Godzilla could actually win battles. Let me think. Oh right, the King of the Monsters. Matching up with the current storyline, Chong Wei recalled the news reports from 5 years ago, the monster battle between Godzilla and Muto in San Francisco. Then there was the fight between Godzilla and Monster Zero, aka the Frozen King Ghidorah. In this King of the Monsters film, Ghidorah had been significantly buffed, with massive upgrades in both size and power. Standing at a towering 158.8 meters, weighing a staggering 141,056 tons, and boasting a wingspan of 518.16 meters, it dwarfed the movie's version of Godzilla. Godzilla had never faced an opponent like Ghidorah before, and was unfamiliar with its gravity beams. As a result, he was mercilessly beaten. Meanwhile, humanity seized the opportunity to deploy the Oxygen Destroyer against Godzilla. There were several versions of the Oxygen Destroyer, but none of them actually destroyed oxygen in a literal sense. Instead, they instantly broke down the oxygen components within living organisms, often involving fictional substances like microoxygen. Chong Wei's favorite kaiju, Destoroyah, was actually born from a version of the Oxygen Destroyer. Originating from microscopic life forms that existed 2.5 billion years ago in the Precambrian era, these creatures were reawakened by the Oxygen Destroyer's effects. Upon exposure to air, they mutated and evolved rapidly, eventually gaining the ability to unleash an Oxygen Destroyer beam that could disintegrate matter at the atomic level. Destoroyah was, without a doubt, a hexagonal warrior, almost perfect in every aspect except for its inability to reach space. It excelled in offense, defense, special abilities, and sheer intimidation. Its combat performance was off the charts, making it one of the strongest live-action Godzilla villains. As for Godzilla, after taking a direct hit from the Oxygen Destroyer, his oxygen supply was broken down, leaving him dizzy and severely weakened. He barely survived thanks to his G-Cell's insane regeneration and adaptability, retreating underground to recover. Ghidorah, on the other hand, was an extraterrestrial kaiju with no reliance on oxygen. The attack did nothing to him. In fact, he went on to unleash hurricanes powerful enough to wipe out human civilization, and even attempted to alter Earth's gravity with his gravity beams, reshaping the planet's environment to suit his own ecosystem. If that had happened, humanity would have been completely wiped out. Chong Wei wasn't particularly interested in interfering. What were kaiju even worth in terms of genetic points? Though I could use my divine light virus to collect some kaiju genes. Might come in handy for producing monster units later. And if I ever end up in the Pacific Rim universe, I could just drop a dozen Godzillas on the Precursor's homeworld and call it a day. Right now, Chong Wei could already create 100-meter-tall creatures at will, but their sheer mass limited their mobility. Titan-class kaiju, however, were built differently. They were naturally that large and had long since adapted to moving at such sizes. This movie had some seriously dumb characters. Chong Wei recalled one of them, Dr. Emma Russell. In the original plot, this female scientist had some truly bizarre logic. She believed humanity should revert to a state of primitive worship. She thought sacrificing billions of human lives was a necessary step to restoring Earth's environment. A textbook case of an extremist eco-terrorist. Like, seriously. Betting all of humanity's survival on some half-baked ideology. Even launching an interstellar migration to escape Earth would be a more realistic plan. And as a scientist, she was actively regressing civilization, advocating for humans to worship Titans as gods and coexist with them. Then there was Monarch's Dr. Ishiro Serizawa. No, wait, Dr. Serizawa straight up suggested that humanity should become Godzilla's pets in exchange for his protection. So after thousands of years of progress from worshipping animals and nature to establishing a scientific civilization, these people just wanted to throw it all away. How could they call themselves scientists with a straight face? Watching the movie from Godzilla's perspective, it was easy to sympathize. After all, humanity kept attacking him despite his efforts to help. But outside the movie, Chang Wei wasn't buying into that nonsense. Living alongside kaiju. What kind of joke is that? He shook his head. Right now, Ghidorah had awakened all the dormant titans across the globe, unleashing chaos. Standing atop a volcanic crater, Ghidorah had issued a command, hunt. And so titans across the world emerged from their slumber, crossing oceans and continents to bow before their king. According to the official novelization, the only titan to resist Ghidorah's call was Kong. But even then, Skull Island was soon swarming with skullcrawlers crawling out from underground, all scrambling to join Ghidorah's ranks. Kong scratched his ribs, then charged at the invading skullcrawlers. That was how the novel described it. As for the kaiju currently before Chang Wei, it was a prehistoric pterosaur-like creature. In the movie, it had emerged from a Mexican volcano, its entire body glowing red-hot. Standing at 46.9 meters tall, weighing 39,000 tons, and boasting a wingspan of 265.5 meters, the locals had given it the titles Fire Demon and Born of Fire. After its battle, one thing became clear: its wounds didn't bleed blood but molten lava. According to the novelization, when protagonist Mark Russell saw Rodan emerge straight from volcanic magma, he realized, these titans are not part of the evolutionary tree. They exist beyond Darwinian evolution. They are an entirely separate form of life that predates Earth's oceans, beings that existed when the planet was still a molten world. They don't even require water or oxygen to survive. In other words, while normal organisms are composed of water and proteins, Rodan's body was made of lava and molten rock. The other titans weren't explicitly described in the same way, but given Monarch's practice of feeding them nuclear waste, they were clearly far from ordinary creatures. Well then, let's start with Rodan. Chang Wei's gaze locked onto the arrogant kaiju below. The American Air Force was currently engaging Rodan in battle, but they weren't the Science Special Search Party or Night Raiders from an Ultraman series against Titans. Their weapons were largely ineffective. Just as the Air Force was on the brink of annihilation, Chang Wei made his move. After some thought, he decided not to use angelic wings this time. He had just played the role of an angel. Time for a change of pace. This time, he would be a demon. A massive pair of hellish wings, a fusion of dragon-like membranes and an infernal aesthetic, spread open behind him. With a wingspan of 6 meters, they exuded an ominous yet majestic presence. And combined with his pristine, pure white attire, he embodied a paradoxical fusion of divinity and corruption, holiness and malevolence, purity and depravity. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 172, Chapter 173, Speculation 1158 words. Chapter 173, Speculation. Oh my god, what is that? The pilot of a fighter jet let out a startled exclamation, as he narrowly avoided colliding with Chang Wei. The Air Force Command Center, hearing the pilot's report, was puzzled. The radar couldn't detect Chang Wei, so as far as they were concerned, nothing was happening on the front lines. Central, this is Dust 52. There is an unidentified flying object on my left. I don't know how to describe it. Dust 52, this is Central. We have no unidentified flying objects on radar. Central, this is Dust 52. Please confirm. I have a visual on an unidentified flying object approaching the monster. The Air Force Command Center initiated a confirmation process. This time, they deployed satellites and prepared to send out reconnaissance drones. Then they saw it. My God, is that a demon? In fact, Monarch had already seen it first via satellite. What is that? How could a human surpass the speed of an F-18 with just a pair of flesh and blood wings? But if it's not human, then, is it a demon or a devil? The entire Monarch organization was in an uproar. Monarch was a joint international organization established to deal with Titan behemoths. Humanity had long felt the threat of these creatures, and their most powerful weapon, nuclear bombs, had proven ineffective. In some cases, they had even served as food for the Titans. Chang Wei's appearance naturally led to speculation, especially among Westerners, whose religious beliefs had been shaped and unified by monotheism. Though they couldn't understand why this demonic figure had the face of an Asian man. At his speed, Chang Wei could have easily avoided detection, crushed Rodden with a single slap and vanished. But he was here for fun. So of course, the spectacle had to be as grand as possible. Rodden let out a screech, spotting the tiny creature that had flown into its face. Chang Wei, in turn, gave it a friendly punch to the forehead. A terrifying white shockwave exploded from Rodden's head. The fighter jets nearby were instantly caught in the blast, their alloy armor shredded into pieces, their engines damaged and spewing thick smoke. Rodden let out a pained cry as it plummeted to the ground, smashing into the earth and carving out a massive crater while simultaneously flattening the city below. If Ahara Ryu were here, he'd probably be yelling, "Look at what you're protecting." But what could they do? Right now, Chang Wei looked like a demon. The Monarch organization, along with everyone watching via satellite, collectively dropped their jaws. Those who hadn't personally witnessed the terror of Titan behemoths for years, who hadn't lived under their looming threat, couldn't truly comprehend their emotions at this moment. The sight of a tiny human effortlessly defeating a Titan. They had dreamed of this moment countless times, fantasized about it, only to wake up to the same grim reality, studying, monitoring, and fearing the Titans every single day. The belief that humans cannot defeat Titans had been ingrained in them for over 5 years, perhaps even longer. At best, humanity could exploit the Titans' battles, playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, except, more often than not, even that wasn't an option. They had lived in fear of the Titans for far too long. And now, suddenly, someone had stepped forward and knocked out a supposedly invincible Titan with a single punch. The sheer visual impact, the sheer shock, was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Even though this person looked nothing like them, human nature made it impossible not to feel a sense of identification. I want to know everything about him. No matter who he is, whether he's human or Satan, a god or a demon. This world was strange. It had monotheistic faiths, and yet, since ancient times, Titan behemoths had existed. Logically, early humans who had witnessed these creatures shouldn't have passed down myths featuring gods in human form. And yet, those myths existed. What's more, Monarch had discovered that many Titans bore striking resemblances to mythological monsters from various cultures. This had led them to meticulously collect and cross-reference mythological records, even those from China, where the sheer abundance of legends often left even native scholars confused. If Chang Wei had left any traces in history, they were confident they could find them. Meanwhile, Dr. Sarazawa was experiencing a severe case of whiplash. Just recently, he had proposed a plan for humanity to become Godzilla's pets, offering nuclear waste in exchange for protection, much like the relationship between humans and bees. The plan could work. But humanity's pride wouldn't allow it. We clawed our way to the top of the food chain, just to become someone else's pet. What was the point of all that effort then? And now, watching the demon on the screen, Dr. Sarazawa found himself at a loss for words. He wasn't religious, so he considered the situation from a purely objective perspective. And an audacious idea formed in his mind. What if this person isn't a god or a demon from mythology, but rather an adaptive evolutionary response that humanity developed to counter the Titans? His words sent shockwaves through the room. The high-ranking officials from America had already made up their minds Chang Wei was either a divine savior or an agent of Satan. Previously, they had dismissed such notions. There had been no miracles to justify faith. But now, witnessing Chang Wei's appearance and power, they were shaken to their core. If not for Dr. Serizawa's rational voice, they might have converted on the spot. Of course, as the saying goes, the ones most eager to keep God in heaven are the popes themselves. Even if they did become devout believers, that didn't mean they wouldn't turn into Judases later. What do you mean? Dr. Serizawa paused before answering. Just like in natural evolution, our ancestors descended from trees to avoid danger or seek better opportunities. Living beings develop adaptive responses to threats. Though the idea is absurd, evolution and environmental adaptation shouldn't be able to produce such drastic changes in such a short time. But then again, we already have the Titans, creatures that defy our understanding of biology. Maybe humanity really does have this kind of potential. And if that's the case, then perhaps we've finally found the answer to the mystery of why so many gods in ancient myths had human forms. His words sent everyone's imaginations racing. For centuries, scholars had debated why deities in myths from around the world often resembled humans, why so many of these gods shared eerily similar characteristics. Some attributed it to cultural diffusion. Others argued for shared archetypes or simple plagiarism. But now, what if the truth was something else entirely? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send Power Stones. 300 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 173, Chapter 174, The Divine Might of a God. 11-18 words. Chapter 174, The Divine Might of a God. But if one were to think along the lines of Professor Serizawa's explanation, then the mystery would be solved. Of course, we also can't rule out the possibility that he really is one of the gods from our myths and legends, who has remained active from ancient times to the present. As a scientist, Professor Serizawa was still rational. In his view, the concept of gods was, at best, something to fool the lower and middle classes, but it was impossible to deceive scientists. They had already uncovered the laws and principles governing the universe. Even if these were just human hypotheses, they were enough to strip away any blind worship or reverence for so-called deities. After being punched to the ground by Chang Wei and leveling an entire city in the process, Rodin felt dizzy but was still alive. Naturally, that was because Chang Wei had held back. He still had to put on a show, after all. How could he let Rodin die so quickly? Moreover, he recalled that Rodin was either extremely cowardly or, rather, an expert at recognizing the situation. It had submitted to both King Ghidorah and Godzilla before, so there was no reason it wouldn't submit to him as well. And given his current appearance, how would humanity interpret it if he managed to subdue Rodin? This guy has no genes. The moment Chang Wei punched Rodin, he also extracted a sample of its flesh. However, after being devoured by the Divine Light virus, no useful genetic information was found. In other words, just as its appearance suggested, Rodin had no genetic material. Its blood was nothing more than molten lava. Unlike Godzilla, who at least had those ridiculously powerful G cells. Unwilling to accept defeat, Rodin let out a roar, flapped its wings again, and launched another attack at Chang Wei. Chang Wei reached out and grabbed the horn on Rodin's head. Then, he executed his favorite move, the green version of the Hell's Paradise drop. Rodin was slammed into the ground with immense force, causing the entire land to rupture and magma to spill from the cracks in its rocky hide. Incredible! A creature of that size possesses such strength. Monarch was once again thrilled by what they were witnessing. No matter what, Chang Wei was still a human god. Cheering for him wasn't a bad thing. Deep down, they all hoped that Chang Wei could defeat this monster. After all, no matter how you looked at it, at least Chang Wei was still on humanity's side. But then, they saw that Chang Wei didn't stop. He slammed Rodin down once more. Rodin, battered and bleeding, was then flung away and sent crashing into the ocean. The impact raised towering waves that swallowed the land. Chang Wei flew above Rodden, looking down at it. At that moment, as Monarch began to believe that this demonic man was merely blessed with immense strength, something bizarre happened. The seawater, in complete defiance of gravity, rose into the air and formed a massive hand that grasped Rodden, lifting it up. Everyone felt their brains short-circuit. Is this? If Chang Wei's previous attacks could still be understood and explained through science, this supernatural phenomenon completely broke their understanding. The seawater had escaped gravity's hold and was floating in midair. Not only that, but it had also taken the shape of a massive arm. This is utterly unscientific. And yet, it's truly magnificent. Gravity manipulation. Professor Serizawa's first instinct was shock. After all, even the Titan monsters he revered as gods had never displayed such supernatural abilities. But he quickly tried to rationalize it scientifically. However, gravity manipulation. Professor Serizawa recalled that Monster Zero King Ghidorah also possessed the ability to control gravity. Could this god possess a similar power? The ability to manipulate gravity, combined with this display, could he be the original inspiration for the sea god Poseidon? No gravitational or gravitational wave anomalies detected. Monarch's satellite analysis quickly confirmed that neither gravity nor gravitational forces were responsible for what had just occurred. Professor Serizawa was dumbfounded. If it wasn't caused by gravity, then what was it? Chang Wei wasn't a fool. Even though he still struggled to master his transformation and absorbing memories was difficult, he knew that humans could detect gravitational fluctuations and measure gravitational data. Even if gravity control seemed unbeatable to humanity, Chang Wei felt that such scientific godhood, or rather, divinity that humans could rationalize would lack a sense of mystery. Between a power that manipulated gravity and an inexplicable force beyond comprehension, which one would shake humanity more? Of course, it would be the one beyond understanding. What about electromagnetism? Professor Serizawa quickly inquired. Magnetic fields remain stable. That was the answer he received. Then what is this? Monarch scientists were completely baffled. Only now did they feel true shock. Unlike the Titans, whose abilities had been studied and analyzed, including Godzilla, who was essentially a walking atomic reactor, they had lost their fear of them. Aside from a few extremists who worshipped Titans as deities, most of them only focused on ways to eradicate them. But telekinesis, this was a force that humanity couldn't observe, which meant they couldn't comprehend it. Rodden was now trapped in the enormous watery hand, held right in front of Chang Wei. Before Rodden could react, the sky suddenly turned dark as storm clouds gathered. Thunder crackled through the heavens. Rumble, countless bolts of lightning rained down, illuminating the entire world with their dazzling light. The deafening roar of the thunder echoed for miles. Birds flying through the air were so terrified that they died mid-flight, plummeting to the ground. Rodden, like a corpse being whipped, was relentlessly struck by the divine lightning. This sight only fueled humanity's imagination. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Just how many divine powers has this god displayed so far? The strength of Heracles, the power of Poseidon to control the sea, the lightning of Zeus. But the Zeus, Poseidon, and Heracles from mythology don't look anything like him. What about Professor Serizawa's stress response evolution theory? Impossible. Even if stress-induced evolution were real, this level of diverse ability is completely irrational. More importantly, human evolution would require the growth of specialized organs like Godzilla's atomic furnace. Everyone watched in awe, utterly enthralled by the breathtaking spectacle. At this point, if anyone still dared to claim that Chang Wei wasn't a god, they would probably be beaten up. This was undeniably divine. Controlling the sea, commanding lightning, this was the power of a god. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation. Thanks for your support. Don't forget to send power stones. 300 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 174, Chapter 175, Slap After Slap 1153 words. Chapter 175, Slap After Slap. Blinding golden lightning branched out like jagged limbs, tearing through the sky in an instant. The apocalyptic scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. This is divine punishment. No wonder the ancients thought he was a god. Honestly, I'm starting to think the same. Serizawa chuckled at himself, eyes locked onto the screen. With divine retribution descending like this, how could humanity possibly resist? Rumble the majestic thunder connected heaven and earth, shaking the world as if the sky itself was collapsing. Chains of lightning crackled and wove together, lingering rather than vanishing in a flash. The dark clouds, heavy and oppressive, churned with impending destruction. Yet, in the very heart of this thunderous storm, Chang Wei stood unmoving. His demonic wings remained still, yet they held him aloft within the electrified maelstrom. Above him, thunder rolled endlessly. Below, winds howled and waves surged, massive vortices forming in both the clouds and the ocean. He gazed downward at Rodin. This scene, this backdrop, if any artist saw this, they'd be struck by inspiration and instantly create a masterpiece titled Divine Punishment. The energy readings were off the charts. But 99% of it was wasted effort, because all of it merely served as Chang Wei's dramatic backdrop. Of course, humanity didn't know that. To them, it looked as if Chang Wei had effortlessly conjured this apocalyptic display. Scientists, in particular, speculated that he might possess abilities beyond human comprehension, what they called divine power. This force defied logic, allowing him to control water and lightning with unknown principles. As for the current magnetic field fluctuations, well, wasn't that obvious? With so much lightning in the area, of course the magnetic field would be going wild. Amidst this cataclysmic display, Rodin trembled violently. Opportunistic by nature, it thrived when the winds favored it but faltered when they turned against it. And then, before the watchful eyes of humanity, Rodin let out a pitiful cry and lowered its head toward Chang Wei. The meaning of this gesture required no words. Any intelligent being could see it was an act of submission. The so-called Titan behemoth that humanity couldn't handle had just bowed its head in surrender. Even the most die-hard kaiju enthusiasts among humanity had mixed feelings about this. Emma Russell, who had released the Titans in hopes of cleansing humanity, and Jonah Allen, the leader of the radical eco-terrorists who aided her, both witnessed this moment. Hacking firewalls and hijacking satellite feeds. For top-tier scientists, that was trivial, just basic operations. The real issue now was that their highly anticipated Titan behemoth had failed. How could this happen? Why did this guy suddenly appear? Jonah Allen, the leader of these extreme environmentalists, or rather, eco-terrorists, refused to accept this outcome. To fund his cause and recruit like-minded followers, he had resorted to any means necessary, including smuggling and selling Titan DNA. There were indeed some truly insane individuals among humanity. Even though the newly released Monster Zero was terrifying beyond measure, Jonah had been satisfied. Their mighty Titan had been utterly crushed by this unknown being, something that looked like a demon, but exuded the presence of a god. Worse still, the Titan had submitted in hopes of sparing its own life. How humiliating. Jonah was livid. Emma Russell's emotions were even more complicated. She had always believed she could control the Titans with the Orca System A device that emitted a hybrid frequency of Godzilla's roar and human speech, fooling Titans into believing it was the call of a new alpha. Obey me and stay in line. But this wasn't true control, it was just issuing commands. Repeat them too often, and they'd lose their effect, especially when the other Titans had never actually seen this so-called new king. And now, things had spiraled out of control. A god had appeared. No matter how grotesque its form, no matter how much it resembled a demon, its sheer presence made it undeniable. Russell tried to rationalize this scientifically, only to be slapped in the face by reality, just like Dr. Serizawa and the other researchers. With Titans, humanity at least had theories. They believed that by studying their genetics and biology, they might someday surpass them. But this god, its abilities defied understanding. No matter how hard humanity tried, they couldn't even begin to grasp how to counter or surpass such a being. It's fine, Emma said coldly. It's just one god. We'll keep releasing more Titans. If he were truly invincible, the entire Earth wouldn't be filled with Titans while only a single god has appeared until now. She refused to acknowledge him as a deity, even if she couldn't understand his power. More than that, she hated the very idea of a god. During the Battle of San Francisco 5 years ago, she had prayed to a god. But no god answered. And her son died. That was why Emma Russell had become an extreme anti-humanitarian. Though in Chang Wei's eyes, it seemed more like she simply wanted the world to share her grief, her pain of losing a child. But now that it was her daughter's life at risk, she suddenly couldn't accept it anymore. The survival of humanity paled in comparison to the survival of her daughter. So where had this god been back then? That was why, without hesitation, she devised a new plan: unleash every Titan possible and let them swarm and slay this god. If the Titans could kill a god, then the plan could proceed as intended. After all, the Titans awakened by Ghidorah were only a fraction of the true number. The classified records of Monarch contained countless more Titans that neither Ghidorah nor Godzilla had awakened yet. Emma believed the number of released Titans so far wasn't enough. She needed more. Jonah Allen considered her idea, then nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after subduing Rodden, Chang Wei released his grip. Rodden's eyes flashed with malice. It immediately lunged forward, jaws wide, aiming to bite down on him. The humans watching were horrified. If this god were really swallowed whole, could he pull a Sun Wukong and tear his way out from the inside? Sun Wukong, that was the peacock, not me. Chang Wei casually slapped Rodden across the face, knocking its beak sideways. Unbelievable. Humanity gaped in astonishment. In their awe of his storm-forged divine punishment, they had momentarily forgotten how Chang Wei had first handled Rodden with a brutal over-the-shoulder throw. Realizing that mere intimidation wouldn't be enough, Chang Wei decided to teach this mutt a proper lesson. Grabbing Rodden by the horns with one hand, he used the other to repeatedly slap its face. His immense telekinetic force accompanied each blow, turning every slap into a strike carrying millions of tons of force. Rodden's vision blurred. The world spun. Slap after slap, Chang Wei ensured that the lesson would be carved deep into its bones. Chapter 175, Chapter 176, Rodden Splits the Sea. 1107 words. Chapter 176, Rodden Splits the Sea. After delivering a series of resounding slaps, Chang Wei still felt unsatisfied. Since he had already created so many grand scenes, why not go a step further and stage an even more iconic spectacle? A more classic scene, something imbued with divinity. Chang Wei pondered. The only figure that came to mind was the legendary pretentious king, Aegle. Rodden, dazed from enduring millions of tons of force slapping it silly, nearly decided to play dead. But just then, it felt an overwhelming force pulling at its head, as if trying to rip it clean off. Ocean current. Over-the-shoulder slam. Chang Wei grasped one of the sturdy horns atop Rodden's head. Since it was the toughest part of its body, anything else might shatter under such force. This time, his actions were so grand that they instantly captured the attention of every human observer. They watched as Chang Wei hurled Rodden straight toward the ocean's surface. The friction from its rapid descent caused its outer shell to start melting from the sheer heat. And the moment Rodden made contact with the sea, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The turbulent waves and swirling currents on the ocean's surface were utterly powerless against this monstrous impact. Millions of tons of seawater erupted skyward, towering higher than the heavens, as if attempting to crash into the very sky itself. A terrifying explosion of sound erupted from the ocean depths, a deafening roar that shattered the clouds and tore apart the heavens. As far as the eye could see, as far as the ear could hear, the entire ocean trembled violently. Waves surged thousands of meters high, nearly piercing the firmament. Then, in the next instant, a white line appeared on the horizon, rapidly expanding outward. The raging tides were split in two, extending endlessly into the distance. The ocean has been parted. By this point, enough time had passed for humanity to dispatch high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. However, the footage captured by both the drones and surveillance satellites looked like something straight out of a fantasy epic. Moses parting the sea. That was the only fitting comparison they could make. Impossible. This defies all known laws of physics. Even though Rodin was massive and the force Chang Wei exerted was immense, it still shouldn't have been possible to achieve such an overwhelming feat. The ocean had been split apart for hundreds of kilometers, with a chasm so wide that even the seafloor was exposed. Rodin now lay battered and broken at the bottom of the sea. After witnessing this spectacular display, Chang Wei finally felt satisfied. Any more theatrics, and it would start to seem like he was struggling unnecessarily against such a small fry like Rodin. Going too far would ruin the impact. Fear and awe had a freshness to them if overused, they would lose their edge. It was best to let things settle, only to reignite the terror when the time was right. Rodin, barely clinging to life, was on the brink of death. Even though Chang Wei had ensured it wouldn't perish outright, the sheer force of the slam had nearly sent it to the afterlife. Then, in an act that could only be described as divine, Chang Wei gathered sunlight itself, focusing it into a beam that shone down upon Rodin. Everywhere else dimmed, as if the light itself had been drawn away. Is the sunlight being concentrated? But isn't sunlight just heat and radiation? Before their astonished eyes, the near-dead Rodin was revived. This time, however, it had no thoughts of rebellion. It lowered its head and prostrated itself before Chang Wei. Chang Wei strode onto Rodin's massive skull. Then, with a single motion, Rodin took flight. Standing atop the beast's head, Chang Wei looked even more like a god, no matter that his form was closer to that of a demon. The very creature beneath his feet served as the perfect divine spectacle. Meanwhile, among the humans, gentlemen, I believe it's time we have a serious discussion about God and the Titans. Chang Wei had staged his grand display and left, but the human world remained in upheaval. Debates erupted like wildfire. One faction firmly believed that Chang Wei was a god. They scoured every database and archive, desperately searching for any information about him. For the first time, all of humanity found itself temporarily united in a singular goal, uncovering the identity of their savior. Was this a battle of the gods among the Titans, or was this divine intervention to protect humanity? As the god faction gained traction, an opposing group arose: scientists who believed Chang Wei was not a deity but the first superhuman in history. With the abundance of sci-fi and superhero media, the concept of an evolved human with supernatural abilities seemed more plausible. They speculated that humanity had finally reached the next stage of evolution. After all, the Titans posed a greater existential threat than nuclear weapons. Perhaps this overwhelming pressure had triggered rapid genetic advancements. With Earth's human population far surpassing that of early hominids and ancient ancestors, the slow process of evolution could have accelerated exponentially under the immense stress of Titan threats. Perhaps Chang Wei was only the beginning. Perhaps, in time, more superhumans would emerge. This theory was comforting. Unfortunately, science quickly dismantled their optimism. Superhumans don't exist, experts concluded. At least, not in the way people hope. There is no genetic basis for such rapid evolution. Soon after, a chilling discovery was made. We've run a global search for any human records that match the individual designated god. But there are no results. The efficiency of a united world was staggering. For once, there were no hidden agendas or bureaucratic delays. Every nation pooled its resources to track down information on Chang Wei. But no matter where they looked, no country could find any trace of his existence. Could he have altered his appearance? Like a shape-shifting witch or something? Stop watching so many sci-fi movies. This isn't a superpower. His abilities are too vast, too varied. Even if genetic mutations could grant extraordinary abilities, it wouldn't explain this level of omnipotence. That means the god hypothesis might actually be correct. The Titans weren't the only ancient beings to awaken. Perhaps some long-forgotten deities have returned as well. But why did God awaken so late? Maybe he was awake all along, and only now chose to reveal himself. I always thought the Titans were the true gods of this world. Serizawa sat in stunned silence. The researchers feverishly analyzed the incoming data, their minds racing to unravel the truth. And then wait. I've made a discovery. Chapter 176, Chapter 177, The End of the Divine Act 1062 words Chapter 177, The End of the Divine Act. Everyone gathered around, curious about the new discovery. Serizawa was no exception. The researcher who had made the discovery transferred the data to the main screen, making it easier for everyone to see rather than crowding around him, which might expose the fact that he had been secretly using Monarch's high-speed network to download certain videos. The main screen displayed a series of photographs murals recorded by Monarch during their global expeditions, exploring ancient ruins from various civilizations. These murals had long served as an important source of information for analyzing the Titans. Now, the researcher zoomed in on one particular photo. The image depicted a simple line drawing, akin to primitive graffiti. Given the lack of pigments in ancient times, this was already considered impressive craftsmanship, far better than the crude stick figures they had often come across. They recognized a familiar Titan, Godzilla. Opposite Godzilla was a human-like figure, seemingly locked in confrontation. Though referred to as a human, its form was only vaguely humanoid. What stood out most was the presence of wings on its back. The simplicity of the artwork made it impossible to determine what kind of wings they were, but the meaning was unmistakable: wings. Is this? Serizawa's mind raced as he began analyzing the image. This mural was photographed inside an underground cave in Shenanjia, China, the researcher explained. This Titan should be Godzilla, one of the ancient Titans that has existed since time immemorial. As for the figure confronting it, even if it's not a god, it certainly seems close. A human-like figure and a Titan in a standoff above them, a shadow loomed in the sky. Then came the second mural. A three-headed monster descended from the heavens. Alongside the human figure and Godzilla, the mural depicted several other Titans. A three-headed monster. Monster Zero, King Ghidorah. Serizawa felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. There was no mistaking it. Among the Titans they knew of, only King Ghidorah fit this description. Could it be anyone else? So the shadow in the sky refers to King Ghidorah. When the god and Godzilla were about to fight, Ghidorah descended from the heavens. What about the murals after this? Serizawa pressed on. There are none. The cave partially collapsed due to geological activity. The researcher responded. Such a pity. It was as frustrating as having a story cut off right at the climax. Did rescue excavations uncover anything? Serizawa asked eagerly. No, these murals are incredibly fragile, let alone. The researcher shook his head helplessly. If they could have preserved them, they would have, but exposure to water caused the paintings to dissolve instantly. There was nothing they could do. Even so, we've solved part of the mystery of its identity. A god from ancient times? Serizawa could only sigh in disappointment. In reality, this was all Chang Wei's handiwork. He hadn't fabricated history, or exaggerated his background. He had simply inserted two photographs at just the right places. As for the cave, it had already been destroyed by geological activity. Who could check now? Chang Wei understood well. Human imagination was powerful. A lack of details only fueled speculation. Whatever theories they came up with, it didn't matter to him. News of Monarch's discovery quickly spread to world governments. The conclusion? King Ghidorah had descended from the heavens, meaning it was an extraterrestrial life form. And as for the god and the Titans, it seemed they had originally been about to fight, but when King Ghidorah arrived, they joined forces instead. But with so much missing information, one question tormented them: if King Ghidorah had only been sealed in ice rather than killed, then why didn't the god and the Titans go after Ghidorah once they reawakened? Why was it only Godzilla who confronted it? And what about the god? Was it still the same entity from ancient times? Or was it a new god? Was there only one god, or had there been many, most of whom had perished? The avalanche of mysteries left humanity bewildered. Many were disappointed. A large faction had hoped that Chang Wei was a superhuman. At least then, they wouldn't feel so powerless. Unfortunately, Chang Wei had no interest in being their savior. Creating the identity of a god wasn't about helping humanity, it was about showing off, standing above them, and avoiding unnecessary human entanglements. It was boring. Fighting Saitama again would be far more fun. As human satellites continued their surveillance of the god, Chang Wei grew impatient. "You're admiring my divine presence for free. You've seen the spectacle, how much more do you need?" With a thought, he shut down all the satellites. What happened? Why did the screen go dark? The satellite lost signal. That's impossible. We checked, there were no meteors or space debris nearby. The satellites are intact. But it's not just ours, China's and Russia's satellites lost signal too. Wait, are you saying he discovered our surveillance? Humanity was once again shocked. They had used satellites to monitor Titans for years, none had ever reacted. But now the god had. Before, they had maintained an arrogant sense of superiority, viewing everything from above. They felt powerless. Did he notice from the start, or just now? This was critical. If he had noticed from the beginning, yet chose to ignore them, was it because he wanted them to witness his divine power? Divine power as vast as the abyss. Divine wrath like a raging storm. They had seen divine punishment, thunder and storms. But what did he intend? To restore an age of divine rule. Maybe he just realized it now. Some tried to stay optimistic. Not everything had to be worst-case scenario. Honestly, if he can protect us, wouldn't that be a good thing? Some weren't opposed to divine rule. What's wrong with scientists studying theology? Can't we worship a god? Chang Wei had forcibly shut down all surveillance satellites. By manipulating electromagnetic forces, he rewrote their internal systems so that they would only activate when he wanted. Of course, he wouldn't completely disable them. How else would he put on grand displays in the future? Riding Rodin, Chang Wei soared to a remote island, stretching lazily. Even pretending to be a god is exhausting. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 177, Chapter 178, Variables 1011 words. Chapter 178, Variables. Humans could no longer monitor the movements of the gods, leaving them in a state of panic. With the gods missing, what should they do next? Just sit back and wait for God to deal with the rampaging monsters. The gods and the Titan beasts once cooperated in ancient times. We don't know why they're fighting now, but their relationship is still much better than ours. What if God doesn't care about the Titans destroying the world? The monarch organization was in turmoil. If this speculation was true, how could humanity possibly stop the rampaging Titan beasts? For years, they had been powerless against a single Titan, Godzilla. They finally developed the oxygen destroyer to take it down, only to end up in a situation where Titan beasts were now everywhere. Bad news, Doctor, there's a development with Monster Zero. What is it? Monster Zero has left its aerial nest in Washington, D.C., and is heading elsewhere. The Monarch organization quickly detected King Ghidorah's new movement. Ghidorah had abandoned its lair. It was searching for something, unleashing a cataclysmic Category 6 hurricane as it soared through the sky. For humans, even a Category 5 hurricane was an unstoppable disaster, let alone a Category 6, capable of wiping entire regions off the map. What is it looking for? Ghidorah's intent was too obvious. Serizawa and the others didn't even need to guess. Could it be searching for God? A female researcher who bore a striking resemblance to a certain celebrity from an eastern country suddenly spoke up. Why do you think that? Serizawa adjusted his glasses, intrigued. Hostile relationships. The murals we found made it clear Ghidorah is the common enemy of both the Titan beasts and God. From its perspective, the only ones capable of resisting it are God and Godzilla. Her reasoning was bizarrely accurate, despite the lack of concrete evidence from Chong Wei. Scientists often propose bold hypotheses, but this one completely defied logic. But Godzilla has already gone missing. Serizawa covered his eyes, concealing his emotions. Missing was an optimistic term. They hadn't found Godzilla's body, but it had been absent for far too long, allowing Ghidorah to rampage unchecked. Could Godzilla really be? That means it has only one remaining enemy god. King Ghidorah is looking for God. The female researcher nodded decisively. Serizawa fell into deep thought. Why had God not appeared yet? Was it avoiding battle because it wasn't Ghidorah's match? That was entirely possible. After all, the murals depicted the final scene. They could see God and Godzilla, alongside a vast alliance of Titan beasts, fighting against Ghidorah. If God wasn't strong enough to defeat Ghidorah alone, and now most of the awakened Titan beasts had submitted to Ghidorah, it wasn't just weaker in strength, it was outnumbered. Even with humanity's help, defeating just one Titan was already a monumental challenge, let alone an entire army of them. With Godzilla gone, God had chosen to avoid battle. Meanwhile, Ghidorah was actively searching for God. What could humanity do? God is likely afraid. A stronger deity has appeared, so the weaker one must retreat and hide. The female researcher spoke with certainty. No, humanity cannot sit idly by. We must find Godzilla. Serizawa stood up. In this moment, he made his choice just as he always had. He could only hope Godzilla wouldn't disappoint him. But Godzilla has been missing for over 40 hours. We've lost all tracking data on it. The female researcher sighed helplessly. No, I know where Godzilla's lair is. Serizawa's words shocked everyone. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't Godzilla's lair a complete mystery? Right now, Godzilla is humanity's only hope. If Godzilla appears, then God might also appear. Otherwise, Ghidorah will destroy everything. Serizawa declared firmly. But Professor, we still need you here. You don't need me anymore. You all can handle things here. Shaking his head, Dr. Serizawa turned and left. King Ghidorah's flight path crosses the East Coast, Boston, New York. Should we issue evacuation orders? Would evacuations even help in America? There's no way they'd have enough time at this speed. Still, we have to warn them. However many can escape, let them escape. Ghidorah's flight speed was too fast for a proper evacuation. The American government issued warnings, but there was no time to organize evacuations or coordinate emergency response efforts. Meanwhile, Chong Wei was leisurely eating barbecue in Texas. He had left Rodden behind on an island, seeing no further use for it. Aside from using Rodden as his entrance mount, he had no interest in dragging it along everywhere. Then, he saw the evacuation orders being reported on the news focused on Boston and other cities. King Ghidorah. It's probably not looking for me. I've hidden myself too well. There was no way Ghidorah or Godzilla could detect him unless they were some supernatural, metaphysical versions of themselves. Then, Chong Wei suddenly recalled the Orca sonar device. Is it looking for Dr. Emma, that misanthropic scientist? Good riddance. Chong Wei had no particular stance on the matter after all. He had wiped out entire worlds of humans before. But he still thought he was a bit better than Emma. At the very least, he wasn't that dumb. If he remembered the plot correctly, Emma was about to use the Orca device to command all the monsters to stop their rampage only to be brutally slaughtered by an enraged Ghidorah. Ghidorah would never allow a second king of the monsters to exist. But now, what was going on? Chong Wei noticed that Ghidorah hadn't stopped in Boston at all. It simply flew past, its Category 6 hurricane reducing the city to rubble, an even greater level of destruction than Rodden's explosive city attack. Did the plot change? He pondered. His very existence might have caused major deviations from the original storyline. After all, the world now had an extra human god. The variables were too great. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 178, Chapter 179, Godzilla Sells. 1038 words. Chapter 179, Godzilla Sells. It didn't matter. Whether the world was destroyed or not, Chong Wei didn't care. What he truly wanted was to collect genetic points. Thanks to the Titan beasts, he had amassed a fortune in genetic points. After all, they were the ones taking the blame. Emma Russell hadn't expected that Ghidorah seemed to be hunting them down, but Jonah Allen quickly realized that it was likely due to the Orca system. Every time they activated the Orca system to awaken a dormant Titan, Ghidorah would come after them. Once or twice could be dismissed as coincidence, but as it kept happening, Jonah Allen began to suspect that Dr. Emma was up to something. Otherwise, why was Ghidorah so obedient? All the monsters we've awakened have submitted to Ghidorah. It seems that aside from Godzilla, no other creature can stand against it. As a scientist, Dr. Emma noticed the connection between the Orca system and Ghidorah much earlier than Jonah Allen, who was nothing more than a brute with a gun. But she never voiced her discovery. Instead, she recorded this rare data and observed the situation. Now she hesitated. Godzilla had been struck down by humans and hadn't reappeared since. The god in whom humanity had placed its hope had vanished after a fleeting moment. Most of humanity's inhabited regions had already been ravaged by the Titans, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Emma, who had unleashed so many Titans, now felt a pang of regret. If the god abandoned them and Godzilla was truly gone, who would stop Ghidorah? She had only wanted to slay the so-called god and return humanity to a society coexisting with the Titans, not to destroy humanity altogether. But now, Ghidorah clearly intended to wipe out humankind. It had complete command over the other Titans, making them deviate from her expectations. Instead of balance, they were mercilessly slaughtering humans. She didn't particularly care about human casualties, but now, she was worried about her daughter's safety. At this point, no place seemed safe. Their supplies were running low, and without resupply, she dreaded what might happen. Human nature crumbles under pressure. While she worried, Jonah Allen was quite satisfied. He believed humanity was a plague that deserved annihilation. Still, he was wary of Dr. Emma's potential betrayal. She had previously convinced him to use the Titans to slay the god, fearing that an unexpected divine intervention might hinder his plans. Now that the god was missing, Jonah Allen wasn't foolish enough to let his guard down. To him, the Orca system, which could control monsters, was a serious threat. What if Dr. Emma ordered the Titans to turn on Ghidorah? He couldn't afford to take that risk. Women they all backstabbing bitches. Jonah Allen, embittered by past betrayals in love and marriage, seethed with hatred. Meanwhile, the man the world was searching for, Chong Wei, was deep within Godzilla's lair. After enjoying some Texas barbecue, he had arrived here. This underground space held no secrets from him. After all, he was Schrödinger's Chong Wei, existing everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And there he saw the slumbering Godzilla. The oxygen destroyer had inflicted immense damage on Godzilla, breaking down the oxygen in its body and nearly dissolving it. But fortunately, Godzilla had something absurdly overpowered G-cells. These cells were beyond broken. They could survive the extreme gravitational pull of a black hole where everything is torn apart into quarks and still endure. Godzilla's cells possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Organizer G1, and many kaiju had been born from these cells. This genetic material enabled rapid cell regeneration, instantly healing any wound. However, only Godzilla could control this power. If any other life form absorbed these cells, they would immediately be overtaken and transformed into a monster. The invasive properties were terrifyingly strong. Unlimited growth. Unlimited evolution. Yet, in some aspects, they were oddly weak. Take Burning Godzilla, for example. Technically, G cells should have been able to withstand high temperatures and facilitate evolution, or repair its damaged nuclear reactor. After all, Godzilla's DNA, capable of mutating through radiation, had demonstrated extreme adaptability and a high probability of mutation. In 1994, during its battle against Mechagodzilla, Godzilla absorbed Fire Rodden's life energy and unleashed a red superuranium heat ray. Mechagodzilla, which had easily shrugged off ordinary atomic breath, was instantly obliterated by this new attack. Before that, Godzilla had absorbed Rodden's energy to instantly regenerate its second brain in the waste area previously destroyed by the G-Crusher weapon. This showed how Godzilla's DNA actively responded to external stimuli, mutating to save itself in critical moments. A similar event occurred in 1995 during its battle against Space Godzilla. After enduring repeated attacks from Space Godzilla's Corona beam, Godzilla unleashed an even more powerful burning spiral heat ray, utterly erasing both Space Godzilla and the G-weapon Mogera. On Earth today, the most extreme environment imaginable would be the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. In an environment where all other life would perish, Godzilla didn't just survive, it evolved into an even stronger being. Whenever it faced a crisis, Godzilla's DNA would trigger some kind of reaction, altering its own physiology to adapt. G cells versus other viruses. Blacklight virus was similar to G cells, but even it couldn't withstand the crushing forces of a black hole, even one only 9 times the mass of the Sun. As for the divine light virus, Chang Wei wasn't sure. Still, just based on the potential of G cells, they were at the top of his wish list. I wonder if the divine light virus can resist the invasion of Godzilla's cells. I hope it doesn't turn me into a monster. Chang Wei had read the comics. Humans infected by Godzilla's cells mutated into grotesque abominations. But the divine light virus had already assimilated divine power, a force with a universal scale minimum threshold. It was also in the process of digesting the stand virus, which operated on multiversal conceptual levels. So it should stand a good chance against G cells. Besides, this wasn't one of those ridiculously overpowered versions of Godzilla. What was there to be afraid of? Let's start by taking a ton of it, and see how grilled Godzilla meat tastes. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 179, Chapter 180, Where is God? 1056 words. Chapter 180, Where is God? Godzilla whimpered weakly, watching helplessly as Chang Wei carved a large chunk of flesh from its body. It wanted to fight back, but its feeble state left it powerless. All it could do was widen its eyes, memorizing Chang Wei's face. After taking the flesh, Chang Wei left. Shortly after, Dr. Serizawa entered alone, carrying a mini-nuclear bomb. Godzilla's lair was filled with radiation lethal to humans. While Chang Wei could ignore it, Dr. Serizawa was walking to his death. But he had already made up his mind. Rather than fear, he felt content upon seeing Godzilla. Godzilla, it's so good to see you're still alive. He placed the mini-nuclear bomb on the ground and activated it. Once the countdown began, he approached Godzilla, reaching out to touch the giant creature for the first time. The next moment, the nuclear explosion erupted, instantly vaporizing him. Elsewhere, Chang Wei used a bit of thermal radiation to roast Godzilla's flesh. Of course, given the terrifying adaptability of G cells, even cooked meat wasn't entirely safe. But Chang Wei had no intention of completely killing off the G cell activity. He sprinkled some cumin and other seasonings. This was Godzilla's tenderloin, the equivalent of a cow's finest cut. It had to be delicious. I'm the first person to ever eat Godzilla meat. He devoured it greedily. In no time, over a ton of Godzilla meat had vanished into his stomach. Then, he felt his divine light virus stirring. His stomach churned, reacting to what he had just consumed. Although he retained a human physiology, Chang Wei believed that if he ever stopped seeing himself as human, he would eventually cease to be one. No matter how much he evolved, he would preserve his human biology. After all, he could always transform when necessary. Inside him, the divine light virus and the G-cells clashed in a brutal battle. Since G-cells weren't a virus, his supervirus system remained unresponsive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so anxious, fearing that he might not be able to digest the G-cells. The divine light virus devoured the G-cells, while the G-cells invaded the virus in return. The agony was unbearable. But Chang Wei didn't block the pain this time. He saw it as a way to temper his willpower. Fighting Saitama had already pushed his pain tolerance to a new level. Now, at least, he wouldn't be driven to the brink of surrender. Outside, supercharged by a nuclear bomb, Godzilla was overflowing with energy, almost to the point of discomfort. It had already been close to recovery, but with this sudden boost, it desperately needed to release its excess power. And there was no better target than King Ghidorah. Right on cue, the Monarch Organization's giant moth, Mothra, arrived. Without Mothra, Godzilla couldn't achieve burning mode or maintain control. But in the original timeline, Ghidorah had vaporized Mothra, though she wouldn't truly die. The absurdity of an atomic dinosaur and a giant moth being romantically linked enraged Ghidorah, the ultimate lone wolf. A beauty belongs only to the strong. Furious, it launched an attack on Godzilla. Serizawa did it. Godzilla is back. But where is God? The Monarch Organization observed the newly revitalized Godzilla. It even seemed a little. But despite the power-up, Godzilla still wasn't a match for Ghidorah. The three-headed dragon mercilessly battered it with gravity beams, slamming it into the ground. This was legendary Ghidorah, the so-called Monster Zero. It descended upon Earth from Venus in ancient times, a hostile alien species and an alpha titan. The arch-nemesis of legendary Godzilla. Long ago, it had battled Godzilla, Mothra, and other titans. Defeated, it was sealed beneath the Antarctic ice, sleeping until now. Ancient myths spoke of a great dragon falling from the stars, a nine-headed storm devouring both humanity and the gods, titans. The ancients feared Ghidorah so much that they erased all records of it, as if trying to force it into oblivion. Scans revealed that each of its three heads had different frontal lobe densities, indicating distinct levels of cognition, perhaps even independent thoughts. In the movie, the three heads had different personalities, with the middle head as the dominant one. Its skin contained traces of gold, acting as a conductor for its internal bioelectricity. Ghidorah's bioelectricity could be discharged as golden energy beams, known as gravity beams. These could not only destroy targets but also disable electronic systems. It could absorb energy by biting into living creatures or power sources. In the movie, it drained an entire power plant in Boston before unleashing a massive area-wide gravity beam attack, wiping out aircraft, warships, and severely injuring Godzilla. Its wings had incredible tensile strength. The sheer aerodynamic force generated during flight could create hurricanes. In the movie, its arrival in Washington triggered a Category 6 hurricane, submerging the city. When combined with its bioelectricity, the water vapor in the air heated to extreme temperatures, creating its own localized storm system. In short, if Ghidorah took flight again, the stratosphere would be torn apart by an otherworldly thunderstorm. Humanity would be doomed. This version of legendary Ghidorah hadn't just absorbed Boston's power grid like in the film. It had drained multiple cities' power plants, pushing its strength to an unprecedented level far beyond its movie counterpart. Sensing a vague threat, Ghidorah instinctively reacted. Even though it couldn't directly detect Chang Wei, its biological instincts picked up on subtle anomalies. And so, it chose to further enhance itself in preparation for the unknown danger. Unaware of this, Godzilla launched an attack only to be instantly overpowered. Ghidorah, now exponentially stronger, blasted Godzilla with gravity beams, grievously wounding it. Against an opponent that could manipulate gravity itself, Godzilla was utterly outmatched. Godzilla is no match. The monarch personnel were in a panic. Only now did they grasp the vast gap between Godzilla and Ghidorah. Only now did they understand why God had yet to show himself. But now that Godzilla had entered the battle, why was God still absent? If Godzilla fell, the world was doomed. God, please save us. Kami-sama, where are you? As Godzilla lay battered and bloodied, Mothra hovered over it, scattering healing scales. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 180, Chapter 181, Titan vs. 1131 words. Chapter 181, Titan vs. Mothra's abilities were incredibly unique. Her massive thorax could emit a form of beta-biological light waves. When these waves were projected onto her intricately structured wings, they transformed into a dazzling, wholly light weapon. So what appeared to be phosphorescent powder was not actually powder, it was just light waves. King Ghidorah's gravity beams were refracted and deflected by Mothra's phosphorescent powder, enraging him. In retaliation, the tips of his wings erupted with a barrage of golden lightning-like gravity beams, instantly overwhelming Mothra. Before she could use her phosphorescent refraction to counter the attack, she was directly vaporized. However, in her final moments, she managed to use her light waves to stabilize Godzilla's internal furnace. Affected by this, Godzilla instantly entered his burning Godzilla state. The terrifying heat radiated in all directions. Even Ghidorah felt the searing winds washing over him, causing the golden film on his body to begin melting. This unexpected turn of events both shocked and enraged Ghidorah. Fortunately, he had absorbed an immense amount of electricity, allowing him to unleash a massive gravity beam barrier that connected the heavens and the earth, shielding himself from burning Godzilla's thermal radiation. To humanity, their battle was nothing short of apocalyptic. The heat radiation emanating from Godzilla melted the surrounding buildings like snow under the sun. Even steel frameworks liquefied into molten iron. The insulating properties of air proved utterly useless. Normally, even with magma's extreme temperatures, humans could stand nearby. Some had even dared to step onto cooled lava flows. Yet now, the sustained heat output from Godzilla's body made it clear just how unimaginably high the temperature had become. Godzilla's surface temperature is skyrocketing. This is bad. His body temperature has exceeded 3,000 degrees Celsius. Ghidorah's internal energy is surging. This is equivalent to the electricity consumption of multiple cities. If it explodes, the entire city will be wiped off the map. The scientists of the Monarch organization were horrified. If either of these two titans died and detonated, the consequences would be cataclysmic. They might survive, but humanity would never recover from such devastation. The researchers, watching as Godzilla's surface temperature soared past 6,000 degrees Celsius, were losing their minds. How is a living creature surviving at these temperatures? And this was just his surface temperature. The core must be reaching temperatures rivaling those of a thermonuclear reaction. At this point, they had no idea what could possibly stop the battle. But just then, they noticed something, a glowing point of light descending from the sky, radiating ever-intensifying brilliance until it became impossible to ignore. I almost missed this. Chong Wei had arrived. After battling with the G-cells inside him, the divine virus having consumed far too many powerful entities ultimately prevailed, digesting and assimilating the G-cells. Sensing the massive confrontation between Ghidorah and Godzilla, Chong Wei rushed to the scene. It's the god. He's finally here. But what can a god even do in this situation? No one believed the god could intervene. Even though he had once parted the seas and beaten Rodin into submission, this situation was on an entirely different level. Wait. A shocking sight left them speechless. They saw the god was growing larger. His body expanded at an incredible rate, and by the time he landed, he had transformed into a colossal being over 100 meters tall, with 6 pairs of black wings extending from his back, a giant god. In his hand, he gripped a lightning-formed spear. Someone murmured the word. In Greek mythology, the Titans were an ancient race of gods who once ruled the world. They were the children of Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. At this moment, no one doubted that Chang Wei was a titan of legend. He radiated boundless golden flames, lightning crackling and dancing across his body. With every movement, storms gathered, thunder rumbled, and in his hand, the lightning spear shimmered with divine power. Zeus' lightning spear. Could he be the original Zeus? Those black wings. Aren't they a symbol of fallen angels? Maybe he's actually the prototype of Satan. Can become this massive. No wonder every culture has myths of giants, yet we've only ever found the bones of ancient titans, not humanoid giants. Gripping his spear of lightning and wreathed in flames, storms, and light, Chang Wei became the center of attention both for humans and titans alike. Raising his lightning spear, he pointed it at both King Ghidorah and burning Godzilla. He was going to take on both of them. Isn't the god supposed to be Godzilla's ally? Humanity was stunned by his actions. A god of this scale was beyond comprehension. He had already demonstrated overwhelming power while in human form easily defeating Rodan. Now, with such a colossal transformation, just how powerful was he? King Ghidorah and burning Godzilla, both rulers among titans, could not tolerate such a provocation. To them, Chang Wei was now seen as humanity's titan, a being that must be treated as an enemy. In truth, monsters had always viewed humans as titans themselves, just not as individuals, but as a singular titan composed of countless tiny beings, whose power came from sheer numbers. King Ghidorah attacked first. His golden gravity beams extended far beyond what was seen in the movies. However, Chang Wei swung his lightning spear, slicing through the beams effortlessly, before hurling the spear toward Ghidorah. The lightning spear streaked across the sky in an instant. Ghidorah had no time to dodge before it pierced straight through one of his heads. Kevin. The remaining two heads shrieked in agony. Burning Godzilla shot a glare at Chang Wei, then turned his full fury on King Ghidorah. His mate, Mothra, had been killed by the three-headed dragon. Ghidorah was his priority target. This is bad. Ghidorah can absorb electricity. Did the god forget? The Monarch organization was panicking. By attacking with lightning, wasn't the god just feeding Ghidorah more power? But in the next moment, boom. The lightning spear erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The released energy was so immense that it sent burning Godzilla tumbling backward, rolling several hundred meters across the battlefield. Even his thermal radiation was suppressed and overshadowed by the sheer might of the blast. The energy output, it's equivalent to a 100 megaton hydrogen bomb. That's impossible. Humanity was left in utter shock. They had always known titans were powerful. Godzilla's atomic breath was devastating. But none of them had ever imagined that a single attack could instantly unleash power on par with a nuclear bomb. Yet now, they had seen it with their own eyes. The ancient god had done just that, with a single throw of his lightning spear. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 181, Chapter 182, Little Short Arms, Let's Spar. 1126 words. Chapter 182, Little Short Arms, Let's Spar. So the lightning spear's attack method is actually an explosion rather than being thrown, automatically hitting its target, and then returning to the wielder. You're confusing it with Odin's divine declaration, aren't you? You've mixed up mythology. According to the myths, when not in use, the lightning spear looks like a small rod crackling with electricity. But when thrown in battle, it transforms into a long lightning spear capable of piercing through anything. Looking at it now, it's obvious that the bards either got it wrong or exaggerated the truth. After all, what they had just witnessed was the lightning spear detonating upon impact, heavily injuring the legendary King Ghidorah, and blasting burning Godzilla away. But then, they saw Chang Wei raise his hand. Thousands upon thousands of lightning bolts answered his call. The sky rumbled, flashing with blinding electric arcs as a thunderstorm of apocalyptic proportions erupted. A relentless barrage of destruction unfolded, a terrifying manifestation of the wrath of thunder. As the lightning continued to converge upon Chang Wei's palm, a new lightning spear formed. Could this be why bards mistakenly believed it could be thrown, and then summoned back? The members of Monarch were in utter disbelief. If the lightning spear was actually formed from an enormous concentration of lightning, then it made sense that its explosion would be so devastating. In fact, it was like a hydrogen bomb with a yield of 100 megatons, perhaps even an understatement. This time, however, Chang Wei did not hurl the lightning spear again. Instead, he strode forward. The legendary King Ghidorah had absorbed a massive amount of electricity. Despite just having one of its heads obliterated in the explosion, and the other two heavily wounded, it was rapidly regenerating. Chang Wei ignored the struggling burning Godzilla, and swatted aside King Ghidorah's incoming wings with a wave of his hand. Then, he stomped down, trampling the colossal beast and sending it sprawling to the ground. King Ghidorah roared in fury. All three heads lunged toward Chang Wei, attempting to drain his energy. Chang Wei swung the lightning spear slash and lopped off the head known as Kevin. Kevin? With the remaining two heads still intact, Chang Wei grabbed them, one in each hand. Then, he forcibly twisted them together. Truth be told, he had always been curious what would happen if he tied King Ghidorah's three heads into a knot. King Ghidorah thrashed wildly, sensing what was about to happen. But it was futile. The power gap was simply too vast. What is he trying to do? That motion. A female researcher froze as a memory surfaced. She had just thrown away her takeout box earlier. Grabbing the plastic bag's handles, twisting them together, looping them, and then giving them a firm yank to tighten the knot. No way. On the screen, the colossal deity flawlessly replicated the exact same action in her mind, tying King Ghidorah's heads into a knot along with the freshly regenerating one. King Ghidorah was stunned. For the first time in its life, in dragon history, it had been tied into a knot. Never before, in all its battles across the cosmos and Earth, had any titan attempted such a thing. The legendary King Ghidorah flailed in sheer desperation, rolling across the ground like a tangled mass of serpents. Whoa! Burning Godzilla reacted next. Staring at the knotted King Ghidorah, its body began to surge with terrifying heat. Chang Wei's gaze turned cold. What now, little short arms? You wanna spar with me? He had been looking forward to obtaining G-cells. But perhaps because this version of the movie was an American production, Godzilla's cells did not contain the G1 organism he sought. This had left him anxious for quite some time, unsure whether to abandon the idea, or destroy the corrupted G-cells outright. In the end, however, the divine light virus had completely overwhelmed the G-cells after the initial infection. And from the system's analysis, this strain of G-cells wasn't the type that could withstand the immense pressure of a black hole. While their evolutionary potential was similar, they ultimately fell far short of his expectations. It was like comparing Zilla to Godzilla. One was just a radiation-mutated giant lizard, while the other was an atomic dinosaur capable of unleashing atomic breath and nuclear pulses. Chang Wei's efforts had been wasted. And now he was in a foul mood. If Godzilla didn't know its place, he wouldn't mind showing it what dragon slaying truly meant. After all, an atomic dinosaur is still a dragon. Burning Godzilla roared, gathering an immense amount of nuclear energy within its body. For most creatures, its heat ray would be a catastrophic attack. But for Chang Wei, nuclear energy. He had long since surpassed such things. Now, he wielded something far more efficient: Saitama's body. Although his strength didn't grow as absurdly fast as Saitama's, he could feel himself becoming stronger every single day. And that sensation was breathtaking. Burning Godzilla unleashed its infinite heat ray, targeting King Ghidorah. Its mate was dead. Revenge came first. As the king of the monsters, its duty was to eliminate the alien life form before anything else. Its rivalry with Chang Wei could wait until after King Ghidorah was dealt with. However, the infinite heat ray never reached its target. Chang Wei hadn't even moved. Yet, the devastating beam stopped abruptly, as if striking an invisible barrier. Psychokinesis. Chang Wei's psychokinesis grew stronger with each passing day. At this point, he wasn't even sure how powerful it had become. But disrupting the planetary orbits in the solar system, that was probably within reach. Blocking a mere burning Godzilla's attack. Child's play. Did the god and Godzilla just start fighting? Monarch's researchers had assumed that the next step would be the god executing King Ghidorah. But then, Godzilla's attack had been intercepted by the god himself. Did we misunderstand their relationship and hierarchy? The female researchers' eyes widened. Previously, they had believed that the god had feared King Ghidorah, which was why he had remained hidden. And that, in ancient times, he had needed to team up with Godzilla and other titans just to fight King Ghidorah. They had seen it with their own eyes. King Ghidorah had crushed Godzilla. And then, the god had crushed King Ghidorah. This was despite the fact that King Ghidorah had grown stronger by absorbing the electricity from modern power plants, something it had lacked in ancient times. As for the god himself, had he gained new powers during his disappearance? Had he always been this overwhelmingly powerful? Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 182, Chapter 183, 1 against 2 1171 words. Chapter 183, 1 against 2. The members of the Monarch organization were all in deep distress. What was behind that mural? Why did it have to be right, when we were about to uncover the truth that a sudden geological event destroyed the entire cave? Could it be that what was behind the mural wasn't the alliance of God and Godzilla against Ghidorah, but instead a chaotic free-for-all battle? After all, the Titans were incredibly powerful, and Ghidorah didn't seem to stand a chance against them. Meanwhile, Burning Godzilla was furious that Chang Wei had blocked its attack. Even worse, Chang Wei was now pointing the lightning spear directly at it. Roar! The massive beast was enraged. You bastard, do you have any sense of loyalty? I'm trying to execute an outsider, and here you are, stopping me. Are you trying to make me lose face? Since Chang Wei had absorbed the genes of Rodan and Godzilla, he could actually understand what Godzilla was saying. TCH, just one sound from Chang Wei was enough for Burning Godzilla to understand his meaning. That was it, big guy couldn't hold back anymore. Roar! Burning Godzilla took a huge step forward and swung a massive paw at Chang Wei. This version of legendary Godzilla had a somewhat bear-like body structure. Though it still had relatively short arms, the sheer force behind its strikes was nothing to take lightly. Chang Wei, however, merely swung his lightning spear lightly. The weapon, crackling with terrifying energy, effortlessly severed Burning Godzilla's short arm before piercing straight through its body. Crackle boom. A massive surge of electricity instantly spread throughout Burning Godzilla's body, paralyzing it completely. It watched in horror as Chang Wei casually formed another lightning spear, and prepared to thrust it straight at its chest. Burning Godzilla's eyes widened in shock. It quickly raised its remaining short arm to block the incoming spear, holding it back with all its might. But the first spear was still embedded in its body, and the terrifying electrical discharge was interfering with its internal thermonuclear reaction. It couldn't unleash its atomic breath. Otherwise, at this range, it would have already blasted Chang Wei in the face. Chang Wei didn't mind that his spear was being held back. Did this little short arm forget that I have another hand? A powerful fist smashed into Burning Godzilla's face, sending scales flying as its skull deformed from the impact. The strike disrupted the inner structures responsible for its balance, causing the massive beast to stagger and collapse uncontrollably to the ground. Chang Wei immediately stepped onto its back, raising his lightning spear high above his head, poised to strike. At that moment, he looked just like St. George slaying the dragon. The Titan has defeated both Ghidorah and Godzilla. But if he kills them, the explosion will destroy everything. The Monarch organization members were in full panic mode. They had never expected the battle between Titans to end in such an overwhelming manner. Even more puzzling was why, in ancient times, the Titan had not ruled the world. What had happened back then? What do we do? Should we try communicating with him and explain the situation? There's no time. Besides, we don't even know if he can understand our language. All we can do now is pray to God. Oh wait, is he God? That's impossible. The time of God's birth is far removed from the ancient era. It's like how Jesus lived during the late Western Han Dynasty in ancient China. The Titan was an enigma. Existing scientific theories simply couldn't explain it. After all, modern science was just an attempt to explain observable phenomena. It was not absolute truth. Moreover, given how the Titan could directly affect satellites while the other Titans, including Ghidorah and Godzilla, remained completely oblivious to it, it was evident that the Titan was on a level far beyond them. Burning Godzilla struggled violently. The king of the monsters being pinned down like this was humiliating beyond words. But no matter how much it struggled, Chong Wei's foot was like a mountain, unmoving. The ground around them had been torn apart, forming a massive crater from Godzilla's thrashing, yet Chong Wei remained firmly in place. At that moment, legendary Ghidorah suddenly began tearing into its own heads. Chong Wei turned his gaze toward it. Finally figured out how to undo the bindings. He wasn't surprised. Ghidorah was incredibly intelligent, perhaps even on par with humans. Those massive brains of theirs weren't just for show. It was only a matter of time. By biting through its own necks, Ghidorah severed them completely, causing the bindings to automatically come undone. Legendary Ghidorah roared in fury as it rapidly regenerated its heads. Then, it unleashed its gravity beams at full power. The monstrous dragon took to the skies, generating terrifying aerodynamic effects. A Category 6 hurricane formed instantly. Chong Wei, however, remained unfazed. With a mere wave of his hand, the newly formed hurricane was completely neutralized, vanishing without a trace. Unbelievable. How did he do that? A Category 6 hurricane disappeared in an instant. Does he have control over storms? The Monarch organization felt like their minds were about to break. If this continued, their researchers would probably go insane. How could a fully developed hurricane just disappear? Some had once proposed the idea of neutralizing hurricanes by detonating nuclear bombs within their cores, an utterly foolish notion. In reality, even a nuclear bomb was nothing compared to a hurricane's energy. Not just a Category 6 hurricane, but even a minor one contained energy millions of times greater than that of a nuclear explosion. This was the power of nature. Humanity still had a long way to go before surpassing it. Yet this Titan had simply waved its hand and dispersed a fully formed Category 6 hurricane. What did this mean? No wonder our ancestors in ancient times revered him as a god. So the legends were true. The power of the gods is truly beyond comprehension. From a scientific standpoint, if he can control, or rather, command such energy output, then what he's showing right now cannot be the limit of his abilities. If he can dispel a Category 6 hurricane, he might just be able to create an even more devastating one. The upper echelons of the Monarch organization, along with the leaders of humanity, all felt utterly exhausted upon hearing the scientists' analysis. Titans like Godzilla were already terrifying. Its atomic breath was powerful, but still within an acceptable range of destruction. In truth, the real devastation to humanity came not from Titans, but from natural disasters. Compared to hurricanes, tsunamis, and earthquakes, even Godzilla's rampages were manageable in terms of economic damage. But now, a being had appeared that could freely create and control hurricanes and lightning. That was no longer just a Titan. That was a true god. Even legendary Ghidorah was momentarily stunned. This technique, which had always worked in the past, had been effortlessly neutralized by Chong Wei. Chapter 183, Chapter 184, Humans Who Wish to Become Believers. 1144 words. Chapter 184, Humans Who Wish to Become Believers. Legendary King Ghidorah found itself in an incomprehensible situation, unable to process what was happening. While Ghidorah was lost in confusion, Chang Wei was not. Instead, he seized the opportunity to show off. Holding the lightning spear in one hand, he extended the other. Instantly, countless torrents of seawater surged toward his palm, coalescing into a mighty trident. The sight stunned the human spectators. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly the mythical trident of the Sea Emperor. Compressing such a vast amount of seawater into a single weapon, just how dense and heavy was it? The sheer thought was unimaginable. They were already in awe of the divine giant's overwhelming power, and this new display only deepened their astonishment. Then, Chang Wei pointed his trident at Ghidorah. As he did, the ocean behind him suddenly roared to life. Towering waves, over 1,000 meters high, surged forward like an unstoppable tsunami, crashing down with devastating force. Before such power, neither legendary King Ghidorah nor burning Godzilla stood a chance. They were utterly insignificant. Ghidorah roared as it was mercilessly smashed into the ground by the tidal wave, its massive body shattering instantly. Burning Godzilla, though resistant to extreme water pressure, was still battered by the waves, tumbling hundreds of times before finally stabilizing itself. Meanwhile, the seawater split around Chang Wei's form, as if encountering an immovable reef, allowing humanity to witness his actions clearly. Defying fluid dynamics and gravity, the seawater formed into a colossal hand, which then relentlessly slapped down upon Ghidorah and Godzilla. Each impact was akin to an earthquake, shaking the entire battlefield. Legendary King Ghidorah barely managed to struggle before being smashed into a pulpy mess. Ghidorah paced. Burning Godzilla let out an indignant roar, resisting with all its might. Each slap evaporated vast amounts of seawater due to its extreme heat, but there was simply too much water. Extinguishing this miniature sun was effortless. Short arms, do you yield? Chang Wei spoke in the language of Titan beasts, addressing Godzilla. Screw off. Godzilla refused to submit, its defiance unwavering. Chang Wei didn't push further. He wasn't killing Godzilla after all. There was still an entertaining showdown between Godzilla and Pretty Boy to look forward to. Upon arriving in the Monsterverse, Chang Wei initially thought the G-cells here were worth the journey alone. But after discovering that these weren't the G-cells he had hoped for, he suddenly felt like the trip wasn't worth it. He began considering ways to recoup his losses. Since he had no intention of anchoring this world, if he were to anchor one, it would be a realm with final Godzilla. There was little value in staying here long term. Thus, manifesting as a god and slaying monsters became his way of making the most of the trip, a form of entertainment. Since Godzilla refused to submit, Chang Wei didn't dwell on it. He grabbed Godzilla and pointed toward the ocean. The sea immediately parted, recreating the biblical miracle of the parted waters. If you won't surrender, then I'll seal you in the ocean's abyss. With that, Chang Wei hurled Godzilla into the depths. His trident followed, piercing through Godzilla and nailing it to the seabed. The parted waters then crashed back down, completely submerging burning Godzilla. Even Godzilla has fallen. The humans watching were overcome with mixed emotions. Anxiety, uncertainty. What would this god do next? Would he demand worship? Establish a religion? King Ghidorah and Godzilla, the two apex titans, had been effortlessly crushed in ways beyond human comprehension. Some humans had even considered intervening in the battle to maintain balance between titans and divine beings. But before they could make a decision, the battle was over. It had all happened too fast. Others breathed a sigh of relief. Meddling in this fight would have been sheer suicide. No matter how united humanity was, they could never hope to challenge a being who commanded storms and thunder at will. Especially that final scene where the god used the ocean itself to overwhelm and defeat Ghidorah and Godzilla. It was absolute, undeniable power. Why overthink it? Instead of worrying, we should consider this: whoever becomes the first high priest of his faith will be the most powerful human on earth. This single remark sent shockwaves through the crowd. Every insider immediately had the same thought. This god seemed to lack followers. If they were to pledge their faith now, wouldn't they become his first believers, akin to the founding disciples of a divine order? Consider the historical precedent, Jesus' first disciples. Even though God never physically manifested, their influence was boundless. They held the power to appoint and depose kings, even launching holy wars against their enemies. Even in modern times, when religion had declined, monotheistic faiths remained one of the most influential forces in the world. And now, a true God had descended. If one could gain his recognition and become his first high priest, surpassing Saint Peter would be inevitable. More importantly, this God was real and eternal, which meant that the power of the high priest would never fade. Not to mention, the world was still overrun by Titan beasts. In this time of great catastrophe, people craved safety and guidance. A true God could offer them both spiritual solace and physical protection. It was entirely possible that fanatical believers would emerge in droves, much like in ancient Europe. After all, even in today's scientifically advanced world, there are still religious fanatics. How much more fervent would believers be in ancient times? Humanity was complex, filled with contradictions, so this sort of fanaticism was only natural. But Chang Wei had no interest in spreading faith or establishing a church. He simply couldn't be bothered. To him, playing the role of a god among mortals was far less entertaining than directly showcasing his divine power. Humans weren't nearly as fascinating as Titan beasts. So, after sealing Godzilla beneath the ocean, Chang Wei shrunk back to normal size. As a final touch, he disabled all human satellites, effectively blinding them once more. Then, he headed toward Skull Island. There he would find Pretty Boy, also known as Kong, a young, immature great ape. Among the Titan beasts, Pretty Boy was likely the most intelligent. However, intelligence alone didn't determine who ruled over the monsters. Chang Wei could never quite understand why Kong had the potential to become king of the monsters. In ancient times, Kong's species had even developed a technological system using energy crystals from the hollow earth to counter Titan beasts. In fact, they even slaughtered a member of Godzilla's species. They had even turned its dorsal plates into a battle axe. For reference, Godzilla was merely the name of this particular individual. The entire species was known as atomic dinosaurs, just like the one called Dagon, whose remains had been discovered long ago. Chapter 184, Chapter 185, Godzilla vs. Handsome Kong in Action. 1076 words. Chapter 185, Godzilla vs. Handsome Kong in Action. But Handsome Kong was merely a displaced Kong who had ended up on the surface due to a change in his species. He had nothing truly remarkable except for his intelligence. He lacked the tough exoskeleton and scales of monsters like Godzilla. Instead, his fur offered virtually zero defense, whether against other Titan behemoths or even against humans. In the movies, even firearms could injure him. Other Titans were stronger than him. Intelligence. Many Titans were highly intelligent. So, in the grand scheme of things, Handsome Kong seemed like an overly hyped king of monsters. A Kong that can't fire an energy blast? What kind of Kong is that? That was the thought in Chang Wei's mind. He had always believed that the one thing preventing Handsome Kong from becoming the true king of monsters was his lack of energy-based attacks. Look at King Ghidorah. Look at Godzilla. What set them apart from other Titans? Their energy attacks. Their ability to strike from a distance. It was like putting a bunch of heavyweight fighters in a ring, except two of them had bows or even guns. That kind of advantage was massive. Sure, Godzilla's atomic breath often looked weak, and the Muto would have survived if Godzilla hadn't pried its mouth open for a direct blast. But Titans were naturally tough. In close combat, an atomic dinosaur had already fallen to the Mutos. Atomic breath and gravity beams helped Ghidorah and Godzilla end fights faster. Rodan, on the other hand, was unfortunate. As one of Toho's big three, he should have had some energy attack. But instead, his offensive capability was limited to high-temperature magma body contact. Which Titan was afraid of heat? Even Mothra, the monster queen, had light-based attacks and could fly at superluminal speeds to gather energy before returning to obliterate her enemies. Before long, Chong Wei had found his target Handsome Kong. At that moment, Handsome Kong was locked in battle with Skullcrawlers. According to the original novel's plot, Handsome Kong was preventing the Skullcrawlers from worshipping King Ghidorah. The Skullcrawlers were giant lizard-like reptilian creatures, the dominant predators of Skull Island's underground ecosystem. They had no inherent respect for other life forms. With powerful bite force, elusive movement, and extreme brutality, they were utterly depraved. These creatures had even wiped out the Kong species, earning the title Demons. It was hard to imagine that the Kongs who had once wielded energy technology and weapons capable of killing atomic dinosaurs had been wiped out by these Skullcrawlers. It was simply absurd. Handsome Kong was struggling. The sheer number of Skullcrawlers overwhelming him was staggering. Even though Ghidorah had become Ghidorah-chan, their directive remained, and they charged forward without hesitation. Chong Wei thought for a moment and decided to modify Handsome Kong right then and there, allowing him to test his newfound powers on the Skullcrawlers. Handsome Kong had no idea someone had just tinkered with him. Let's see. First, let's give you an extra pair of arms. Chong Wei's divine light virus infiltrated Handsome Kong's body. Handsome Kong grabbed a Skullcrawler in each hand, smashing them into others like living weapons and shields. Suddenly, a Skullcrawler lunged from behind, sinking its teeth into his back. The pain made Handsome Kong howl, baring his large white teeth. Then, out of nowhere, a familiar set of hands grabbed the attacking Skullcrawler and slammed it into the ground. Handsome Kong roared in fury, pounding his chest. Wait, what? He paused. He looked at the torn-apart Skullcrawlers in his hands, then at the extra pair of hands that had just pounded his chest. His mind blanked. Just happened. But the Skullcrawlers gave him no time to process. Another surge of pain snapped him back to reality. He had never felt such overwhelming rage before. A burning sensation welled up in his throat. He opened his mouth far wider than ever before. Roar! A brilliant burst of fire. A dazzling beam of energy illuminated the surroundings. The first Skullcrawler caught in the blast screamed as it began to melt. Its skeletal face dripped away like ice cream in the sun, flesh and bone alike reduced to nothing. Handsome Kong scratched his head. For the first time in his life, he felt utterly confused. What just happened? Why could he suddenly do this? Handsome Kong wasn't stupid. Even without formal education from his kind, he possessed intelligence on par with a human. But that only made it harder for him to understand. Where had the extra arms come from? Why had he suddenly roared and unleashed such an attack? Chong Wei had already retracted his divine light virus after making his adjustments. In the One Punch Man world, he had gathered plenty of monster genes. All he had to do was pick the right ones for Handsome Kong. For instance, Monster King Orochi's energy beam attack it suited Handsome Kong's Scion Ape aesthetic far better than overgrown Rover's energy blasts. So he gave it to him. As for the extra arms, that was Chong Wei's idea to let Handsome Kong dominate all those short-armed weaklings. With longer reach, short-armed enemies wouldn't even be able to land a hit. And the issue of Handsome Kong not being able to swim, potentially drowning. Chong Wei fixed that too. He secretly gave him an additional, concealed lung, enabling him to breathe underwater. For defense, he replaced Handsome Kong's weak skin with the same material as superalloy Darkshine's virtually indestructible. Sure, Handsome Kong might lose fur and go bald from attacks, but he'd never get injured again. Handsome Kong soon realized that not only could he roar and unleash devastating attacks, but he also had an extra pair of highly flexible arms. Even the Skullcrawler's once agonizing bites now felt like, that's it. Roar. Handsome Kong spat out one final blast, incinerating the last Skullcrawler. Standing atop its corpse, he pounded his chest and roared triumphantly. Chong Wei watched with satisfaction. Now this is what I wanted, a true battle between Godzilla and Kong. Not the pathetic version where Kong finds a magical axe and still loses to Godzilla. The original movie had been a massive letdown. Chang Wei had thought Kong would regain his heritage and develop energy attacks only to end up with just an axe. And even then, he still lost to Godzilla. Absolutely ridiculous. Support me and read ahead on Patreon, patreon.com/crackstranslation, 2 chapters released daily. Thank you for your support. Chapter 185, Chapter 186, King Kong, Skull Island. 1041 words. Chapter 186, King Kong, Skull Island. After modifying Handsome Kong, Chang Wei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he altered the memories of the island's natives. He realized that in the original plot, specifically, the second King Kong movie, or rather the reboot Kong, Skull Island, those arrogant guys with helicopters, who bombed the mountains and flushed Kong out, hadn't arrived yet. This gave Chang Wei an opportunity to showcase his power again. Or maybe just spout nonsense. Still, with the whole world in chaos because of me, who knows if those people will even come to Skull Island? Chang Wei furrowed his brows. Right now, human society was filled with cults worshipping God, deities, and other divine figures. Some even referred to him as the old god, god of thunder, storms, the sea, and war, or even Satan. It was all a mess. Yet, to this day, no god had appeared to respond, leaving the human elite secretly supporting these various religious factions completely baffled. What did God even mean? Chang Wei pondered for a moment. Whether or not someone came, he just needed to be prepared. After modifying the memories of the natives and altering the murals on the island, he left behind a legend of a deity, further developing his divine persona. When it came to deceiving people, Chang Wei thoroughly enjoyed himself. Once he was done, he casually slaughtered a tyrannosaurus, sliced off the tenderest cuts, and began roasting the meat. At that moment, a group of people was approaching the island. As the satellite images suggest, this island is perpetually surrounded by a violent storm system, rendering it isolated from the world. No outsiders have ever set foot here. A young man interrupted the man with naturally curly hair, who was enthusiastically explaining. Because we couldn't break through that storm barrier. But this time is different. With the American Air Force and Lieutenant Colonel Packard's helicopter squadron, we will be the first humans to set foot on this land. We will be like Columbus. The idea that helicopters could break through the storm was utterly ridiculous, yet somehow, they succeeded. Escorted by the helicopter squadron, they passed through the storm that separated the island from the outside world and landed. Welcome to the new world, everyone. The curly-haired man from the expedition team was visibly excited. Just by looking around, it was clear that many plants on the island were unlike anything found elsewhere. Who knew what new species they might discover? However, while the expedition team was filled with excitement, the atmosphere around Lieutenant Colonel Packard was far more tense. We need to conduct an in-depth geological survey, Colonel, said Dr. Randa from Monarch Organization. An in-depth geological survey. Packard was puzzled. He had no idea why his superiors and the U.S. government were backing this operation, let alone why it was being led by a scholar. It wasn't that he looked down on academics. In fact, he respected knowledge as much as he revered power because he lacked both. That's right. Our mission here is to research and search for something. Randa nodded. And what exactly are we looking for? Packard pressed on. That's classified. Sorry, Colonel. Randa shook his head, refusing to elaborate. Packard stared at him for a long moment. Begin the geological survey. He had no choice. Orders from above dictated that Dr. Randa was in charge of this mission, and as a soldier, he had to follow orders. And they chose the most reckless way to conduct their survey using explosive shockwaves. This approach was typical of the military, efficient and time-saving. It was certainly better than having Randa lead a group of scientists lugging around precious instruments and spending days on meticulous surveys. But this method was also brimming with arrogance that assumed no one could question or hold them accountable. That arrogance was about to be shattered. As one bomb after another exploded, sending out shockwaves and massive waves of fire, anyone unaware might have thought they were dropping napalm. The island's ancient and possibly unique flora, some potentially undiscovered species, were instantly set ablaze. For some reason, the trees burned as if they were soaked in oil, and the fire spread rapidly through the forest. From atop a cliff, Chang Wei had been watching the destruction unfold ever since they arrived. Classic American style. Chewing on a Tyrannosaurus rib, he wondered how they would react to his modified handsome Kong. Just as he was thinking this, a golden light, a dazzling, blinding beam shot in from the distance, striking the lead helicopter in an instant. Boom! The helicopter's exterior melted at a visible speed, igniting the fuel tank and engine. It detonated in a catastrophic explosion, and since the beam itself had explosive properties, the resulting blast was far beyond what anyone expected. The shockwave and blast force sent nearby helicopters rocking violently. One with an open door even throughout the soldiers it was carrying. Packard had just been listening to the expedition team furiously demanding over the radio why they were bombing the island. They were outraged by the destruction of untouched nature, especially the loss of potential new species, which could mean breakthroughs in genetics, medicine, and biotechnology. After all, key compounds for treating AIDS and cancer had been discovered in ostrich eggs and rare tropical insects. This was why humanity advocated for the protection of endangered species, not for the animals' sake, but for humanity's future. Who knew when a future disease might require antibodies from these nearly extinct creatures? But after the explosion, none of that mattered anymore. We're under attack. We're under attack. Where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? Shut the F***K up and stay calm. Are you little girls with dolls? Packard angrily berated his men. Then, they saw a massive figure emerged before them. A towering, 30-meter-tall black gorilla. But something was off. This gorilla had 4 arms. It looked bizarre, yet unexpectedly balanced, radiating an aura of both dominance and divinity. In mythology, 3 heads and 6 arms symbolize the ultimate form of demon-subduing power. Scatter immediately and execute emergency landings. Prioritize survival. Regroup at the northern side and await reinforcements. Packard's mind reeled. A Titan-class creature. He never imagined this island would house a Titan. Chapter 186, Chapter 187, Traces of a God. 1088 words. Chapter 187, Traces of a God. After experiencing the divine battle between Chang Wei, King Ghidorah, and Godzilla, and with Chang Wei no longer restraining the rampaging Titan beasts while keeping Godzilla suppressed at the ocean floor, humanity had now gained a full understanding of what these creatures were. Lieutenant Colonel Packard, naturally, wouldn't be as ignorant as in the original plot, blindly questioning Dr. Randa about why such monsters existed on the island. However, precisely because he knew what Titan beasts were, Packard decisively ordered an emergency landing to seek shelter. In the outside world, humanity had only managed to drive the Titan beasts away from their territories by relying on fighter jets, tanks, artillery, and warships. If not for the disappearance of both King Ghidorah and Godzilla, as well as Chang Wei's non-interference, these creatures would never have been so easily repelled. One thing worth celebrating was that the devastation and casualties caused by the unrestrained Titan beasts were far worse than in the original story. Emma Russell, too, perished at the hands of the very creatures she had released. This plunged much of humanity into deep despair. Falling from the top of the food chain was a bitter experience. But at the same time, it led to an overwhelming surge in faith toward Chang Wei, allowing him to surpass even the Church of the One True God. Almost all of humanity had become his followers. Just like during the Black Death, people realized that neither God nor faith could save them. However, unlike the past, where suffering had led to a rebirth of human spirit, the presence of Chang Wei and the Titan beasts had instead turned them into fanatics. Is there nothing redeemable about the humans of this world? Chang Wei was somewhat disappointed. He had hoped for a grand movement akin to the one following the Black Death, which had marked the rise of the West over China. This time, the entire human race had been affected. If they could rise above it, it would have been something to be proud of as a human himself. But clearly, such people were nowhere to be found. As Packard and his team fled through Skull Island, the island's unique geography made navigation impossible using a compass or electronic equipment. The storm cut them off from the outside world completely. Fortunately, before departing, they had already arranged for support with the fleet and the American military. In a week, a rescue team would land on the island to extract them. I need an explanation. Why are there Titan beasts on this island? Grief-stricken over the deaths of his men, Packard grabbed Dr. Randa angrily. He was certain Randa knew something. Actually, we only just found out as well. Randa quickly clarified. Packard caught the nuance in his words. We were originally dedicated to eliminating all Titan beasts, but now, our focus has shifted to exploring all unknown possibilities. Randa answered cautiously. In the original story, Monarch had sought to prove the existence of Titan beasts. But now they were fervently chasing traces of the god. The god was too mysterious. Before now, there had never been any record or evidence of its existence. Given that the god could transform into a Titan beast at will, it was clear that hiding itself was no challenge. But Monarch believed that instead of speculating on whether it was hiding among humans, they should first explore unexplored regions. Perhaps traces of the god could be found there. Thus, Skull Island, an absolute no-go zone on international flight paths, became their first target. If there were still unexplored places on Earth, aside from the underground world theories left behind by Dr. Serizawa before his death, Skull Island was the last major candidate. Randa was the first Monarch operative to set foot on the island. If they found nothing, the organization would simply move on to another target. But to their surprise, the island really did house a Titan beast. Although there had been rumors, they had never been certain. Now they were. Packard's expression darkened. After hearing Randa's explanation, he realized just how insane a situation they had been dragged into. Had he known beforehand that a Titan beast was here, he would never have led his men to their deaths. If they had to come, he would have at least waited for the fleet outside to move in first. Looks like we pissed off that big guy. How the hell are we supposed to conduct our investigation now? Packard sighed in frustration. At this point, he thought it would be wiser to head to the extraction point and wait for reinforcements before making any further decisions. That Titan beast, for some reason, it gave Packard an ominous feeling. Not the usual intimidation of a Titan, but a presence akin to that of King Ghidorah and Godzilla, supremely dominant and untouchable. We'll have to wait for another chance. Randa had to concede to the group's unanimous decision. None of the expedition members wanted to die. Right now, humanity's fear of Titan beasts was stronger than ever. However, before they could leave, they got lost in the forest and stumbled upon a tribe of native islanders. There are actually humans living here. War photographer Mason Weaver exclaimed in surprise. Humanity has spread across the world, it's never surprising to find people in unexpected places. Randa replied calmly. Thanks to the natives' hospitality, they found temporary shelter. Before long, however, Dr. Randa made an unexpected discovery: wall paintings inside the village. These murals. His reaction drew everyone's attention. By now, they all understood Monarch's true motives. And then they saw it. The murals depicted the god, as well as the enormous ape they had encountered today. Interestingly, the ape in the murals had only 2 arms instead of 4. And there were actually 2 of them, not 1. The murals also featured strange creatures resembling skullcrawlers. They then saw a scene of the skullcrawlers attacking the 2 apes. The god appeared to be rescuing a young ape, while the 2 larger ones lay on the ground, seemingly dead. As expected, we've found records of the god here. Randa was ecstatic. Compared to dry textual descriptions, images were far more convincing. This was precisely why Chang Wei refused to engage with humanity. He believed it would diminish his mystique. What did it do to the young ape? The murals continued, showing the black-winged figure seemingly performing some sort of action on the small ape. Chapter 187, Chapter 188, The Origin of Everything. 1210 words. Chapter 188, The Origin of Everything. Lieutenant Colonel Packard, Dr. Randa, and the exploration team watched as the young gorilla, originally just an ordinary gorilla like its parents, transformed into its current four-armed form amidst a burst of light. In reality, that light was simply a vast patch of white that engulfed it. And that light was released by the so-called God. Did God modify that gorilla? Randa's eyes widened in shock. This was yet another event that defied all logic and understanding. Could it be that God didn't just possess the power of destruction and annihilation but also the ability to create and alter life? What was the relationship between the Titan beasts and God? Could it be? A bold, almost insane idea formed in Dr. Randa's mind. Why would it modify that gorilla? Reporter Weaver, filming the scene, couldn't help but voice the question. Lieutenant Colonel Packard wanted to know the answer as well. Look, the answer is right here. Randa pointed to a mural. It depicted skullcrawlers, countless skullcrawlers. The primitive islanders' depictions of them consisted solely of slaughter, death, and skulls. It symbolized the terrifying nature of these creatures. But in the next part of the mural, the four-armed gorilla, now altered by God, was seen facing off against the skullcrawlers. After a great battle, only the corpses of the skullcrawlers remained, with the four-armed gorilla standing victorious atop them. Did it modify that gorilla to fight these monsters? Even the usually straightforward Packard understood what was happening, though he still wasn't entirely sure. I'm more inclined to believe that this gorilla was created by God to guard Skull Island. Randa stated calmly. The others froze for a moment before realizing that this explanation actually made a lot of sense. In fact, the more they thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. If that's really the case, then maybe Skull Island is incredibly important to God. Packard analyzed the situation from a strategic standpoint and reached this conclusion. After all, as a soldier, it was only natural for him to think this way. It was expected, even necessary, for someone in his position. No officer could rise to his rank without the ability to strategize. In military terms, officers at his level were entrusted with the command of entire units. There's a possibility. We need to investigate further to be sure. Randa nodded. Just then, the mural revealed new content. They saw God holding something glowing in its hand, something like an orb of light or a halo. They couldn't quite comprehend it since the mural only depicted it as a simple white circle, seemingly radiating brilliance. In the next mural, the light expanded, splitting into several familiar shapes. Titan beasts. Everyone was dumbfounded. That light had divided into the very creatures they recognized: the chubby Godzilla, the winged Rodden, resembling both a bird and a pterosaur, the enormous Mothra. We've stumbled upon something monumental. Tears welled up in Dr. Randa's eyes. The insane theory that had just formed in his mind. It was being confirmed right before his eyes. God created the Titan beasts. Chang Wei, observing all this, thought to himself, well, since the Titan beasts couldn't communicate with humans anyway, he could make up whatever story he wanted, right? After all, this was just another American take on a legendary Godzilla narrative. He wasn't afraid of some ancient big shot suddenly showing up to refute him. Besides, he had no plans of returning here in the future. He had already decided not to anchor himself to this world. Once he left, he wouldn't care what happened. So why not have some fun while he was here? That's right, Skull Island was the island where the creator of the Titan beasts had forged its creations. As for why Godzilla dared to challenge God, well, why wouldn't it? Even the Ninetales dared to bare its fangs at the Otsutsuki clan. Beasts were just like that, unruly and untamable. And anyway, the more they speculated, the more they would rationalize everything with their own theories. Humans were experts at filling in gaps with their imagination. They'd definitely come up with a logically coherent explanation on their own. Randa and the others were filled with excitement. They had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. The origin of the Titan beasts. It wasn't as they had previously believed. It wasn't a case of prehistoric dinosaurs being mutated into atomic dinosaurs due to radiation. Instead, they had been created by God. Then why had the Titan beasts attacked God? And what secrets lay beyond the murals found in the cave? Wait a minute, what if figures like Zeus and Gaia were actually just references to Titan beasts? Weaver suddenly proposed an astonishing hypothesis. That's impossible. Have we discovered the creator? But this creator is the creator of the monsters. What about us humans? Titan beasts possess the ability to rejuvenate nature. After the battle in San Francisco, where Muto and Godzilla absorbed nuclear radiation, vegetation flourished again, turning the area into a thriving forest. Maybe Titan beasts were created by God to protect the environment. A female that thing is definitely not our creator. Packard stated coldly. He despised the existence of Titan beasts. No matter their supposed purpose, whether to maintain balance or protect nature, he firmly believed that the only good Titan beast was a dead Titan beast. And the being that had created them. It was absolutely not humanity's God. If anything, perhaps Jesus Christ was their true creator. And as for why he had yet to reveal himself, wasn't it said in monotheistic teachings that everything was predestined? The supernatural belonged to the supernatural, and what belonged to Caesar should remain with Caesar. It was all just a matter of faith. However, Packard was soon forced to confront a reality that contradicted his beliefs. A new mural appeared, this time depicting humans. According to the mural, God had created two humans, one male and one female. Then, it seemed that the woman had eaten something significant. God became furious and cast them out. Randa and the others exchanged glances. Why does this story sound? Adam and Eve. No, that doesn't make sense. Humans already existed when Jesus appeared. Maybe it's just a similar myth. Unfortunately, the murals ended there. There were no more answers. They sought out the island natives for more information, but after much effort, they learned that this was all, there was nothing more. Everyone was left with complex emotions. In a single expedition, they had uncovered the origins of both Titan beasts and humanity. What a breathtaking discovery. Their names would likely go down in history just like Columbus. Except this time, their achievement far surpassed his. TN, sorry for the late update. This fanfic is currently on the drop list. If you would like me to continue translating it, please vote on my Patreon. Chapter 188, Chapter 189, Battle Royale in the Forbidden Zone. 1157 words. Chapter 189, Battle Royale in the Forbidden Zone. Although the origins of humanity seemed to trace back to just that one man and woman, there was no further explanation given. However, people filled in the gaps on their own, assuming that the pair went on to reproduce and give rise to modern humans. As for why there were no genetic limitations, who knew? Perhaps the creations of God were simply that miraculous. Since the skullcrawlers had already been wiped out by the enhanced Handsome Kong, the shockwaves from the explosion hadn't disturbed any other dormant skullcrawlers, if there were any left at all. And after their emergency landing and subsequent dispersal, Handsome Kong had given up on pursuing them. Randa and his team only encountered various terrifying creatures along the way. After suffering heavy casualties, they finally reached the designated extraction point, where the reinforcements arrived. Among the reinforcements were members of the Monarch organization. Randa and Weaver handed over their invaluable research data, though Weaver, wary as ever, secretly made a backup copy and took it with him. He didn't trust these high-ranking officials or the intelligence agencies and secret departments they represented. Or rather, no one in America truly trusted their own leadership. After all, this was a country that had conducted human experiments by disguising viruses as vaccines and injecting them into civilians. Such actions had utterly shattered any remaining public trust. When the Monarch Organization and the military learned of Dr. Randa's discoveries, they immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. "Gentlemen, we have discovered the birthplace of the Titans and humanity, the Creator's island. So God is actually our Creator, responsible for both the Titans and humankind. Unbelievable. God isn't Jewish or Anglo-Saxon or perhaps Asians are the ones closest to God. Adam and Eve, why didn't they suffer from inbreeding-related genetic issues? Could they have been just one branch of human origins? We must take control of this island. If we move before anyone else realizes its significance, we might uncover something related to the Creator." In an instant, the American High Command and even the financial elite turned their attention to Skull Island. Even several terminally ill congressmen, despite being at death's door, insisted on attending the briefing. They were utterly shocked upon learning the true origins of humanity. But after the initial shock, their greed took over. No one feared death more than they did. Aging bodies, pain-ridden bodies, all of them longed to restore their youth, to defy death, or even to grow stronger. The Creator's island, who knew what kind of miraculous treasures it might hold? After all, from the murals they had analyzed, it seemed that one of humanity's progenitors, a woman, had consumed something of great importance to the Creator, enraging it to the point of casting them out. Perhaps this island was none other than God's dwelling. As for the skullcrawlers, the prevailing theory was that they were God's guard dogs, akin to the three-headed hound of the underworld. And Handsome Kong? He was likely God's favored pet, the most beloved creation. As for the Titans' rebellion, the murals within the underground caves of Shenanjia might depict an ancient war, the Titans rising against their Creator. A primordial war of gods, interrupted only by the arrival of an extraterrestrial entity, King Ghidorah. But why had God only resurfaced now? If it was so powerful, why hadn't it eradicated Ghidorah and Godzilla back then? I think maybe there was more than one Ghidorah. Or maybe the extraterrestrial invaders weren't limited to just Ghidorah. Sure enough, speculation ran wild. What if the invasion had involved multiple Ghidorahs? Or perhaps an entire race of extraterrestrial beings? The remaining murals could very well depict a large-scale alien invasion, with the Titans and the Creator joining forces to fight them off until only one Ghidorah remained, sealed away in ice. Could it be that God had exhausted its strength in battle and fallen into a deep slumber, only now awakening? Regardless, we must conduct research on this island. But wouldn't that offend God? Some worried that God might enforce an even stricter version of the castle doctrine, utterly annihilating any intruders. This is an opportunity. But we don't have to send our own people first, we can let others test God's attitude for us. The risks were undeniable, but money could buy anything. There were always people willing to risk their lives for the right price. Chang Wei watched the unfolding drama with great amusement. Had hired a significant number of mercenaries, though these mercenaries had no idea that their true employers were America's upper echelons and financial oligarchs. Their mission: retrieve anything valuable from Skull Island. As long as it was sufficiently unique, they wanted it. And they were offering a minimum of $10 million per item. This staggering price sent the mercenaries into a frenzy. Of course, some mercenaries were rational enough to recognize that such an absurdly high payout meant an equally absurd level of danger and wisely declined. At this rate, the original timeline where Handsome Kong gets captured won't happen. Chang Wei pondered. He had already transformed Handsome Kong into a four-armed giant gorilla that could fire energy blasts from its mouth. Capturing and containing it had now become exponentially more difficult. But that was fine. Letting Handsome Kong play around with the mercenaries sounded entertaining enough. Plus, the skullcrawlers could still serve as cannon fodder, giving Handsome Kong plenty of combat experience, though it was more like bullying weaklings than proper training. Fatties almost free. The trident that Chang Wei had left behind was merely a construct of psychokinesis. Since he hadn't been actively maintaining it, and since legendary Godzilla did possess considerable strength, it was only a matter of time before it broke free. This was a Godzilla capable of blasting through the Earth's crust with an atomic breath attack. Only Endgame Godzilla had stronger atomic breaths. Once it broke free, it would sense Handsome Kong's monster King Orion instinctively seek him out for battle. In the original timeline, Skull Island had been isolated by perpetual storms. Even after Handsome Kong was captured and placed in human containment, additional barriers prevented Godzilla from sensing him. It was only when Handsome Kong traveled by ship that Godzilla detected his presence and rushed over for a brawl. With Chong Wei here, how could this battle not happen? A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Handsome Kong noticed an increasing number of people playing hide and seek with him. For the mercenaries, stepping onto Skull Island was like stepping into a real-life battle royale, a desperate game of PUBG in hell. They could accept that the four-armed Titan gorilla was untouchable. But the island was also crawling with horrifying creatures, and to make matters worse, they couldn't use high-powered weapons. The moment they did, Handsome Kong would come looking for them. Chapter 189, Chapter 190, The Mad Humans. 1048 words. Chapter 190, The Mad Humans. Chong Wei found the live-action version of Battle Royale quite entertaining. He witnessed both the brilliance and darkness of human nature, but given his vast collection of memories from countless individuals, he was rarely moved anymore. The more he saw, the calmer he became. The Pacific Ocean. The place where Godzilla was suppressed. Now humanity had figured out that a god had sealed Godzilla, throwing it into the depths of the ocean. They even deployed fleets to monitor Godzilla. Yes, they believed they were monitoring Godzilla. Human arrogance could sometimes be truly baffling. But in a way, this was also Chong Wei's fault. After all, he had fabricated the idea that the Titans and humans shared a common origin. As a result, Titans no longer seemed as terrifying in the eyes of humanity. We are all creations of the Creator, after all. To think we once considered worshipping Titans as gods, what a joke. How could one creation of God worship another? Although it wasn't exactly the same concept, it was close enough. Titans were akin to angels, beings imbued with divine power, fire's children. Humans, on the other hand, were Earth's children, ordinary, yet through science, they had gained the means to battle and even challenge Titans. Thus, they no longer needed to fear them. They had a god on their side. Even if they could not influence or communicate with this god. Still, their god had intervened for them, crushing King Ghidorah and Godzilla in battle. A one-sided slaughter. But wasn't that proof enough that their god cared about his creations? With that, humanity felt reassured. As long as they had a god, humanity would never go extinct. And if they survived, they could rise again, perhaps even surpass the Titans, and become the greatest of the Creator's works. And so, while they monitored the sealed Godzilla, they also sought to study it. This marked the first time in history that a Titan was being analyzed in such detail. And not just any Titan, this was the king of monsters. The post-disaster world was gripped with madness. Prominent scientists and experts from across the globe, undeterred by any obstacles, rushed to examine Godzilla. They dreamed of creating a monster of their own. Using the power of a god required belief in that god. But humans were cunning. They always tried to find loopholes. Could they bypass their god? Could they harness divine power without faith? With King Ghidorah's remains and a captive Godzilla at their disposal, humanity now possessed samples from both the greatest of the Creator's works and the most powerful alien life form. And since King Ghidorah was not a creation of their god, could it hold the potential to surpass their god? What are the test results on Godzilla? The Monarch organization had undergone a complete overhaul, now controlled by a mix of powerful figures and top scientific minds. With Godzilla pinned beneath the trident, it was completely immobilized, allowing researchers free rein to study it. Godzilla's cells exhibit terrifying levels of erosion, a scientist reported. Every living subject exposed to them has mutated into a monster. This could be a restriction set by the god himself. After all, this was a creation of the divine. Strange biological properties were to be expected, and traditional human scientific frameworks were insufficient to explain them. Their only option was to observe, document, analyze, and hypothesize the very essence of modern science. What about Ghidorah's samples? The results are just as shocking. Even though the main body is dead, the cells remain active. With electrical stimulation, they can still regenerate. The researchers were ecstatic. These two specimens were rewriting the very foundations of genetics. No wonder they were considered the pinnacle of divine and extraterrestrial creations. Thus, Project Monarch 2.0 was born. Create human-made titans to eradicate the titans. The original Monarch plan aimed to eliminate all titans. But now, with access to Godzilla and Ghidorah's samples, a new and more ambitious version had emerged. Driven by their thirst for power, many high-ranking figures had secretly obtained these samples, and they would stop at nothing to achieve results. Especially those on the brink of death. So while the Monarch organization was still conducting tests on plants and animals, underground human trials had already begun. They had their justifications. Humanity was on the verge of extinction. With the global population reduced to just 2 billion, those who remained lived in constant fear. And in times of desperation, sacrifices had to be made. The homeless who had received government aid, the isolated souls with no family to notice their disappearance, and the countless low-caste individuals from a certain white elephant nation. All of them had volunteered to serve humanity. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. Praise the Creator, what a magnificent creation. Compared to ordinary humans, I believe these are the Creator's finest works. On the west coast of America, a secret facility infamous worldwide as Hell Island operated in the shadows. Within its research complex were imprisoned criminals and deranged scientists. Among them was the father of Ratman, known for his grotesque experiments in hybridizing humans with animals. There were also researchers infamous for live dissections and organ transplants between species. For them, the study of forbidden sciences was not a horror but a thrill. In fact, they considered the higher-ups too timid and foolish. Why separate the Godzilla and Ghidorah samples into two different research sites? They craved to know what would happen if a single subject were injected with both. Such data would be invaluable in their quest to understand and manipulate these genes. They squirm like worms, yet they still hold power over us. Why haven't we thrown them into the experiments yet? The father of Ratman sneered in disdain, his eyes gleaming with madness as he gazed at the figure before him. The subject's entire right arm had transformed, covered in grotesque, scale-like keratin, mirroring Godzilla's own monstrous features. The mutation had spread across the abdomen, crushing normal flesh beneath its alien growth. Godzilla's cells forced the host to evolve in its own image. This is wonderful. The human body is weak and fragile. Why cling to our old forms? Why not abandon our past and become the new humanity? Chapter 190, Chapter 191, A Fatter Godzilla 1088 words. Chapter 191, A Fatter Godzilla. In the eyes of the father of the Ratman and his group of crazed researchers, everything about Godzilla represented perfection. If you're worried about not being able to appreciate it, just modify your irises, adjust your hormones, or evolve your senses so you can perceive Godzilla's aesthetics. That way, beauties will still be beauties, and handsome men will still be handsome. That's how the big shots think: stupid, bloated. Because of them, humanity is constantly embroiled in conflicts, endlessly repeating research, wasting resources and time. If they had united from the beginning, eliminating divisions, perhaps humanity would have already ventured into the vast cosmos. Doctor, do you want to become something like Godzilla or King Ghidorah? A sudden voice rang out behind him. Of course I do. Such an unparalleled, beautiful creation, the father of the Ratman instinctively responded, but in the next moment, a searing pain ripped through his body. Then I'll grant your wish. I don't like this island, might as well turn it into my breeding ground. Chong Wei's telepathic reach extended beyond Earth and the Moon. He wasn't just watching the battle royale on Skull Island, he was also monitoring what most humans were doing. Especially when they talked about him, praising or discussing him, it made him feel utterly delighted. So, it was no surprise that he noticed this hellish island. He had already visited other laboratories, this was the last one. For those who yearned for Godzilla and King Ghidorah, he had brought them exactly what they desired. Monster cells plus Godzilla cells plus King Ghidorah cells equals the ultimate king of monsters. For Chang Wei, he was curious about what surprises Godzilla could bring him. If they could create a super monster beyond dragons, even beyond gods, it would be interesting. Not that it would be a threat to him, they were just points for his gene collection. After all, compared to when he left the One Punch Man world, Chang Wei had grown exponentially stronger, doubling his power every single day. All the way to now. He figured that if Saitama, who had likely grown bored and stopped getting stronger, were still around, he might just be able to punch him hard enough to make his nose bleed. Back then, Saitama's growth had been an exponential explosion. Who knew how much stronger he had become since then? The father of the rat men struggled, trying to control his body that was being torn apart. But the three fused cell types were monstrous entities, competing for nutrients, devouring each other to grow stronger. King Ghidorah had the ability to assimilate an entire planetary ecosystem, so did Godzilla. Their cells carried their individual wills and traits. All over the world, suddenly, hundreds thousands of grotesque Ghidorah Godzillas emerged, each with massive wings and terrifying, monstrous forms. Humanity was on the brink of catastrophe, as these newly created kings of monsters had no rationality, only an insatiable drive for destruction. The tiny arms are gone, replaced by two of King Ghidorah's heads. And this fat lizard has sprouted a pair of dragon wings. What about the monster cells? Oh, they were completely absorbed. Chang Wei observed the ultimate king of monsters before him, filled with uncontrollable rage. Its body was that of Godzilla, but its small arms had transformed into two long, serpentine Ghidorah heads. Its tail had also become a Ghidorah head, and from its back, Ghidorah's massive wings unfurled. The monster cells had provided an immense amount of energy and nutrients, causing even the former humans to balloon into towering beings over 50 to 60 meters tall. And as if provoked by the emergence of so many Ghidorah Godzillas, something stirred in the deep sea. Godzilla itself had awakened. At that moment, the seabed trembled violently. The shockwaves caused by Godzilla's movement sent ripples across the ocean, shaking fleets, submarines, and even temporary underwater bases monitoring its activity. The sudden quake even warped the structural integrity of the seabed base. After all, no matter how durable the materials were, it was already a miracle that they could withstand deep-sea pressure. But if an undersea quake occurred, structural failure was inevitable. What's happening? Is Godzilla waking up? It's just a struggle, but even that was enough to generate such immense energy and trigger an undersea earthquake. Are we in danger? Not good. The seabed base is compromised, water is leaking in. With water infiltrating the base, an explosion was inevitable. The loss of pressure balance could cause the entire facility to be crushed into a paper-thin sheet. But there was no time for a rescue. Godzilla had awakened, and it wasn't just stirring, it was actively resisting. No one knew what would happen next. Godzilla's roar sent shockwaves through the ocean, its sound traveling thousands of kilometers. It seemed enraged, thrashing violently. And its burning Godzilla state had long since faded, returning to stability. Ruo-air. A blast of atomic breath erupted from Godzilla's maw, instantly vaporizing a nearby submarine that had failed to escape in time. The superheated atomic breath effortlessly melted through the submarine's hull, causing a chain explosion. Some of the destroyed vessels were even nuclear-powered, leading to an immediate nuclear spill. But fortunately, Godzilla was there. To it, leaked nuclear fuel and radiation were the perfect feast. Looks like it's gotten even bigger. Chang Wei observed the now bulkier Godzilla, deep in thought. It had put on quite a bit of mass. It seemed that absorbing the energy from that nuclear warhead, along with Mothra's light energy, had pushed Godzilla into another evolution, making it even stronger. Compared to the Godzilla in Godzilla vs. Kong, this one was noticeably fatter, and fat meant power. Especially as it hungrily absorbed the nuclear radiation and fuel. As its dorsal fins lit up, Chong Wei could feel atomic energy far surpassing that of burning Godzilla's breath. Ruo. Having absorbed nuclear energy and radiation, Godzilla thrashed once more. 3 razor-sharp tridents had impaled its neck and arm bones, pinning it to the seabed. But the seabed was just a mass of accumulated silt, it wasn't solid rock. Even if it were, with Godzilla's monstrous strength, there was no way it couldn't break free. This was something that could only be explained as a miracle. Godzilla didn't understand, but it didn't need to. It had always been a brute force fighter. If it didn't understand, then just use raw power. The tridents began to shake. Sensing them loosening, Godzilla ignored the searing pain and thrashed wildly. The churning ocean currents turned into massive waves, whipping up a violent storm. Chapter 191, Chapter 192, Battle Royale 2. Zero goes live 1127 words. Chapter 192, Battle Royale 2. Zero goes live, what's going on? Why are the test subjects out of control? At this moment, humanity had no time to worry about the seismic tremors caused by Godzilla's struggles, because something far worse had happened. Every single one of their human experiments had gone wrong. Every test subject had turned into a monster. And not just a few, but hundreds of Titan behemoths appearing all at once. These creatures seemed to combine the characteristics of 2 different monster kings, making the situation even more despairing. They had created an army of enemies for themselves. It's okay. We still have God. That's right, the Creator will surely save us. The humans tried to console themselves. Meanwhile, Chong Wei had no interest in their plight. He was having too much fun playing with the mercenaries on Skull Island. For instance, right now, he had taken out a prize. What is this? Such a strange fruit. The mercenaries discovered a peculiar fruit, about the size of a watermelon but with an odd shape. Unlike ordinary fruits, it was covered in spiral patterns from its peel to its flesh. Stranger still, the other fruits on the same tree looked completely different from this one. Since this is the Creator's island, maybe this is the special item our employer is looking for. The mercenaries weren't entirely clueless. In fact, apart from them, some military personnel from other countries had also infiltrated the island. Through painstaking investigations, they had confirmed that Skull Island was the birthplace of both humans and Titan behemoths, the Creator's island. However, despite spending so much time and manpower here, they had found nothing except for the countless mercenaries and soldiers who had become food for the island's bizarre creatures, essentially turning into an all-you-can-eat buffet. Chong Wei had no intention of letting them take the fruit off the island for research. That would be a waste, benefiting the outside world. These fruits could only exist on Skull Island, serving as bait to attract more people into his Battle Royale game. So they could only be eaten on the island, not taken outside. Under Chong Wei's persuasion, a white mercenary suddenly took a bite of the strange fruit. Tom, what are you doing? That fruit could be poisonous. Then, they watched in shock as Tom's hair transformed into a pair of cat ears, and his body started displaying feline characteristics. Everyone was stunned. What the hell was happening? Had turned into a monster. Did that fruit have the power to turn humans into beasts? I feel, meow, an unprecedented surge of. Tom had fully transformed into a large blue cat. Though he resembled big cats like leopards or lions, his features looked uncannily like a British Shorthair, blue and white in color. More importantly, he could still talk. Calm down, Tom. The mercenaries exchanged glances, silently reaching an understanding. Subdue Tom first, then take him back. Maybe he could be studied. But with the outside world in chaos due to the rampaging supermonster kings, their communications had been cut off. Even though Tom was cooperative, they had no way to contact the outside world and were stuck on the island. Over time, Tom discovered he could actually switch between his human and feline forms at will. Then, they made another shocking discovery. even in human form, Tom's strength and speed had far surpassed normal human limits. Could it be that fruit is a gift from the gods, granting humans power? Everyone was thrilled. But then, why don't the island's native inhabitants have special abilities? Some of them found this suspicious. Maybe they never found these fruits. Tom had only just gained his powers, and his mind was filled with fantasies of becoming a superhero. No, wait, if this were ancient times, wouldn't he be considered a demigod? So he wouldn't tolerate anyone questioning his newfound strength. Originally, Chong Wei had planned to turn Tom into a puma, or a North American gray wolf, something easy to identify. But when he heard the guy's name was Tom. Well, with a name like Tom, how could he not turn him into a cat? Thus, he had become the real-life version of Tom Cat. We've been searching for so long and only found one of these fruits. Could it be that they're incredibly rare? Tom became more convinced as he spoke. Unlike the native islanders, they roamed all over the island, constantly being chased by monsters. The natives, on the other hand, never left their safe zones, treating large areas as forbidden territory. Perhaps, generation after generation, they had never even encountered these fruits. Tom, how do you feel now? His teammates were curious. This sudden transformation, turning from a human into a cat, did it really have no side effects? I can't eat hot food anymore. Tom looked regretfully at the grilled meat in front of him. The delicious, fragrant meat, he now had to blow on it to cool it down before he could eat, because his tongue had turned just as sensitive as a cat's. If I could gain the strength to punch through a tree, I'd gladly give up grilled meat forever. God, please grant me a fruit too. Tom, you're being way too greedy. By the way, are there more of these fruits? 100 of us have been searching for so long, and over 50 died before we found just one. If there are more, they're probably somewhere else on the island. I wonder, can Tom still have children with a human woman? Or does he have to find a female cat? You bastard. But honestly, I'm curious too. Tom, do you still like human women, or are you attracted to cats now? Tom glared at his laughing teammates, feeling irritated. Of course, he knew they were just trying to lighten the mood. They were stranded on the island, unable to contact the outside world, and had just witnessed something utterly bizarre. Their anxiety and stress levels were through the roof. But even if the natives never found the fruit, shouldn't they have some kind of record of it? Who knows? We don't understand their language. Didn't we bring a linguist? Let's ask him when we return. Finally, the soldiers and mercenaries made their way back to the native village, the only known safe zone on Skull Island. At least here, they didn't have to worry about parasites burrowing into their bodies, or basketball-sized mosquitoes draining them dry. So both the mercenaries and military personnel had designated this place as their base camp, while they continued exploring other areas. They had set a scheduled return time, since this place also stored a large supply of their provisions. Chapter 192, Chapter 193, Devil Fruits 11:15 words. Chapter 193, Devil Fruits. You've discovered a special fruit. The researchers at the safe zone camp were ecstatic. Especially with Tom as a living example. After witnessing him punch a tree in half and lift a stone table with one hand, they went absolutely crazy. Without hesitation, they utilized all available resources and equipment to extract samples of Tom's blood, hair, and bodily fluids for research. They hypothesized that this fruit was nothing like any known organism from a biological or genetic standpoint. No known creature in nature could undergo such an extreme transformation instantly. Even the immortal jellyfish, Turritopsis dohrnii, only transforms over time, yet Tom's transformation was instantaneous. More importantly, he should have expended an enormous amount of energy, yet the only noticeable side effect was an increased appetite. Previously, he ate slightly more than an average person. Now he could consume 10 times as much. But that was hardly an issue. 10 people's worth of food shouldn't provide enough energy to sustain such an extreme metamorphosis. A single fruit altered his cells at a fundamental level. This must be the work of the divine. What a shame they ate it. If we had a specimen to study, who knows what breakthroughs we could achieve. The researchers then questioned the island's natives, asking if they knew of any strange fruits that could transform people. For this second expedition to Skull Island, the Monarch Organization and various other factions had brought along numerous linguists and experts from different fields. As a result, the native language had been quickly deciphered and learned, making communication easy. Thanks to Chong Wei's prior groundwork with the natives, humanity soon learned that these fruits were known as devil fruits, demonic fruits, or fruits of disaster. The natives feared these fruits, believing they turned people into monsters. Even though these monsters possessed power far beyond ordinary humans, the natives saw their strength as something to be feared. From their accounts, devil fruits could not only transform people into animals but also into dinosaurs, insects, or even grant them control over lightning, trees, and fire. Everyone went berserk upon hearing this. Devil fruits. More like divine gifts. These ignorant savages have no concept of power. Who cares about appearances? Besides, Tom had already proven that the transformation wasn't permanent, it was reversible. However, these devil fruits could only be found in the Forbidden Zone. Their unique appearance made them easy to identify. They only exist in the Forbidden Zone. I think we should call them godly fruits instead. Devil fruits just doesn't do them justice. Transformation into various animals, even dinosaurs and insects. Sounds like genetic reconfiguration. Could these fruits alter genetic information? Each devil fruit grants a unique ability. If possible, I'd love to eat one that lets me control lightning or fire. That'd practically make me a demigod. More like a superhuman at best. The mercenaries grew envious. Without hesitation, they grabbed their guns and stormed into the Forbidden Zone. They were desperate, finding just one of these fruits would be a jackpot. Lives were a small price to pay for such power. Some mercenaries even used satellite phones to contact their employers, revealing the existence of devil fruits. Their employers immediately offered a staggering $100 million per fruit. $100 million might be nothing to the elites of the world, but for these mercenaries, it was enough to drive them mad. As long as they were made of flesh and blood and not colossal titan beasts, they weren't afraid. Against bullets, all carbon-based life forms were weak. But venturing into the Forbidden Zone at night, that wasn't just a death sentence, it was certain doom. Anyone who had watched wildlife documentaries knew that the night was when predators hunted. After a long day, nocturnal creatures only had a short window to hunt before they needed to rest. Biologists had already warned everyone, never enter the Forbidden Zone at night. Unless each person had a Gundam, maybe then they'd have a chance. Even with tanks, total annihilation was still a real possibility. But now, for money, everyone had gone insane. Chong Wei was more than happy to watch an even more spectacular battle royale unfold. Skull Island was already teeming with deadly creatures, he didn't need to add anything extra. It was already a death trap for humans. Here, humans were completely ignorant of their surroundings. Any creature could claim their lives, even the plants. Who would have thought that merely brushing against a knee-high blade of grass could slice a person clean in half? There wasn't even a need for traps. If anyone dared to throw a large-scale incendiary bomb, the handsome Kong would hunt them down. In a way, this served as a natural check against excessive human firepower. They could only rely on assault rifles and grenades. And even then, many creatures in nature couldn't be taken down with just a few bullets. Take, for example, the infamous giant crocodile that had killed hundreds. It had been shot and caught in traps numerous times, yet remained active for over a decade before disappearing. Even after it vanished, humanity never found its body to claim victory. It was one of humanity's most humiliating failures. And the creatures of Skull Island. Unless an automatic rifle could hit a critical weak point, it was useless. Modern firearms had even reduced penetration power, opting for intermediate power cartridges instead. At this rate, anyone who survived Skull Island might become an elite among elites like the Blackwatch. Headshots on command. Heart shots at will. Every survivor would become a walking death machine. As for the devil fruits, Chong Wei hadn't created too many, just 100. Skull Island was simply too small. If there were too many fruits, people would find them too easily. That would be boring for Chong Wei. What he wanted to see was the brilliance of human nature, desperation, sacrifice, and moral corruption. Every aspect was entertaining to him. After all, mercenaries were just war hounds. How many of them could truly be considered good people? Godzilla, finally free, huh? Chong Wei turned his gaze away from the mercenaries slaughtering each other. A silent, unremarkable logistics officer had suddenly displayed shocking combat prowess, single-handedly taking down everyone before trembling as he devoured the devil fruit he had found. Another Blackbeard. Chong Wei clicked his tongue, but his attention had already shifted to the newly freed Godzilla. Chubby, round, and bloated to the extreme, Godzilla's massive form reminded Chong Wei of a gigantic maggot, a massive, white, fat creature. Its grotesquely obese body exuded pure power. At this size and weight, a single slap from it could probably leave even the legendary King Ghidorah seeing stars. Chapter 193, Chapter 194, Monster War 1046 words. Chapter 194, Monster War height, 119. 8 meters, 393 feet, tail length, 177. 4 meters, 582 feet, weight, 99,634 tons. These were the original stats of legendary Godzilla. However, after absorbing nuclear radiation and nuclear fuel, converting energy into mass, the enormous energy caused legendary Godzilla's height to exceed 135 meters, while its tail length became even more exaggerated, over 190 meters. Its weight reached a terrifying 283,800 tons. In the original timeline, when Godzilla fought Kong, legendary Godzilla had only grown to 120 meters in height, and weighed 164,000 tons. Its skeletal tensile strength was immense, and its atomic breath could release 315 terajoules of energy, equivalent to 8.3 megatons of TNT, just shy of a 10 megaton nuclear bomb. But now, it had fully surpassed its former limits. Chong Wei could perceive through molecular data that legendary Godzilla's atomic breath energy had exceeded 100 megatons of TNT. A qualitative leap given its sheer mass. The fact that its flesh remained intact and wasn't torn from its bones under gravity meant that its muscle fiber density and flesh composition had reached unfathomable levels of strength. Not good. Godzilla has broken free. Impossible. That was the divine seal. Our submarines are all gone. The undersea base has lost contact. The naval fleet has been wiped out. Godzilla is moving. Its target might be the West Coast. Human forces never expected Godzilla to escape. They assumed it was merely struggling, believing it impossible to break free from the divine suppression. But when they witnessed Godzilla truly liberated, their minds went blank. Roar. Godzilla unleashed a deafening roar that tore through the sky. Its terrifying atomic breath blasted straight into the heavens, a blue energy beam piercing deep into space, vanishing into the unknown. Godzilla's atomic breath has become even stronger. The energy output now exceeds 1 exajoule. Are you kidding? That's stronger than the Tsar Bomba. Humanity was in disbelief. In such a short time, not only had Godzilla broken free from the divine seal, but it had also become even stronger. Just freed, Godzilla was furious. It immediately charged toward the Ghidorah-Godzilla hybrid to destroy it. On the west coast, Godzilla made landfall. It sensed the presence of an abnormal entity here. But the city had already been devastated by the hybrid. No humans remained. The two colossal beasts met. Legendary Godzilla was dumbfounded. Legendary Godzilla, what the hell is this thing? It sensed a familiar aura, yet mixed with something repulsive and unnatural presence. Naturally, it came to investigate. But when it saw the hybrid, what the hell? Why does it look so weird? The Ghidorah-Godzilla hybrid saw both its old nemesis and its mother, yet instead of submission, legendary Godzilla attacked first. This enraged the hybrid. Both of its Ghidorah heads on the arms and tail fired gravitational beams at legendary Godzilla. Zap zap zap. Caught off guard, legendary Godzilla was struck. Explosions erupted across its body, flesh and blood splattering. If the hybrid was merely a fusion of Ghidorah and Godzilla's DNA, it might not have been a match for legendary Godzilla. But Chong Wei had added monster cells. Monster cells had incredible potential. They could even create dragon-level monsters. Some dragon-level monster, if placed in this world, could probably solo legendary Godzilla without much difficulty. Let alone the fact that these monster cells were cultivated using the DNA of two monster kings. A naturally strong organism, enhanced further with limitless evolutionary potential. This wasn't a simple 1+1 equation. Had legendary Godzilla not grown significantly stronger, this one gravitational beam alone could have reduced it to ashes, just like what happened to Mothra. Now, it only looked severe, but legendary Godzilla wasn't seriously hurt. Still, getting injured only enraged it further. Roar! Legendary Godzilla gathered energy, then unleashed a devastating atomic breath. The energy output was so immense that even its own massive body was pushed backward by the sheer force. The Ghidorah-Godzilla hybrid refused to back down. It opened its mouths, charging its own energy attack, a plasma heat beam entwined with gravitational beams. Both arms and the head on its tail also discharged electricity, enhancing the gravitational beams to further amplify the energy output. The two titanic energy blasts collided head-on. The impact triggered a cataclysmic explosion, causing visible air distortions and shockwaves. The light from the explosion outshone 1,000 suns. Both monsters were engulfed in the fiery blast. Everything in the surrounding area was annihilated, reduced to a flattened wasteland. Our city. The humans watched in horror. The ruins of the West Coast were completely gone. The once glorious monuments of civilization were now nothing but dust. Under the relentless energy radiation, matter had been vaporized into microscopic particles, invisible to the human eye, effectively erased from existence. Not even nuclear weapons could achieve such complete obliteration. Yet now, two monsters had done it effortlessly. Not to mention, there still existed a being capable of controlling lightning, storms, and tsunamis, God itself. As the smoke cleared, legendary Godzilla emerged charred and steaming. Roar! It was fine. It could fight again. Though its outer skin was scorched, leaving it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it didn't care. The Ghidorah-Godzilla hybrid also let out a shrill roar. Half of its body had melted, but it was already regenerating at incredible speed. Its flesh writhed, rapidly growing back before their very eyes. The humans watching no longer even felt despair. These creatures were already practically invincible. What was the point of fighting anymore? Unless they carpet-bombed them with nuclear weapons indefinitely, how else were they supposed to kill these things? Is our monster ready? Of course, humanity wasn't just sitting idly by. Some factions had attempted to create their own kaiju through hybrid experiments and human trials. Others believed that science was the true path forward. After all, science had allowed humanity to conquer ignorance and weakness, once placing them at the top of the food chain. Why not continue down this path? Perhaps one day, they could become like those in science fiction gods themselves, surpassing even divinity. And so Mechagodzilla was born. Chong Wei couldn't even be bothered to complain about the way his influence had warped the story. But then again, maybe this outcome was inevitable. It seemed like humanity's tech tree was completely scuffed. Chapter 194, Chapter 195. The Great Brawl. 1073 words. Chapter 195. The Great Brawl. Mechagodzilla is undoubtedly one of the most iconic monsters in the Godzilla series. As a man-made kaiju, it has garnered significant popularity over the years. When Chong Wei was a child, he had a Mechagodzilla figurine, though he didn't know what it was back then. In the Monsterverse, Mechagodzilla was developed by Apex Cybernetics with the concept of giving humanity the power to defend itself and even counter the titans dominating the Earth. Apex's CEO, Walter Simmons, called it our Apex Titan, with the ultimate goal of eradicating all titans led by Godzilla and reclaiming humanity's position at the top of the ecological hierarchy. Its basic design was modeled after Godzilla, the most powerful titan who had ascended to the throne of Monster King. Everything from its appearance to its weaponry was designed with the clear intent of opposing Godzilla. But this time, things were different, perhaps because of Chong Wei's influence. They didn't create Mechagodzilla. In fact, the Mechagodzilla project was scrapped entirely. Instead, they created a god. A mechanical colossus, or rather, a mechanical titan. The energy problem was also resolved, though Chong Wei had nothing to do with that. It was purely driven by humanity's desperation, madness, and survival instinct. Without relying on Kong as a guide, they ventured into the hollow earth and obtained energy samples from its core. And thus the mechanical colossus was born. At first, Chong Wei had assumed it was Mechagodzilla. But when he finally saw it with his own eyes, he was stunned. Then, he burst into laughter. Instead of mimicking Godzilla, you're mimicking me. He was genuinely surprised and even amused, not because his power was acknowledged, but because humanity had finally stopped imitating Titan beasts. Though the operating system still originated from Ghidorah. Wait a minute, Ghidorah had already become Ghidorah-chan, and they were still able to use it. Humanity's plan was straightforward: mechanical colossus would be the mantis stalking the cicada, while they would be the Oriole behind the mantis. They planned to let legendary Godzilla and Ghidorah Godzilla battle it out, then swoop in to clean up the mess. After all, even if they had full confidence in their mechanical colossus, it couldn't possibly take on hundreds of Ghidorah Godzilla at once. So they had no choice but to bet on Godzilla. Let Godzilla and the other kaiju fight first, and humanity would step in to finish the job. Meanwhile, the battle between legendary Godzilla and the Ghidorah Godzilla raged on. Godzilla activated the neutron flux within his body. The energy traveled through the fragmented dorsal plates, channeling into the fusion chamber in his throat, where it detonated into a directed atomic breath. His eyes and the countless pores around his glowing scales, the cracks in his molten textured skin, pulsed with blue light, just as he unleashed his atomic breath. Through this extraordinary process, Godzilla's roar became one of the most destructive forces in nature. Both monsters unleashed their atomic breaths again, but this time, they struck each other's bodies directly instead of colliding in midair. The result? Both suffered devastating injuries. Gigantic, gruesome wounds appeared on their bodies. Ghidorah Godzilla roared and kept advancing, its injuries regenerating rapidly. Legendary Godzilla, however, was struggling. Unlike the hybrid variant, he feeds on nuclear radiation, sustaining himself for millions of years by absorbing geothermal radiation from the Earth's core. While Godzilla can heal by absorbing radiation, his regeneration rate depends on the severity of his injuries. For example, after the Battle of San Francisco, he recovered quickly, likely by absorbing radiation from the detonated atomic bomb off the coast. However, it took him 5 years to fully heal from the injuries inflicted by Muto. He was also nearly killed by the oxygen destroyer, only managing to recover immediately after being exposed to a nuclear explosion at point-blank range. When Mothra was obliterated by Ghidorah's gravity beams, Godzilla absorbed her life force, greatly enhancing his power. But now, legendary Godzilla's regeneration was slowing down. Both his atomic breath and previous healing efforts had drained a significant amount of energy. His cells were still weaker than Japanese Godzilla's, which possessed absurd regeneration. If this were Japanese Godzilla, he could stand still, take the hits, and not only survive but grow even stronger and more indestructible. Recognizing this, legendary Godzilla stopped using atomic breath. He had never favored that attack style to begin with. His combat techniques were modeled after bears and Komodo dragons, both of which possess powerful jaws and teeth, but rely primarily on their forelimbs and claws in battle. Overall, this version of Godzilla, had a contrasting fighting style compared to previous incarnations. He preferred close combat, engaging foes head-on rather than relying on atomic breath or ranged attacks. And so he charged forward. Ghidorah Godzilla, having inherited Godzilla's genetic influence, also abandoned energy attacks and lunged forward. The collision between these two colossal titans triggered a magnitude 7 earthquake. Legendary Godzilla staggered backward for a moment, then let out a deep roar and charged again. Still not activating burning mode. Chong Wei mused. At this point, Godzilla should have enough energy to enter Burning Godzilla form. This version of burning mode differed from other series. It wasn't a suicidal, last resort transformation, but a power boost activated whenever sufficient energy was available. But seeing how much Godzilla was enjoying the fight, clashing violently with Ghidorah Godzilla, biting and hurling it over 1,000 meters, Chong Wei sighed. At this rate, how long would it take to eliminate hundreds of Ghidorah Godzilla? Fortunately, Chong Wei had already noticed something. Godzilla's roars and imposing presence had been registered by the other Ghidorah Godzilla. Legendary Godzilla, I am the Alpha. I am the king of all that exists. Ghidorah Godzilla X-333, the hell you are. And just like that, the second Ghidorah Godzilla emerged from the ocean. Meanwhile, legendary Ghidorah was still brawling with another Ghidorah Godzilla only to get blasted in the back by an atomic gravity beam. Boom. The devastating attack nearly brought legendary Godzilla to his knees, but he powered through and turned furiously only to see yet another Ghidorah Godzilla approaching. At the same time, the one he had been fighting bit into his shoulder. And it didn't stop there. A third Ghidorah Godzilla descended from the sky. Now, legendary Godzilla was up against 3 of them at once. Each one was an incredibly formidable opponent. But this ancient warrior was as old as the earth itself. A veteran of countless battles, he would not falter. Chapter 195, Chapter 196, Humanity joins forces with Godzilla 1042 words. Chapter 196, Humanity joins forces with Godzilla. Facing the 3-headed Ghidorah Godzillas, the fat one remained fearless until he was beaten into a frantic retreat. There was no helping it. The gap in raw power was just too vast. And even now, Godzilla hadn't activated its burning mode. Chong Wei pondered for a moment. Damn, could it be that he's used up too much energy and can't trigger burning form anymore? If he recalled correctly, the original storyline mentioned that burning Godzilla couldn't activate again later unless the fat one consumed another nuke. This legendary Godzilla could enter burning form as long as it had enough energy without the drawback of exploding or melting itself like in other versions. The humans also noticed that Godzilla seemed to be getting beaten down, only occasionally counterattacking. But the Ghidorah Godzillas didn't care. Their regeneration was faster and stronger. They had been fighting all this time without showing any signs of exhaustion. And now, more Ghidorah Godzillas were converging on this location. This is a rare opportunity. We can't just watch Godzilla go down. A new supermonster response has appeared in the Pacific. Over 10 of them, heading straight for Godzilla. Supermonsters from Asia are on the move. Predicted path will pass through. Supermonsters from Africa are flying toward the west coast. Report. The humans stared at the screens filled with red dots. Their remaining forces were barely holding on. Mechagod wasn't completed yet, and even if it were, no one believed it could defeat so many supermonsters. Not even in a one-on-one fight. Mechagod was supposed to mimic the form of a god because, for the first time, humanity had seen someone challenge the Titans, even if that entity was a god itself. But they were gods too. They looked like gods. Gods had created them in their own image. They should be proud of that. Even if many scientists insisted that there was no real need for 2 massive legs, they didn't understand this was humanity's first step in rebellion. Not just a physical rebellion. A spiritual one. Chong Wei had restored their confidence and pride in humanity. Chong Wei, even though I've destroyed countless worlds, committed mass extinctions, and never cared for good or evil, only profit no matter how many worlds I traverse, I will always stand with humanity. We have to help Godzilla. We can't let it fall so easily, otherwise, we won't have time to deal with all these supermonsters. The humans gritted their teeth in frustration. After all, these supermonsters were the creations of some lunatics among them, yet now everyone had to bear the consequences. Damn it, if you hadn't pulled this stunt, our mechagod would have beaten Godzilla, and humanity would have ruled the world. Now the future was uncertain, and they even had to help Godzilla. Infuriating. How do we help Godzilla? How many nukes do we have left? Humanity had suffered devastating losses. First, Ghidorah had awakened Titans worldwide. Then, Emma Russell, that madwoman, tried to play God and continued waking Titans. A wave of rampaging Titans swept the globe, and no one could stop them. After a heavy toll, humanity had finally managed to drive the leaderless Titans out of major cities, only for a second wave of supermonsters to arrive. And this time, it was even worse. Against these supermonsters, humanity had no means of resistance. Even worse, power plants and nuclear energy facilities had been attacked by these creatures, driven by instinct. Unlike Godzilla, they didn't ignore humans. This led to severe losses in nuclear weapons and energy reserves. How many usable nukes remained? Even humanity wasn't sure. But after a quick investigation, they discovered an underground base in America still had nuclear strike capability. It was originally one of the many dummy missile silos for the Dead Hand system. But now, it was revealed to be a real silo with a fake one built on top to disguise it. There's a 5-megaton nuclear bomb stored there. What about launch authorization? Can the base still operate? It's a nuclear strike-grade underground facility. Though the battles between the gods, Godzilla, and Ghidorah caused some seismic activity, the impact was minimal. It's still operational. Launch authorization has been received. The automated base handled everything through its internal system. Before activation, nuclear weapons were actually quite safe. Even if you put one over a fire, nothing would happen. But once the chain reaction began, it was pure annihilation. 5 megatons. I'm terrified this might create a monster instead. Hybrid monsters contain Godzilla's cells and genes. Could they also absorb nuclear radiation and energy? It's possible. But we have no choice. Humanity was out of options. On the screen, Godzilla's injuries were worsening. The relentless assault from the endless Ghidorah Godzillas had left it covered in wounds, on the verge of collapse. The Ghidorah Godzillas recognized each other as kin, so there was no infighting. In this scenario, Godzilla was their common target. Fire the missile. May God. No, may the Creator bless us. Godzilla, don't let us down. The nuke was launched. It streaked out from the silo, traversing an immense distance before arriving over the west coast. Fearing the supermonsters might destroy it midair, humanity had set it to detonate at high altitude. The Ghidorah Godzillas immediately noticed the nuclear warhead. Sensing the radiation and nuclear fuel inside, their hunger took over. They abandoned Godzilla and lunged toward the missile. Bzzzzz. The nuclear warhead's internal mechanisms activated. A chain reaction triggered. In an instant, the energy of a miniature sun erupted. The shockwaves were deafening. A massive sphere of light blossomed in the sky. Godzilla greedily absorbed the nuclear radiation and energy. The other Ghidorah Godzillas did the same. Shockingly, the nuke lasted less than 20 seconds before vanishing. The explosion's heat and shockwaves were completely absorbed by the monsters. Unbelievable. No matter how many times I see it, these Titans are truly terrifying. The nuclear blast's energy has been fully absorbed. No detectable radiation remains. High-energy readings detected from Godzilla. After all, it was a 5-megaton nuke. Sure, it wasn't a hydrogen bomb, that was a shame. And sure, the other Ghidorah Godzillas had stolen a significant portion of the energy, that was also a shame. But the amount was still enough. Godzilla was recovering. Chapter 196, Chapter 197, Sneak Attack. 1014 words. Chapter 197, Sneak Attack. Our oxygen destroyer was highly effective against Godzilla, so why not use it against those super kaiju? The researchers analyzed the data and found that King Ghidorah wasn't affected by it at all. Since these super kaiju contain King Ghidorah's genes and cells, they worry that the oxygen destroyer might not harm them or at best, only deal limited damage. They would rather reserve it for Godzilla. Humanity wasn't relying solely on Mechagodzilla. Once they confirmed that the oxygen destroyer had a devastating effect on Godzilla, they produced a second one. With Mechagodzilla as backup, how could they not take down Godzilla? Is that so? They're really thinking ahead. But wasn't it too hasty to dismiss the idea without even testing it? What if, precisely because these super kaiju had Godzilla's genetic material, they were actually vulnerable to the oxygen destroyer? Oh well, it didn't really matter. He was just a commander, just another cog in the machine. How the higher-ups thought was their own business. On the battlefield, after absorbing enough nuclear radiation, Godzilla was regaining the power he had when he became Burning Godzilla. Without any hesitation, he knew he had to enter burning mode or he would truly be killed this time. If certain conditions were met, Godzilla could unleash a thermonuclear pulse. Having absorbed the radiation from a nuclear explosion, his body began to heat up, glowing with a blazing red light. Large areas of his skin turned crimson, releasing continuous steam, as his temperature soared, igniting and melting everything nearby. This time, the temperature was even more terrifying than before. As the air around them became unbearably scorching, the Super Ghidorah Godzillas immediately grew alert. They had also absorbed nuclear radiation and energy, growing even stronger. Without hesitation, they unleashed their gravity atomic breath at Godzilla. However, the attacks vanished upon impact, completely absorbed by Godzilla. Burning Godzilla. A fearsome thermonuclear pulse spread outward, scorching the exteriors of the Super Ghidorah Godzillas. Unlike legendary King Ghidorah, which was burned to ashes, these creatures endured it. After all, they, too, had the ability to absorb energy, and had undergone further evolution. The damage from Godzilla's thermonuclear pulse was limited. But Burning Godzilla never expected the pulse alone to finish them off, it was merely to keep them at bay. Next, he began charging up his burning atomic breath. Opening his maw, he unleashed a crimson beam crackling with lightning. One blast instantly vaporized the leading Super Ghidorah Godzilla's upper body, while another reduced another to a charred husk. Infinite Heat Ray. Chong Wei was stunned. The Infinite Heat Ray, also known as the Super Heat Ray or Burning Spiral Heat Ray, was an alternate version of Burning Godzilla's final attack. During his meltdown, Godzilla unleashed this highly penetrating spiral heat ray, its power escalating infinitely until his own body disintegrated. It was this attack that dealt the fatal blow to Destoroyah. It was always accompanied by red, lightning-like energy. Judging by its performance, this Burning Godzilla had just fired an infinite heat ray. Of course, calling it infinite wasn't entirely accurate. It couldn't be fired endlessly and still consumed energy. But it was more than enough for Burning Godzilla to defeat the Super Ghidorah Godzillas. Godzilla has entered that thermonuclear pulse form again. This destructive power, it's terrifying. Only a god could make it look so effortless. Can our Mechagodzilla withstand such extreme temperatures? That's 5,000 degrees Celsius. Mechagodzilla wouldn't stand a chance. It might get vaporized in a single blast. No, Godzilla's form must have a limit. It took a severe beating from those super kaiju before entering this state, and only after being bombarded with a nuclear strike did it finally transform. Maybe it requires a huge amount of energy to activate. The humans were both awed and fearful, watching as Burning Godzilla rampaged through the super kaiju. They were relieved that it was the Super Ghidorah Godzillas fighting against him, and not Mechagodzilla. Otherwise, their machine might have been obliterated in an instant. Burning Godzilla, after firing 2 super heat rays, noticed that his energy reserves had been drastically depleted. He saw the ruptured bodies of the Super Ghidorah Godzillas, exposing their internal atomic reactor organs. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and devoured them. This shocked the humans and sent waves of fear through the remaining Super Ghidorah Godzillas. Yet even together, they were no match for Burning Godzilla. If they tried using energy attacks, he simply absorbed them as fuel. If they resorted to melee combat, he obliterated them with a single superheat ray. From that point, the battle became one-sided slaughter. The only moment of danger came when all the remaining Super Ghidorah Godzillas unleashed their gravity atomic breath at once, overwhelming Burning Godzilla's absorption ability. While he could absorb energy, there were limits. If this were a typical Ultraman-style kaiju battle, he might have been taken down. But Burning Godzilla had another trump card: he could release excess radiation. In the original story, this technique expelled all his built-up energy in a single burst, forcing him out of burning mode. But this time, he had absorbed so much energy that he converted it into a colossal superheat ray, over 100 meters in diameter, obliterating every last Super Ghidorah Godzilla in one sweep. Boom! At the center of the battlefield, Burning Godzilla stood triumphant. As for the hundreds of Super Ghidorah Godzillas, they had all been wiped out by that final superheat ray. Godzilla has won the ultimate victory. He's still in burning mode. If we fire the oxygen destroyer now, it might detonate prematurely from a distance. Wait until he exits that state. The humans grew serious. They had waited so long, their nerves on edge, for this precise moment. Burning Godzilla roared skyward. He was the true king of the monsters. Then, he controlled himself and began cooling down, exiting burning mode. Godzilla's high-energy readings are dropping. Now's our chance. Detecting the rapid decrease in Godzilla's energy levels, the humans immediately gave the order. A fleet of fighter jets, already waiting in position, swooped in and launched the oxygen destroyer. Chapter 197, Chapter 198, Humanity's Counterattack. Chapter 198, Humanity's Counterattack. AB, 2 stealth bombers streaked across the sky above Godzilla's head. Oxygen destroyer deployed. Godzilla ignored the approaching aircraft as it had countless times before, intending to brush them off as insignificant. Then a missile detonated right above its head. A massive cavity effect followed, instantly decomposing all oxygen within the blast radius, including the oxygen inside Godzilla's body. That familiar sensation made Godzilla's eyes widen in an instant, and it let out a deep, guttural roar. In retaliation, it unleashed a blazing atomic breath toward the retreating B-2 bomber. The bomber's pilots never expected Godzilla to counterattack so quickly. Before they could evade, the beam struck them squarely. It was as if they had been hit by a nuclear explosion equivalent to 100 million tons of TNT. The aircraft shattered on impact, most of its structure instantly vaporized, while the remaining fragments were blasted away to parts unknown. Cough. Godzilla wheezed violently. The original oxygen destroyer had been capable of leaving it severely weakened for years. But now, having grown far stronger, the attack merely inflicted heavy damage. Its body was already rapidly regenerating. Just then humanity's mechanical colossus appeared. Standing at 100 meters tall, it was a true titan, finally possessing the scale necessary to battle Godzilla head-on. If possible, humanity would have built it even larger. The energy samples they had extracted from the hollow Earth were sufficient to power an even more massive machine. But while energy concerns had been addressed, materials science remained a bottleneck. With insufficient material strength, a larger mech would simply collapse under its own weight. Moreover, relying solely on hydraulic actuators would have made the machine unbearably sluggish. To solve this, humans integrated Ghidorah's biological tissue to create synthetic neural muscles, vastly improving agility. Its frame wasn't simply welded or riveted together, that wouldn't hold up. After all, this machine was built to fight Titan-class behemoths. Supercomputer simulations had shown that a single melee strike between such creatures could generate tens of thousands of tons of force. If conventional welding and rivets were used, the mech's frame would collapse after just a few blows. To counteract this, humanity adopted laser sintering technology, using high-energy lasers to fuse powdered alloys into ultra-durable structural components. As for weaponry, there was no conventional weapon capable of truly defeating Godzilla. Even battleship artillery was virtually useless against its reinforced hide. However, after years of research on Godzilla and leveraging insights gained from Ghidorah, humanity had devised an ultimate weapon originally intended for Mechagodzilla, Proton Scream. A concentrated burst of energy, delivering an output between 1020 and 1021 electron volts, EV, per square centimeter. The Proton Scream was capable of disrupting atomic nuclei, unleashing immense heat, and triggering nuclear fission upon impact. A high-energy proton beam like this could theoretically bypass even Godzilla's adaptive dermal armor. Despite its naturally increasing durability with size, this level of concentrated energy output was calculated to penetrate its defenses. To further enhance close-quarters combat, the mech was also equipped with limb-mounted pulse boosters, originally developed for Mechagodzilla. This allowed it to deliver devastating melee strikes. Still, humans weren't content with just fists. They gave their creation a true melee weapon, the lightning spear, also known as Zeus Thunder. Throughout myth, gods turned giants often wielded lightning spears, with tridents merely serving as finishing blows. And humanity revered the power of lightning, violent, powerful, and awe-inspiring. Thus, they forged a 100-meter-long spear, its needle-like 20-meter tip designed for maximum penetration. At its core was a mystical energy reactor extracted from the hollow earth, generating thousands of degrees of electricity per strike. Though this might seem low, in reality, a single lightning bolt carries energy equivalent to several hundred kilowatt-hours. The average lightning bolt releases around 1 billion joules of energy. While this number sounds astronomical, a single kilowatt-hour is 3.6 million joules, making it more tangible. Lightning temperatures range between 17,000 degrees Celsius and 28,000 degrees Celsius, 3 to 5 times hotter than the sun's surface. The sheer thermal expansion of air caused by this heat generates shockwaves, hence, thunder. The estimated power of one lightning bolt, voltage, 1 million to 100 million volts, instantaneous current, 100,000 plus amps, temperature, 20,000 degrees C, discharge duration, 0.001 seconds. Instantaneous power output, 250 million kilowatts. When the lightning spear discharged upon impact, it could potentially pierce straight through Godzilla's hide. However, aside from stab-based attacks, the spear had no secondary functions. Due to its shape, it couldn't withstand lateral forces, making it unsuitable for slashing or sweeping strikes. Additionally, prolonged high temperatures would inevitably affect the integrity of its metal composition. Inside a deep underground military base, humanity's elite team prepared to launch their masterpiece. Ghidorah's preserved skull was linked to dozens of human operators, acting as a biological supercomputer to handle the mech's massive neural load. Each operator was assigned a different limb, coordinating in perfect synchronization through direct neural interfaces. Together, they moved as one. Humanity's counterattack begins today. The Mecha Titan raised its lightning spear, aiming directly at Godzilla. Rueawer. Emerging from the devastation of the oxygen destroyer, Godzilla, though slightly disoriented, would never retreat from a challenge. With a thunderous stomp, it charged toward the Mecha Titan. Its sheer size and momentum exuded an overwhelming presence, like a rampaging grizzly bear, charging headlong at its foe. Chapter 198, Chapter 199, Mechanical Colossus. 1151 words. Chapter 199, Mechanical Colossus. However, Godzilla's movement trajectory model had already been integrated into the Mechanical Colossus drive system. This allowed the machine to effortlessly calculate the details of Godzilla's motion, and with that, it thrust its spear forward. The lightning spear's internal power source began supplying energy, and the terrifying output of over 1,000 megawatts caused the long needle-like tip of the spear to glow with a dazzling white-hot radiance. Godzilla failed to evade in time, and was struck directly by the lightning spear. The enormous force halted its massive body in place, forcing an abrupt stop. Combined with the spear's sharpness, the weapon plunged 20 meters deep into Godzilla's flesh, almost burying the entire needle-like tip inside. The terrifying high-voltage current immediately disrupted and damaged Godzilla's bioelectric cells, rendering it incapable of unleashing its atomic breath. Humans had studied Godzilla for far too long. They knew that its bioelectric cells and atomic reactor were vulnerable to electrical attacks. They had even learned effective combat strategies against Godzilla by studying Mudo. Roar! The tremendous electrical shock made Godzilla convulse violently. Even though it had grown stronger, the effects of electrical attacks were something the pseudo-realistic Godzilla still couldn't fully withstand. The relentless surge of electricity continued, and as the Joule heating effect kicked in, the lightning spear became an even more formidable weapon. Even though the needle-like tip wasn't designed for cutting, and had limited lateral resistance, its sheer temperature made it an incredibly efficient tool for destruction. After impaling Godzilla, the mechanical colossus did not let its guard down. Instead, it used optical measurement instruments to scan the energy fluctuations within Godzilla's body. Only after confirming that its energy responses were being severely disrupted did the operators begin to feel exhilarated. Proton scream. The mechanical colossus opened its mouth, unleashing a deep crimson energy blast at point-blank range, striking Godzilla directly. Under the terrifying force of the proton scream, the keratinous outer layer of Godzilla's body began to deform before ultimately breaking apart. However, this attack also gave Godzilla a chance to counterattack. The interaction between the electrical interference and the mysterious subterranean energy within the proton scream created an unexpected reaction. Godzilla, being intimately familiar with this type of energy, instantly absorbed a portion of it. In the next moment, Godzilla swung its massive claw, striking the mechanical colossus with such force that its armor cracked open, leaving 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes. The high-strength alloy, combined with Ghidorah's synthetic neural muscles and structural reinforcements, barely withstood a single hit from Godzilla. The human operators were stunned. Just one strike had already rendered 5% of the outer armor inoperable. This is bad. Godzilla has absorbed the energy equivalent of a 5-megaton nuclear explosion. It's stronger than we calculated. Wait, how is Godzilla counterattacking? It absorbed the proton scream's energy. Why was it able to absorb the proton scream's energy? Godzilla continued its onslaught, but the mechanical colossus had already detached the lightning spear's needle tip, leaving it embedded inside Godzilla's body. The operators quickly switched to a fresh spearhead. They had prepared 5 of these ultra-alloy spear tips, originally intending to let them melt inside Godzilla's body, creating high-temperature metallic jets to maximize internal damage. However, given Godzilla's unexpected strength, they now needed to avoid close combat as much as possible. The spear's rotational locking mechanism made replacement both secure and efficient. As the new spearhead was mounted, the blinding white glow and crackling electric arcs reappeared. This time, Godzilla was fully aware of the weapon's power. It caused more pain than both Ghidorah and Hyper Godzilla, second only to the oxygen destroyer. Godzilla attempted to pull the spearhead out, but the ultra-high temperature, rotating tip had already melted and fused with its flesh. For now, removing it was impossible. However, with the enemy in front of it already preparing another thrust, Godzilla had no choice but to momentarily ignore the embedded weapon. Still, with a 20-meter-long, several-meter-wide foreign object lodged inside its body, Godzilla's movements were inevitably hindered. It could no longer maneuver as fluidly as before. Meanwhile, the mechanical colossus unleashed a perfected spear technique. Programmers from China had worked tirelessly, growing haggard and balding, as they painstakingly encoded an entire encyclopedia of Chinese martial spear techniques into the system. Forget large, sweeping techniques like Liuhe spear, which were impractical for the lightning spear. China alone had an endless repertoire of piercing techniques to draw from. With Ghidorah serving as a supercomputer, these advanced calculations made it nearly impossible for Godzilla to counter. Its massive body was riddled with stab wounds from the lightning spear, leaving it covered in deep punctures. However, any expert could see that these injuries were superficial. The very first stab wound had already regenerated, leaving only a faint scar. Moreover, Godzilla seemed to be adapting to the mechanical colossus' spear techniques. Damage was beginning to appear on the machine's body and even on the spear itself. Had the spear techniques been any less refined, Godzilla would have already seized an opportunity to bite through the weapon. Then, the mechanical colossus made a fatal miscalculation. Godzilla lunged forward and clamped its jaws down on the machine's head-mounted sensors. This single attack sent the dozens of human operators, who were mentally linked to Ghidorah's neural network, into violent seizures. The mechanical colossus lost all sensory data from its surroundings. Godzilla took full advantage, slamming the machine to the ground and tearing into its external armor. Then, it tasted something unexpected: Ghidorah's flesh. This drove Godzilla into an even greater frenzy. Suddenly, powerful electrical discharges erupted from the mechanical colossus, blasting Godzilla away with an immense surge of energy. This was the machine's emergency self-defense mechanism. Once its outer armor was breached, it automatically triggered an electric discharge, delivering a pulse of over 10,000 megawatts in an instant. Godzilla struggled to its feet, roaring furiously at the mechanical colossus. However, something was clearly off about the machine's behavior. Ghidorah's supercomputer is exhibiting an unknown reaction. The human operators quickly realized that something was wrong. The synthetic Ghidorah tissue, which had been regrown and integrated into the machine, was showing signs of rapid regeneration. Though only a fragment of Ghidorah's head had been restored, the creature itself showed no signs of true resurrection. But now, what was happening? This proves one thing: taking shortcuts is never a good idea. Without true artificial intelligence, relying on a monster as a supercomputer was bound to backfire. Chong Wei shook his head as he watched the scene unfold. Then, a cloned version of the Fire Queen AI infiltrated the base's local network where Ghidorah's neural system was housed. Activate the mechanical colossus self-destruct sequence. He had no intention of using the Fire Queen AI to replace Ghidorah's failing systems and prolong humanity's fight against Godzilla. It was clear now humanity had lost. At the very least, it was time for a dignified exit. Chapter 199, Chapter 200, The Final Script 1198 words. Chapter 200, The Final Script. The sudden explosion of mechanical colossus left humanity in utter confusion. Everything had seemed so promising. Humanity was on the verge of successfully counterattacking the Titan beasts, about to kill Godzilla, the king of the monsters. Once Godzilla was eliminated, the other Titans would no longer be a threat. So why had they failed? King Ghidorah lost control. When Godzilla tore through mechanical colossus's armor, the Ghidorah tissue inside suddenly reacted. So there's something about the Titans we still don't understand. Residual consciousness. They were never something we could fully comprehend in the first place. Is this it for humanity? Is there no more hope? Chong Wei watched as Godzilla reeled in a daze from the explosion of the mechanical colossus, struggling to make sense of what had just happened. The handsome Kong is finally about to make his entrance. What a shame, I was thinking of dyeing his scales gold. After considering it for a moment, Chong Wei dismissed the idea. If he dyed them gold and the handsome Kong lost, it would feel even worse. Better to leave things as they were. Godzilla roared toward the sky, declaring himself the strongest king of the monsters, then dove back into the ocean to sleep. During this time, both humanity and the Titans fell into an eerie state of calm. The difference was that humanity quickly snapped out of their confusion because of devil fruits. These miraculous fruits from the Creator's island drove humanity into a frenzy. They worshipped those who consumed devil fruits as demigods, and a grand movement to create gods was set into motion. This wasn't surprising. People always sought a spiritual anchor. Since Chong Wei couldn't be bothered with them and hadn't appeared in person, they had no choice but to turn to those lucky enough to eat the devil fruits. The status, honor, and authority of these demigods made them the de facto leaders of humanity. However, behind the scenes, real control remained in the hands of the true power holders. These power holders took pride in their clever manipulation, failing to realize that reverence for strength was an innate biological instinct. Without it, leadership and hierarchy wouldn't exist in the first place. Throughout history, humanity has classified people as excellent, ordinary, or inferior based on physical prowess and intelligence. When faced with physically strong individuals, most people thought, the gap isn't that big, I could do that too. But when faced with those with vastly superior intellect, they resigned themselves. No point competing. Top students and bottom feeders live in different worlds. Now, however, the gap was even greater. These so-called demigods weren't just products of a god-making movement or mere admiration, they had truly transcended humanity. Compared to them, the so-called power holders who lacked exceptional intelligence and were physically on par with ordinary humans, how much longer could they maintain their grip on power? At first, they could still hold on. But as the god-making movement progressed and the demigods grew stronger, their followers would begin to question, why should I serve some old, frail, useless guy who can't even beat me in a fight and isn't particularly smart? And once these demigods get a taste of being worshipped, they won't be satisfied with just that, they'll want more. Chang Wei had left behind plenty of devil fruits capable of upending human civilization. Even Homelander cared about public opinion. These demigods might as well, but they had something even greater: raw power. Never forget, history is written by the victors. And in a world still recovering from devastation, nothing mattered more than strength. The real danger lay in the possibility that one of these demigods would emerge as a dictator or a warlord, leading to an all-out battle of the gods. This, in turn, drove even more people to seek demigod status, leading them to Skull Island. It became a battle royale, with so many participants that the map could barely contain them all. This is ridiculous. There's a whole mob of people rushing to their deaths. Chang Wei shook his head. Of course, he understood it was human greed at play. But it was this very greed that had driven humanity to explore new lands and grow stronger. Otherwise, they'd still be worrying about lions and tigers instead of ruling the planet. Still, things couldn't continue this way. If they did, humanity's future would be utterly ruined by his own hand. Chang Wei enjoyed his little games, but he wasn't planning on destroying the world. Even in Resident Evil, he had left behind a spark of hope. He had already gained plenty from the hundreds of Ultra Ghidorah Godzillas he had harvested. Since he wasn't planning to anchor himself to this world, he was still coming out ahead. With that in mind, he had no reason to bring about total destruction. He also had no interest in turning this world into another One Piece, so he wasn't going to leave behind too many devil fruits. If that's the case, then let Skull Island be the final battlefield. Godzilla and the handsome Kong will battle to the death, destroying the island in the process. Chang Wei found his script to be quite satisfactory, certainly better than the original garbage plot. With the decision made, it was time to set the stage and bring in the actors. Humanity has to rely on itself in the end. Time to wake them up, Chang Wei declared righteously. After all, the devil fruits he had spread couldn't regenerate. Once the so-called demigods were wiped out, everything would return to normal. Less than a month into his slumber, Godzilla suddenly sensed the emergence of another king of the monsters. Instantly, he snapped awake, fully alert. Roar! Godzilla would never tolerate another king. There were only two choices, submission or death. Bad news. We're detecting a high-energy signature consistent with Godzilla. It disappeared for less than a month and now it's resurfaced. What is it planning? Although most of humanity's attention was focused on Skull Island, they still kept a close watch on Godzilla. No matter how strong the demigods were, they were still just dominant among their own kind. Humanity's leaders understood all too well that they remained powerless against the Titan beasts. So they had to stay vigilant at all times. The moment Godzilla moved, they reacted immediately. Godzilla's trajectory. It might pass through Skull Island. When they analyzed its path, the locations at the start didn't elicit much response. But when Skull Island was mentioned, their expressions changed drastically. Why is Godzilla heading to the origin island? Could it be that Godzilla is challenging the gods again? But it just lost not too long ago. Even if it's stronger now, the gap between it and the creator is still far too great. That was the entity capable of controlling tsunamis, the creator. No matter how powerful Godzilla became, it was still hopelessly weak against the vast oceans of the planet. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for Godzilla to be a match for a god. This is bad. Whether Godzilla wins or loses, it will affect us. At last, humanity realized how critical Skull Island had become to their future. Chapter 200, Chapter 201, 200 Chapters 1101 Words Chapter 201, 200 Chapters Humans are anxious. If something happens to Skull Island, will they still be able to harvest those devil fruits? They place great importance on the power of demigods, seeing it as the future direction of human development and the first step in understanding divine power. Even those demigods don't know how many samples of them have been collected, with cloning technology even being applied. However, these cloning attempts are naturally unsuccessful. Chang Wei designed a technological blockade, a cellular-level lock that prevents cloning cells from thriving. Still, humans believe they will eventually conquer divine power. But now, they have not yet acquired more samples, and Skull Island might face a crisis. How can they accept this? What can we do even if we don't accept it? In front of the Titan beasts, we are powerless. They actively communicated the importance of Skull Island to the higher-ups, but unfortunately, the response from the top was that humanity is currently helpless. Massive resources had been spent, preparations made for an unknown amount of time, and countless manpower and materials were wasted on the mechanical colossus, which was destroyed in an explosion. The earlier research on Godzilla and Ghidorah cells had spiraled out of control, further wasting resources. Now, with human territory shrinking and resources dwindling, any new large-scale plans are impossible. All they can do is produce oxygen destroyers that work effectively against the Titan beasts. As for the mass production plan for mechanical colossus, it's indefinitely shelved. The divine power plan is their last hope. But now, it seems to be on the brink of failure. At that moment, Handsome Kong on Skull Island, bored, suddenly felt a threat. Ever since Chang Wei upgraded him, Handsome Kong had become invincible. Even skullcrawlers weren't enough for him to kill, which left him so bored that he played hide-and-seek with the humans on the island. To Handsome Kong, it was hide-and-seek. To the humans, however, it felt like stealing the forbidden fruit of Eden right under the watch of the guardian god. They suspected that the information in the murals indicated that the woman had stolen the forbidden fruit of the island, namely, the devil fruit. After all, everything lined up. Otherwise, why would God expel them from Skull Island? Handsome Kong didn't harbor any ill will toward humans, unless they showed hostility first. Therefore, in most cases, those playing hide-and-seek wouldn't die by his hand, but rather due to misjudgments by strange creatures or being accidentally hunted. This situation improved slightly after humans gained demigod power. But it was still only a drop in the bucket. Moreover, humans discovered that one person cannot consume two devil fruits. Some demigods, relying on their power, tried to eat a second devil fruit, hoping to become even stronger, only to explode and die right in front of everyone. After several such incidents, it became clear that a person couldn't eat two devil fruits. Although no one knew why, there was no way to figure it out, so they just accepted it. Now Handsome Kong sensed a threat, which made him angry. He casually punched a passing Tyrannosaurus, killing it, and then rushed toward the coastline of Skull Island. Roar! He roared at the ocean, pounding his chest with his four fists. Boom, 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 boom. The loud sound reverberated, and the sound waves spread out. Godzilla, who was swimming underwater toward the island, heard the provocative sound wave, and became even angrier. He increased his speed, swimming faster, and then emerged from the surface of the sea. Bah! Godzilla roared at Handsome Kong. The shockwave from his roar was like a sound bomb. Handsome Kong covered his ears, and let out a painful scream. Chang Wei nodded. The ability to create long-distance shockwaves using sound vibrations made Godzilla even more formidable. Handsome Kong was furious and opened his mouth wide, shooting out a light cannon. Godzilla, caught off guard and not expecting a counterattack from Handsome Kong, was directly struck. His scales shattered, and his heavy body staggered from the impact. The short, stubby legs quickly kicked underwater to regain balance and buoyancy. This made Godzilla even angrier. He stomped forward, reaching the shore of Skull Island. Handsome Kong didn't stop him from landing. After all, he wasn't brave enough to face Godzilla in the water, even though Chong Wei had modified him to be able to breathe underwater. The two giants faced each other. Handsome Kong was at least one head shorter, but in terms of momentum, he was in no way inferior to Godzilla. Roar! Bah! Handsome Kong's voice was unpleasant, causing Godzilla to lose his temper, and his big brother attitude flared up. He immediately stepped forward and slapped Handsome Kong. Handsome Kong, unafraid despite his smaller size, had four strong and long arms. The first collision of their battle, Handsome Kong let out a roar as he was knocked back by Godzilla's slap. It wasn't over. After slapping the unsuspecting handsome guy back, Godzilla bit down hard on his shoulder. Handsome Kong screamed in pain. Ever since his body underwent changes, he hadn't felt pain or suffered injuries for a long time. However, Godzilla's biting force exceeded his current defense, breaking through it. Boom, 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 boom. After the scream, Handsome Kong began furiously hammering with all four arms, striking Godzilla's head repeatedly. The blows made Godzilla dizzy, stars appearing in his eyes, forcing him to release his bite. Handsome Kong's relentless assault kept Godzilla retreating. Godzilla's short arms couldn't match the power of Handsome Kong's long limbs, and he couldn't approach him, thus unable to retaliate. But Godzilla wasn't just a punching bag. Soon, he spun around, taking advantage of Handsome Kong's temporary oversight and swung his long, heavy tail. A visible sonic boom erupted from Handsome Kong's body. Godzilla's tail hit Handsome Kong and sent him flying, crashing into a mountain, crushing countless trees. The heavy sound of Handsome Kong hitting the ground shook the earth, like an earthquake. Godzilla immediately pursued, not giving Handsome Kong a chance to catch his breath. He stomped heavily on Handsome Kong's body. The impact nearly made Handsome Kong spit out everything he had eaten the night before. Handsome Kong opened his mouth wide and fired a full-power light cannon. The shot pierced through Godzilla's abdomen, causing him to scream in pain. Immediately after, Handsome Kong climbed onto Godzilla's body, gripping onto the protrusions on Godzilla's surface. Then he began wildly swinging his fists. Godzilla struggled desperately but couldn't reach Handsome Kong sitting atop his head. Chapter 201, Chapter 202, Pretty Boy Stands Up. 1116 words. Chapter 202, Pretty Boy Stands Up. Handsome Kong, relying on his agility and height advantage, was landing blow after blow on Godzilla's head with gleeful aggression. Godzilla, annoyed beyond reason, suddenly threw himself to the ground in a fit of rage. Caught off guard, Handsome Kong had no idea this was coming. He was smashed beneath the collapsing Titan, and cried out in pain. In the next instant, Godzilla twisted his neck around and sank his jaws into Handsome Kong's soft belly, thrashing his head like a bear mauling its prey. Razor-sharp fangs tore into Handsome Kong's flesh with every shake, eliciting one wail after another. Handsome Kong had never fought in a battle of this caliber before. He was completely stunned. After all, his previous opponents had just been skullcrawlers. How tough could those things be? Probably not even a match for the weakest of the Titan beasts. They'd only won through sheer numbers. Even the strongest skullcrawler was likely no stronger than male Muto. Especially after Chong Wei's modifications, Handsome Kong had always been in one-sided beatdowns. As a result, he hadn't grown much. Now, with Godzilla ripping into him, the searing, unprecedented pain struck real fear into his heart. Handsome Kong could cower. Like when he was stomped on and roared at face-to-face by Godzilla, he didn't resist to the bitter end. Instead, he shut up and went quiet. Just like Rodden. That's exactly why Chong Wei felt there was something seriously wrong with the original plot. Handsome Kong had the potential to become the king of monsters, Yet they had him acting like those who know when to yield are wise coward. Chang Wei wanted to shout for a refund. Now, seeing Handsome Kong about to shrink back again left Chang Wei utterly speechless. A complete and utter disappointment. Godzilla whipped his head, flinging Handsome Kong across the battlefield. His flesh was torn apart midair, his abdomen nearly split open. The impact shattered a good chunk of Skull Island. Lying there on the ground, Handsome Kong felt a weakness he'd never known before. That's when the visions started flashing before his eyes. He saw his parents. Saw the extinction of his ancestral Kong bloodline coded deep within his genes. That stirred something in him, something that refused to accept this fate. Something that raged. Kong actually lost. The gatekeeper of God couldn't stand against Godzilla, even though Kong was so powerful. Actually, we've never really seen how strong Kong truly is. Compared to his parents, he's still way too small, probably not even an adult yet. Meanwhile, Godzilla is fully grown and in his prime. On the human side, disbelief spread. But the current situation made one thing clear: Kong was simply no match for Godzilla. It wasn't that Godzilla couldn't be defeated. Dagon was proof of that. The atomic dinosaur Dagon, Godzilla's kin, and a being revered by the Sumerians as the son of the storm, aka the king of lightning, likely possessed atomic breath as well. But interference made it hard for him to use it freely. The same happened to Godzilla 3,000 years later. According to the comics, Monarch had even found remains of a Godzilla-like creature in Siberia that had been parasitized, proving that there was more than one atomic dinosaur. So yes, Godzilla can be beaten. Humans had believed the gods stationed Kong at the Hollow Earth source point to guard it, and with his immense power, it was natural to think he could beat Godzilla. But now that belief was shattering. Suddenly, they heard a deep, thunderous rumble. Godzilla's eyes fell upon the barely breathing Handsome Kong. The sound of a heavy, pounding heartbeat pulsed from Handsome Kong's body. The cry of the weak. The engine of miracles. Chang Wei looked on with admiration. He'd thought Handsome Kong wouldn't be able to activate it. This was Chang Wei's greatest modification to Handsome Kong, a gift from Mumin Rider, from King himself. The weak fall again and again, but rise through willpower alone. The path of suffering as growth. An incredibly powerful heart engine that generates terrifying energy and heat, the Emperor engine. Kong's heartbeat was designed by Chang Wei to function like Supreme Muto's forelimbs, capable of emitting shockwaves that could destroy surrounding objects. The more intense the heartbeat, the more powerful and frequent the shockwaves. This was his ultimate creation, Emperor Kong. But all of this relied on Handsome Kong's will. Without it, he'd just be a corpse, a gorilla with a fancy skeleton. Now, for the first time, there was real hope to revive the Kong lineage. Handsome Kong, no, Emperor Kong stood up. His wounds healed rapidly. The fur on his body began to shed, revealing hardened black muscle, and an exoskeleton resembling armor plating. His forearms grew even thicker. His height soared past 120 meters. Seems different now. From his almost human-like face, the humans could sense Emperor Kong's emotions. No longer impulsive, only simmering fury and cold, deadly calm. Roar rare. Godzilla roared at Emperor Kong. Emperor Kong's heartbeat intensified. Shockwaves pulverized everything around him into dust. He began to stride toward Godzilla. Godzilla looked down as the challenger approached. This was the posture of a king before a challenger. Godzilla was already a king. Emperor Kong was not yet. He had to prove he was worthy. Once the distance closed, Emperor Kong suddenly burst into a sprint. Godzilla stood firm, waiting until Emperor Kong got close, then whipped his tail out in a mighty horizontal swing. But Emperor Kong caught the tail mid-swing. The same tail that had sent Handsome Kong flying moments ago couldn't budge Emperor Kong now. Instead, Kong grabbed it and flung Godzilla over his shoulder with a thunderous slam. Rumble-ee. Godzilla, the overweight titan, was slammed into the ground. Skull Island cracked on impact. A massive rift split the island in two, with seawater visible through the center. But Emperor Kong and Godzilla paid no attention to the destruction. They were still locked in combat. Flattened to the ground, Godzilla opened his mouth and unleashed an atomic breath blast straight at Emperor Kong. But Emperor Kong didn't flinch. He didn't dodge. He opened his mouth and fired his infernal peerless scorching wave cannon right back. Beam, mouth to mouth, two streams of raw energy collided and exploded. Despite his increased size and weight, Emperor Kong couldn't withstand the full force of the explosion and was blasted backward. Godzilla didn't fare much better. The pressure crushed him momentarily, but it only lasted a second before he got back on his feet. The massive explosion triggered an even stronger earthquake from the earlier rupture, and Skull Island began to violently tremble once more. Chapter 202, Chapter 203, Emperor Kong. 1115 words. Chapter 203, Emperor Kong. Skull Island began to sink amid the massive earthquake. Yet Emperor Kong and Godzilla remained locked in brutal combat, neither willing to back down. They were both completely fired up. Unless another Titan or Chong Wei intervened, they would not stop. Emperor Kong was growing increasingly anxious. In its eyes, Godzilla wasn't the only enemy. Skull Island mattered even more. To Emperor Kong, Skull Island was home. Fighting the enemy only to destroy its own home in the process. Absolutely not. That urgency pushed Emperor Kong to find a way to end the battle. It soon noticed that every time Godzilla unleashed its atomic breath, the dorsal fins on its back would light up. That distinctive visual cue sparked a bold idea in Emperor Kong's mind. It began to gather energy, then release the infernal peerless scorching wave cannon in one breath. Godzilla reacted swiftly, countering with its atomic breath. The two beams collided, triggering another cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves and debris flying. It was like detonating a dozen hydrogen bombs each, with yields in the billions of tons on Skull Island within seconds. The immense energy surge drove all nearby life fleeing in terror, retreating for hundreds of miles. But Emperor Kong seized the opportunity and leapt into the air. The intense light and shockwave from the explosion disrupted Godzilla's senses, making it momentarily lose sight of Emperor Kong. Taking advantage of the moment, Emperor Kong landed behind it, gathered energy in its mouth, and fired a concentrated energy beam striking Godzilla's jagged dorsal fins. The gamble paid off. Godzilla's dorsal fins were among its most vital organs. Supreme Muto had exploited the same weakness before. Back during the battle at France's Athena 2 nuclear plant, Godzilla was injured and executed a tactical retreat. Later in the final clash atop the mountain, Supreme Muto had shattered Godzilla's dorsal fins with its ultrasonic sonic roar. That attack not only stunned other Titans, it could directly damage Godzilla's internal organs. But for other Titans, it merely caused temporary dizziness. Only Godzilla suffered critical hits from it. It was a phenomenon of wave resonance. The frequency of Supreme Muto's roar perfectly aligned with the resonance of Godzilla's dorsal fins, making it an anti-Godzilla weapon. Nature really was full of surprises. Now, Emperor Kong's blast destroyed the key conduit for Godzilla's energy flow. With its dorsal fins damaged, Godzilla's internal energy circulation was thrown into disarray. Godzilla's energy field is destabilizing. Severe electromagnetic fluctuations detected. Godzilla let out a series of anguished roars. The importance of its dorsal fins couldn't be overstated. They were connected to a dense network of nerves. Having them destroyed was like, well, for a human male, the equivalent of suffering a devastating blow to a certain private part. But for Godzilla, it was even worse. With its energy no longer controlled by its fins, it was at risk of self-destruction. Emperor Kong tried to follow up with another attack, but underestimated Godzilla. Though grievously injured, Godzilla didn't weaken, it only became more ferocious. It swung its whip-like tail with incredible speed, its massive body rotating rapidly. The tail sliced through the air so fast that Mach rings formed around it. With a deafening boom, Emperor Kong was struck, the air violently displaced, forming a momentary vacuum. But that wasn't the end. Godzilla's resilience was unmatched. No matter the punishment, it always came back. However, damage to its dorsal fins was another story. With no way to release the heat building up inside, it felt like its internal organs were on fire, searing, burning pain. Driven into full madness, Godzilla lunged and bit down at Emperor Kong. Kong raised both arms to grip Godzilla's jaws apart, while its other two arms pounded away at Godzilla's massive body. At that moment, Chong Wei suddenly tossed a large metal rod to Emperor Kong. Flailing wildly, Emperor Kong just happened to grab the rod and immediately shoved it straight into Godzilla's throat. The sudden and unexpected move left Godzilla completely stunned. It didn't even know how to respond. Worse still, with its dorsal fins shattered, Godzilla couldn't unleash its atomic breath. Now Emperor Kong had found a method to restrain Godzilla. Gripping the metal rod tight, it rammed it further into Godzilla's throat with all its strength. Godzilla tried to clamp its jaws shut, but Emperor Kong held them open with sheer force. Had Godzilla not been so strong and thrashing around wildly, Emperor Kong would have done what it did to those Skull Island tyrannosaurs: go in for a kiss, grab the tongue, and rip it out. But Godzilla was no Skull Island dinosaur that could be manhandled. Its enormous size represented overwhelming power. Even though Emperor Kong was immensely strong, it couldn't overpower Godzilla. It could only just barely keep up. Godzilla was in unbearable pain. Unable to hold back, it erupted. Its not yet fully regenerated dorsal fins glowed a brilliant blue. Then suddenly, a barrage of radiation beams shot out. These weren't traditional atomic breaths, but rather dispersed radiation streams. Still, their power was overwhelming. The dazzling rays swept in all directions, blanketing the battlefield. Emperor Kong, positioned at Godzilla's front, wasn't hit by the dorsal emission. But Godzilla wasn't aiming to attack Kong with the beams, it was using them for propulsion. With the recoil from the radiation jet, Godzilla managed to overpower Emperor Kong completely. The price? Godzilla's mouth began to emit white smoke. Forcing out radiation through still damaged fins caused its internal temperature to spike, and its mouth began to melt. Roar. With a roar, Godzilla bit through the metal rod in its throat and lunged at Emperor Kong's neck. Crushed under the massive weight of Godzilla, Emperor Kong was pinned like a crab under a boulder, completely immobilized. Fortunately, Emperor Kong had 4 arms. Otherwise, if Godzilla had bitten its throat, it might have been crippled or worse. Skull Island, ravaged by the 2 colossal beasts, was now sinking even deeper into the sea. Watching all this, humanity couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Devil fruits, and the rumored divine treasure. Who knew if they'd ever be recovered now? Why hadn't God stepped in to stop Godzilla yet? Had the gods abandoned Skull Island? Godzilla, having finally pinned Emperor Kong, felt triumphant. I finally got you, you slippery bastard. But that joy didn't last. It soon noticed something was off. Emperor Kong's heartbeat was growing more and more intense. The surrounding seawater was trembling so violently that it couldn't get near them. And with the 2 titans now pressed so closely together, every beat of Emperor Kong's heart caused Godzilla's body to vibrate as well. Godzilla's internal organs were extremely durable after all, it survived the crushing pressure of the deep sea. But even the strongest organs couldn't endure resonance at the wrong frequency. Chapter 203, Chapter 204, The Creator Has Departed. 1154 words. Chapter 204, The Creator Has Departed. Godzilla quickly began to feel extremely unwell, and Emperor Kong took the opportunity to escape from under Godzilla's suppression. Sensing that his heartbeat was affecting Godzilla, Emperor Kong simply mounted Godzilla directly. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening series of thunderous pulses burst out from Emperor Kong's body, ravaging Godzilla's form. The vibrations cut through like steel knives, stripping bone, tearing open deep wounds and fissures throughout Godzilla's body, and further hindering the regeneration of his dorsal spines. Emperor Kong pounded his own chest wildly, pushing his heart to beat even faster. Chong Wei watched in stunned disbelief as golden fur began to grow all over Emperor Kong's body. The King engine has gone into overdrive. Has it merged with Kong's own bloodline somehow? Or is this a manifestation of the suffering evolution route? Chang Wei pondered. It clearly wasn't triggered by him. If he had any sort of guidance role in this, that handsome Kong would have awakened his golden form long ago. So, this was more likely an effect of the King engine, or perhaps a hidden trait of the Kong bloodline. It doesn't look like the Super Scion for Golden Great Ape, it's more like a Hanuman beast. Emperor Kong no longer looked bloated. Thanks to the suffering evolution route and the King engine, his body had become more compact and muscular, concentrated power in a condensed form. Because of this, he now resembled a Hanuman beast more than ever. Especially in this current state. Emperor Kong didn't understand what was happening to himself. He only felt an endless surge of power welling up from within, and he used that power to furiously pummel Godzilla. The sea churned violently as the two Titan behemoths clashed once more on the now submerged Skull Island. The shockwaves shattered the remaining landmass beyond repair. Any trace of ancient ruins would now be impossible for humans to find. In the massive crater, Godzilla lay pinned beneath Emperor Kong, his entire body covered in wounds from the relentless steel fists. The shockwaves generated from within Kong's body were also wreaking havoc inside Godzilla. His regeneration could no longer keep up with the damage. Wounds burst open faster than they could heal, some so deep that bone was clearly visible. Godzilla's internal energy readings are spiking rapidly. But for the humans observing, the sight of Godzilla being violently beaten while pinned beneath Kong wasn't any cause for celebration. Because Godzilla's energy had become utterly unstable. The peaks in his energy fluctuations were now surpassing even those of his red burning state. What did that mean? It meant that Godzilla had completely lost control of his own energy. He had become a living, unprecedented superbomb, and every one of King Kong's punches was like hammering a detonator wired to a pile of explosives. They were all on the verge of being blown sky high. Everyone was on edge, hearts pounding in terror, but there was no time, and nothing they could do now. It was already too late for any action. Then, with a punch to Godzilla's head, he lost all control over the energy within his body. His energy spiraled out of control, surging wildly, swelling his body like an overinflated balloon. A searing stream of radioactive heat blasted out through his wounds, striking King Kong, and sending a wave of pain through him. As Godzilla puffed up like a pufferfish, Kong was blown off and could no longer stay mounted. Roar! Godzilla let out a furious, unwilling roar. Boom! With a sound that shook the heavens and split the earth, Godzilla's massive body exploded into countless fragments. The incomprehensibly pressurized, violently roiling energy he had contained was unleashed in an instant. The blast speed exceeded that of humanity's most powerful explosives, traveling over 30,000 meters per second. Kong had no chance to dodge or resist. Faced with the overwhelming wave of destructive force, he could only roar and fire off a golden energy cannon, powered by his newly awakened form. Naturally, the energy output of Golden Kong's blast was far stronger than before. But he was facing the compressed, runaway energy of an exploding Godzilla. His energy cannon only managed to split a fraction of the blast before it was swallowed by the tsunami of power. The explosion formed a colossal bowl-shaped crater pressed into the earth. To the naked eye, the energy storm expanded rapidly, growing exponentially. Everywhere it reached, the ocean was annihilated, disintegrated. The light was blinding, like the descent of a second sun. Over half the planet saw the sky lit by this energy storm. Everything caught within the blazing white storm was utterly erased. When the storm finally subsided and silence returned, a sunken pit was visible on the Earth's surface. From a human perspective, this pit was colossal, so large it could probably swallow all of America whole. At the bottom of that pit, Chang Wei stood completely unscathed. He hadn't moved an inch, watching from close range as Kong was reduced to ash and nothingness, and casually retrieved his gene points. The price he paid was negligible to him, and the harvest in gene points was substantial. A profitable deal, no doubt. Of course, compared to Godzilla, which yielded gene points without any investment, this one was technically a loss. He had pushed Godzilla several times and still only got this much. It was a pity he had no interest in waiting for Godzilla to continue evolving. Its evolutionary pace was just too slow to be worth his time. As for that energy storm. What energy storm? That was nothing more than a breeze that kicked up some dust. It actually felt rather nice at the very least, it made things feel a bit cooler. So this is what it feels like to be Saitama. Even an attack of this magnitude is just a gentle breeze. Chang Wei brushed off imaginary dust from his clothes, quite pleased with the current strength of his body. Just his physical form alone was enough to ignore 99.9% of attacks. Though his telekinetic shield grew stronger by the day, it still couldn't match his body's raw durability. Plus, his clothes were made from disguised divine light virus material, so not even his outfit suffered any damage. Now that he'd taken out Godzilla, one of the Titan behemoths, if humanity still couldn't surpass the Titans, then they were truly beyond help. As for Kong's death, well, it fulfilled Chang Wei's purpose. Perishing alongside Godzilla wasn't a bad ending. Is Chang Wei suddenly having a change of heart and choosing not to destroy the world? Honestly, there's not much difference anymore. After revealing his divine presence to the world, humanity would continue to exist at least partially. He still wanted to observe how things developed next. Even if he didn't plan to return to this world. Who knows? Maybe one day he'd come back. Infinite futures. Infinite possibilities. System, initiate traversal. Do not anchor to this world. Chapter 204, Chapter 205, Too Suspicious 1209 words Chapter 205, Too Suspicious. Chang Wei opened his eyes and realized there were a lot of people around him. Where am I? He noticed that these people were all in rags, some barely clothed. Yet one thing was the same across the board: they all looked utterly terrified, both on their faces and deep in their hearts. What's going on? Why are they suddenly gathering us like this? What are these Puritans trying to do? They said they want us to live together. You can't trust anything the Degwa guys say. I have to find a way to escape from here. My child. Why did they take my child? There's not a single child here. Where did all the children go? I'm starving. No matter what the Degwa people want to do, surely they'll give us something to eat, right? As long as I get food, I'll do anything. Chang Wei thought it over. He could see their thoughts and hear their discussions. He also figured out that this place was called Aoxnyz. Had he time-traveled into the past? Or was this just one of those black and white propaganda flicks where the Puritans are portrayed as brainless and evil? Honestly, portraying your enemies as idiots just makes you look bad. That's the real issue with America: making its opponents look dumb only ends up degrading itself. Most likely. Hellboy, then. Chang Wei thought for a bit. There weren't many films with a Degwa setting that he'd seen. He hadn't watched much like Jinro, and that one setting was futuristic, so it was unlikely. As for Helsing, he'd just gone through that. It couldn't be the past version of that world, right? But when you talk about Puritans and concentration camps, then yeah. It points straight to a World War II backdrop. So it was totally reasonable for him to guess Hellboy. Was he about to get sacrificed to open the gates of hell? Now that's actually a little scary. Chang Wei started laughing, a chilling, cackling laugh. Don't get the wrong idea. He was laughing to cover up his fear. Well then, let's just blow this place up. In a world where gods and demons exist, making an appearance like some righteous savior isn't realistic. Better to go full utilitarian. He released the divine light virus, and immediately the surrounding Jews felt uncomfortable. Something was clearly changing in their bodies. The virus had already evolved multiple times. At this point, it was terrifying, infecting and transforming them instantly into viral organisms. All the strengths it had absorbed until now were now infused into the bodies of these Jews. And then they broke through the walls and began killing indiscriminately. The Puritans had no idea what was happening. Why had monsters suddenly appeared? They panicked and opened fire. But bullets were useless. They couldn't even slow them down. The monsters ignored the gunfire entirely and quickly slaughtered every Puritan in the entire camp. Chong Wei did not show himself. He was waiting to see if any mysterious forces would appear. Even if this wasn't the Hellboy universe, in any world built on the Puritan mythos, thanks to that little mustached man's obsession with the occult, there were bound to be all kinds of strange supernatural elements. Right now, Chong Wei was using his soldiers to scout the way. Could it be Melina? He considered that possibility. But he had no intention of becoming a lecher like Chow Chow. He wasn't into married women. His preferences were narrow, just big sisters with elegance and substance. Everything else didn't interest him. If it really was Melina, he'd be disappointed. And then, in the name of fairness, he'd deliver equal destruction to everyone. He couldn't care less about the female lead's story. Besides, there was still a mountain of darkness in his mind waiting to be unleashed. If he really had to concern himself with those things, he'd probably go full villain mode himself. Example, humanity's depravity is beyond saving. Human darkness is irreversible. So why not just destroy them all? Suddenly, within Chong Wei's awareness, one of his super soldiers had been intercepted. A blonde, blue-eyed Puritan. Don't tell me I've ended up in that Puritan Superman comic universe. Chong Wei was surprised. The Puritan Superman world was basically a relic civilization no one could quite figure out, where blood crystals had created all sorts of superhumans. In terms of power, even the strongest battleship-level superhuman was no threat to Chong Wei. He could tell this blonde, blue-eyed Puritan wasn't a match for his super soldier. In just a few moves, the opponent had ripped his super soldier apart with bare hands. What the hell? How can a Puritan Superman be strong enough to take down my super soldier? Now he was interested. Keep in mind, his super soldiers were dragon level. If he wanted to conserve effort, he could have just used his invisible assassins instead. The only reason he'd sent in these soldiers was to explore this world while avoiding detection via psychic tracking. So this guy who was, at most, tiger level before he took a few hits without dying, then suddenly one-shot to dragon level. That's strange. He doesn't seem to be affected by any recoil. From the molecular data, Chong Wei picked up on that detail. Despite several attacks, the guy hadn't even budged. But it wasn't just about strength. Chong Wei could stay motionless too, but that was because he cleverly transferred the reactive force into the air or the ground. It didn't mean he was immune to physics. Recoil or weight, did the kinetic energy just vanish? That realization caught him off guard. He watched as the blonde Puritan tore through his super soldiers, smashing them apart with punches and kicks. Yet oddly, even though he was faster than them, he was deliberately letting himself get hit. If it were Chong Wei, and he had that kind of strength, he'd never waste time taking hits without an audience to impress. What's the point of acting cool when no one's watching? Might as well just wipe everyone out instantly. Unless someone is watching, then yeah, he'd show off some invincibility tricks. Of course, if the enemy had intelligence, that'd work too. That way he could get that psychological impact. Basically, he was emulating Doom. Only problem, Chong Wei didn't have Doom's tech for boosting weapon damage. Otherwise, he'd also be doing stylish mass kills with firearms. And then, finally, Chong Wei figured out who this blonde, blue-eyed Puritan was. Sebastian Shaw. At first, Chong Wei hadn't taken a good look. It was only after a strong sense of familiarity struck him that he did a quick mental search and matched the profile. Black King of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw. His powers: absorb energy, transform it into other forms, release it, strengthen his own body, and maintain eternal youth. The energy is always draining, so he has to keep absorbing more. Chong Wei stared at Sebastian Shaw like he'd just struck gold. Are you kidding me? A mutant? A creation of the Celestials, the X gene that could defy all logic. This was a treasure trove for the Divine Light virus. Too bad it's the movie version. Chang Wei thought with a greedy glint in his eye, never satisfied, always wanting more. Chapter 205, Chapter 206, The X. 1102 words. Chapter 206. The X gene vault. Sebastian Shaw possesses the mutant ability to absorb all forms of energy and convert them into his own power, which he can either unleash at will or use to enhance his strength, speed, and stamina. However, this energy storage has a limit. If it exceeds the threshold, it causes him severe harm. This makes him extremely difficult to defeat in battle, since every strike against him only makes him stronger. To take him down, one usually has to employ unconventional tactics such as incapacitating him or using psychic attacks. Clearly, Sebastian Shaw's power has significant flaws. Most notably, he seems incapable of absorbing gravity as a source of energy. If he could, he'd never run out of power. Earth's gravitational pull alone would be enough to sustain and strengthen him indefinitely. But this makes sense. After all, he didn't become a mutant through natural means. He became one by transplanting the internal organs of multiple mutants into his own body. Bold, to say the least, and reckless, considering he never seemed to worry about the consequences of rejection or incompatibility. As for those seemingly dead supersoldiers killed by Sebastian Shaw, they were merely in a state of suspended animation. With their cellular level regeneration, they're extremely difficult to kill and could revive at any moment. The only reason they haven't come back yet is because Chang Wei hasn't allowed them to. He doesn't want them killed again by Shaw. To Chang Wei, Shaw's flaws aren't really flaws at all. What matters most is that the Divine Light virus can extract the X gene. This conceptually multiversal level potential is what truly matters. It's on par with, or perhaps even stronger than, the Stan virus. Among all the powers and genes Chang Wei currently possesses, only Saitama's limiter-removed ability can truly compare to the X gene. A true energy-absorbing mutant should be able to absorb anything and permanently strengthen themselves with it, boosting their ceiling, without worrying about energy decay or leakage. That was Chang Wei's thought as he impatiently appeared before Sebastian Shaw. Before Shaw could react, Chang Wei flicked a finger directly at his forehead. The blow knocked Shaw back, trailing countless afterimages as he struggled to digest and absorb the sudden influx of power. Your ability isn't even passive. Otherwise, Professor X wouldn't have been able to immobilize you and let a single coin kill you. Chang Wei shook his head. Shaw might look invincible, but in truth, he could easily be taken out by a sneak attack. He lived in constant vigilance, unable to even sleep peacefully. If his absorption were passive, he wouldn't have to worry about things like that. Plus, Chang Wei was curious, could Shaw even handle the energy from that single flick? Who are you? Sebastian Shaw stammered, struggling to speak. He had already lost control of the energy surging inside him, and the afterimages were beginning to fade. You can't even absorb this level of energy. Chang Wei clicked his tongue. All he'd released was a hurricane-level burst of energy, yes, far more powerful than a nuclear bomb, but not at a continent-destroying level. Thankfully, he hadn't used more power, otherwise, if Shaw lost control and exploded, an entire landmass could have been wiped out. Shaw felt the fear of death. His body was starting to rupture. Before he could finish, Chang Wei devoured him. Immediately, Chang Wei had the Divine Light virus absorb and assimilate Shaw's X gene. Each X gene is unique but inheritable. In fact, inherited X genes often seem stronger than first-generation ones. Once a first-generation mutant appears, their descendants are usually incredibly powerful. The most typical examples: Professor X and Magneto's children. The Divine Light virus quickly completed the assimilation and began a new round of evolution. Chang Wei also inherited Shaw's mutant ability. In the comics, this energy absorption power can even absorb magic. Now developed and evolved by the Divine Light virus, it had become a passive skill. Chang Wei could turn it on or off at will. After all, if it were constantly active, daily life would become difficult. He wouldn't feel hot or cold, since thermal energy would be absorbed, nor feel the wind, as kinetic energy would be drawn in. Still, keeping it active had its benefits. It could permanently strengthen his physical body. Alternatively, he could simply store the absorbed energy in his cells without enhancing his physique. The most important advancement, though, was the energy release derivative ability. It didn't just let him expel absorbed energy in its original form, it allowed him to release it in any energy form. This marked a major step forward for Chang Wei in controlling and developing his Big Bang form. With energy absorption and the removal of his limiter, Chang Wei was now effectively a weaker version of Doomsday. You hit him, and he only gets stronger. He could even absorb gravity now. The gravitational pull and magnetic fields from planets became energy sources for him, along with sunlight and all kinds of ambient energy. This kind of power is completely wasted on someone like Sebastian Shaw. Chang Wei was thoroughly satisfied. He wondered where Magneto, Eric, was at the moment. Was he still in the concentration camp? Scanning through Shaw's memories, he found that Eric had already escaped. Shaw had killed his mother to trigger his mutant awakening, and as expected, Eric had exploded with tremendous mutant power. Professor X can sense all mutants. I should be able to do the same now. Chang Wei mused. He already had telepathy, which shouldn't be too different from the mutant variant. And now, thanks to good old Sebastian Shaw, he had an X gene to match. To Chang Wei, collecting X genes was an absolute must. He wanted to complete the X gene vault. Who knows, maybe once he gathers every mutant's gene, he could restore the original strength the Celestials intended for the X gene. I don't even know if the Celestials exist in this movie version. That thought troubled him. Everyone knew that mutants had practically been severed from the main Marvel continuity. On the surface, it was like they were unwanted stepchildren. Inhumans and deviants were everywhere but mutants. Constantly targeted and discriminated against. Even aliens received more trust from humans than mutants did. Right, I should go to Egypt and check if the progenitor of all mutants is still around. Immediately, Chang Wei activated his telepathy, scanning the entire planet. No human mind could escape his detection. Naturally, Professor X wasn't among them. He was still too young. I need to distinguish mutants from regular humans. The moment that thought crossed his mind, countless human minds instantly vanished from his senses. Chapter 206, Chapter 207, Collecting the X. 1105 words. Chapter 207, Collecting the X gene. The only ones left within his perception range were the mutants. Chang Wei was a bit surprised, then seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, he recalled the original concept behind mutants. In the comics lore, the Celestials visited Earth 1,000,000 years ago and experimented on early humans. The X gene was implanted into the DNA of some of them. Anyone capable of activating the X gene would become a mutant. Though they all share the same origin, their superpowers differ vastly. While all mutant abilities stem from the X gene, the gene itself is incredibly mysterious. Even the Celestials, who created it, couldn't fully decipher its secrets, so the powers it gives rise to are wildly diverse. The reason the Celestials themselves couldn't comprehend the X gene is because its potential is simply too vast. There are quite a few mutants whose strength even surpasses that of the Celestials. Take Franklin Richards, the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, for example. His power level is ridiculously overpowered. Even though his parents aren't mutants, Franklin himself was born an Omega-level mutant. Back when Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created the X-Men, they were inspired by the social atmosphere and international climate of the time. One early explanation for the emergence of mutants was the increase in atmospheric radiation caused by nuclear weapons testing. That's why Stan Lee dubbed mutants children of the atom. So prior to the era of nuclear testing, the number of mutants born was extremely low. Azazel was one of them, as were Wolverine and his brother. Professor X and the others belonged to a newer generation of mutants, those whose X gene was activated by post-nuclear radiation exposure. Could it be that the movie versions of mutants actually follow this setup? If so, Chang Wei wouldn't have many targets. But it didn't matter. For Chong Wei, it was simply a matter of waiting. Activating Schrödinger's power, Chong Wei appeared behind Azazel. Azazel was the father of Nightcrawler, conceived after he, forcibly had his way with Mystique. Nightcrawler was the blue-skinned mutant who tried to assassinate the American president. Azazel was one of the oldest living mutants. He had existed for thousands of years. Since biblical times, he had gone by many names, many of which terrified humanity. Some of the demons in folklore, including Satan himself, were merely aliases he'd adopted. Azazel and other demonic mutants were targeted by another group of mutants with wings. These winged mutants were recorded by ancient humans as angels, and X-Men's Angel was part of this lineage. So, aside from Apocalypse, the oldest mutant was Azazel unless the Hellfire Club had a Black Queen hidden away somewhere. But from what Chong Wei saw in Sebastian Shaw's memories, there was no such person in the club. Sinister didn't exist either, so the oldest remaining mutants were those two. Azazel was enjoying himself when a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, startling him so much he almost jumped out of his skin. "Be my dog and crawl beneath my feet." Chong Wei had already taken his X-gene and, at the same time, implanted an irresistible mental command via psychic manipulation. This was even more effective than a mind control seal. Azazel retained his own consciousness and memory, yet couldn't defy a single one of Chong Wei's commands. For instance, he was now crawling on all fours at Chong Wei's feet. Azazel's face was full of fear. He had no idea what just happened. In all his years, this was the first time he'd encountered something like this. Chong Wei vanished and Azazel instinctively followed. One used Schrödinger's ability, the other used teleportation, a psychic space-based form of instantaneous travel. But naturally, Chong Wei's ability was far superior. He couldn't be bothered to use Azazel's teleportation. Schrödinger was faster, more convenient, and more importantly unrestricted. Even under observation, Chong Wei could break free by observing himself. The idea he once came up with, forcing billions of humans to observe Schrödinger to try and collapse the wave function, still had a high chance of failing, all because of this self-observation ability. If it were just the uncertainty of the cat alone, it wouldn't be such a pain to deal with. Self-observation was the truly troublesome part. They arrived at a battlefield. A squad of soldiers was advancing under heavy fire when two men suddenly appeared in front of them, startling them all. Especially one of them. He looked bizarre, almost like a demon from ancient mythology. Wolverine and Sabretooth, still fighting a war at this point. Chong Wei had to admire the two brothers' thick nerves. Normal people would have mentally collapsed long ago after so much killing, but to these two, it was like taking a nap. Chong Wei wouldn't be so reckless, even if he were just immortal. Avoiding death was always the smartest option. The healing factor might restore brain cells, but who's to say the person hasn't died countless times already, with only their memories and consciousness being revived? Ever since acquiring the Black Light virus, Chong Wei rarely used immortality recklessly. He usually just sent a clone into battle while his true body stayed hidden. After all, with powers like his, why charge through gunfire like Alex Mercer? "All of you, be my dogs." Chong Wei happened to want to observe how the X gene behaves in different individuals, so Wolverine, Sabretooth, and even the American soldiers in their unit were all turned into crawling dogs at his feet. Noticing that many of them didn't have the X gene, Chong Wei simply injected it into them, and then released atomic radiation. He had Godzilla's genes and cells, and had even mastered nuclear fission. Generating this kind of radiation was child's play. More importantly, with his energy emission ability, he could directly convert energy into nuclear radiation. Of course, to avoid killing them outright, he kept the radiation output about the same as a mobile phone's. That level of radiation was within the human body's tolerable range. Chong Wei didn't look down on Wolverine or Sabretooth's X genes either. He absorbed them both. Next up was Magneto, Eric, master of magnetic fields. That power was basically born to be a magnetic field war god. Conservatively speaking, he was one of the original top 4 mutants in terms of raw potential, perhaps even stronger. The only problem was that Magneto didn't know how to properly use it, neither in physics techniques nor in applying magnetic field rotations. If Chang Wei got his hands on it, he could fully develop the magnetic field rotation. Human studies of magnetism are still mostly theoretical, not definitive truths. Who's to say it won't work in practice? Chapter 207, Chapter 208, The Magnetic Field Rotation of the Divine Light Virus. 1255 words. Chapter 208, The Magnetic Field Rotation of the Divine Light Virus. Magneto, Eric, had been on the run for nearly a year now, but he was still just a kid. Filled with hatred, he was both honing his powers and thinking about how to kill Sebastian Shaw. And then, out of nowhere, Chang Wei suddenly appeared in front of him. "Young man, would you like to become my subordinate?" Those words from Chang Wei, overheard by the Red Devil and others who had just caught up, left them in tears. Why were they always treated like lackeys, while this snot-nosed brat got to be called a subordinate? "Who are you?" Little Eric was startled. Chang Wei felt incredibly strange to him, especially the people crawling on the ground near him, which made the whole scene even more bizarre. "Don't worry. We're the same kind," Chang Wei said with a smile, and at the same time, he extracted Eric's X gene. Electromagnetic force acquired. Inviting little Magneto to be his subordinate had just been a passing whim. Whether the kid agreed or not didn't matter, because right now, Chang Wei's focus was entirely on electromagnetic force. According to basic physics, magnetism is essentially the result of electrons spinning on their own axes and orbiting atomic nuclei. Iron, for instance, is good at forming orderly arrangements of spinning electrons, which generates a magnetic field. Other materials, on the other hand, are disordered. The magnetic fields of their atoms cancel each other out, so no external magnetic field is observed. And with little Eric staring at him in total confusion, Chang Wei vanished without a trace. The utterly bewildered Eric had no idea what had just happened. Chang Wei, meanwhile, had begun testing electromagnetic force. He shifted his perception of the surrounding environment to view it in terms of electromagnetic energy. He could now sense the natural magnetic aura around living organisms. He could even manipulate matter at the subatomic level to achieve specific effects. As is well known, all matter can be magnetized. It's just that most substances lack ferromagnetism. In simple terms, they can be magnetized, but once the external magnetic field is removed, they don't retain any magnetic properties. Due to particle spin, there's an intrinsic magnetic moment, meaning it doesn't matter if you're dealing with ions, quantum states, gases, or even quarks. Everything can be manipulated with a magnetic field. According to relativity, electromagnetic fields have mass and exhibit relativistic effects, just like gravitational fields. Since all interactions between atomic nuclei and electrons, like van der Waals forces, chemical bonds, and so on, are fundamentally electromagnetic in nature, every chemical reaction and mechanical phenomenon, like friction or collision, is influenced by electromagnetic variations. The kind of energy needed to induce relativistic effects is astronomical, but luckily, astronomical energy is the one thing Chang Wei has in abundance. Electromagnetic force is one of the fundamental forces of the universe. Everything is affected by it, especially on the microscopic scale. If you could produce a magnetic field small enough in volume and gain precise control over protons and electrons, then you'd basically be manipulating all of existence. Even neutrons have magnetic orbits, just that Chang Wei's current observational precision probably isn't there yet. Right now, he could dismantle atoms directly. In the world of Saint Seiya, that's the equivalent of mastering the power to pulverize atoms. Of course, all this is based on human theoretical science, which shouldn't be taken as absolute truth. Humanity hasn't truly grasped a single universal truth yet. At the very least, Chang Wei has already discovered plenty of inconsistencies. He wasn't sure whether the parameters of this universe differed from those of his original world, or whether the discrepancies were due to the nature of his electromagnetic mutant ability. But who cares? Chang Wei certainly didn't plan on going down the path of traditional science. I remember the prerequisite for magnetic field rotation is a psychic current push. Chang Wei coveted magnetic field rotation immensely. Never mind that every magnetic martial god in the series was a complete lunatic. Their power ceilings were simply too high. Even if he couldn't replicate it perfectly, getting close would already be a huge win. In the manga, magnetic field rotation is an innate ability that can be cultivated. It's not something just anyone can have. It works by generating a psychic current push through conscious effort, using the principles of electromagnetism to activate one's magnetic field, and eventually connecting to and mastering the magnetic field of the entire universe. By consciously rubbing one's cells at high speed, electrical energy is produced. This is called the psychic current push. Then, with even faster cell friction, a powerful magnetic field is generated. This grants immense power and allows one to affect the entire cosmos. This is magnetic field rotation. Once someone possesses this ability and continues cultivating it, they can strengthen their body, restructure cells, harden matter, read thoughts, transmute materials, control natural phenomena, and at the highest level, even manipulate life, causality, destiny, space, and time itself. Its destructive potential increases as one grows in power. Early stages allow for shattering mountains, destroying cities, annihilating nations. Later stages can sink continents, split oceans, wipe out worlds, explode stars and entire galaxies. Ultimately, the user could even destroy or reset the universe itself. However, magnetic field rotation is affected by surrounding magnetic environments. Some fields can suppress its potential or accelerate training. But now that Chang Wei possesses the mutant power of electromagnetic force, even Magneto could create a magnetic field 20 times stronger than Earth's gravity. He could go far beyond that, reaching magnetic field strengths tens of thousands of times greater than the sun's gravity. The upper limit of magnetic field rotation is an unspeakable, nearly limitless power far beyond even the Dragon Ball series standards. It includes spatial and temporal manipulation, and even resurrection on a cosmic scale, resetting the entire world and bringing everyone back to life. That alone makes it virtually omnipotent. It can also develop other powers, or more accurately, other uses of magnetic force. The white universe of evil white and the dark firmament of dark sky are expressions of white hole and black hole abilities. Opening portals and creating clones are all within reach. With just the strength of 20-odd units, one could start developing psychic powers. At the ultimate tier, users of magnetic force can access unified force-level power, the combination of the four fundamental forces. At that point, they all possess a primordial spirit, essentially a scientific version of spiritual cultivation. To have Magneto's mutant power and not pursue the magnetic field rotation path would be an unforgivable waste. The scientific version of God is impressive, but Chang Wei preferred the martial god version of the creator. Come, divine light virus, show me your limit. Max out my electromagnetic force evolution. Chang Wei was now making his attempt. This was a challenge of the highest order. If he failed, well, not much he could do about it. He could only hope to one day cross over to the world of Sea Tiger and experience the infection of magnetic field rotation firsthand. But deep down, he still hoped to succeed. Because if he did, he would gain the power to surpass everything. Chang Wei's own biological magnetic field began growing exponentially. The cost, the system's stored gene points were rapidly depleting. This time, it wasn't the system driving the process, but the divine light virus had replaced the system's function. The system's supreme might only worked through the virus, so the divine light virus was evolving according to Chang Wei's will and intent. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.